幕開けや。帰らずの残り火はな、まだくすぶってはるんや。名戦へうちをあちらへ送ってくれはる。まずは一つ回させてもらうわ。綺麗やろ。お遊びはここまでや。そんなに震えて嬉しいんやろ。黄泉の絶景見せてあげる。このセンスの中でずーっと咲いておくれやす。美しゅうてたまらんわ。
Check out highlights recording on the cloud. Automatically share your epic moments when the match ends. You can use the original highlights clip or pick a template to make a highlight short. You can also generate a highlights video with one tap as shown. Then just tap generate and leave all the work to the cloud. When it's done, you can view or share your highlights as shown, but be quick or they'll expire.
In Mobile Legends Ever Diamond Cup and with bonus recharging easy, fast and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code Let's play more action. Recharge with bonus. Play it next level.
Feel the we go higher. Poco X8 demasiado por una salpicadura. ¡De belleza! ¡Te sacaré de aquí! ¡Por fin has venido a mí! ¡A nadie solo!
Esta locura se acaba ahora, Kirara.
¡Al fin! ¡Nuestro beso de emoción! Tanta sed de sangre. ¿Acaso significa que Hanabi-sama por fin comprende a Hirara?
Descubre la grabación de momentos destacados en la nube. Comparte automáticamente tus momentos épicos al terminar la partida. Puedes usar el clip original de momentos destacados o elegir una plantilla para crear un corto de momentos destacados. También puedes generar un video de momentos destacados con un solo toque, como se muestra. Luego solo toca generar y dale todo el trabajo a la nube. Una vez listo, podrás ver o compartir tus momentos destacados como se muestra, pero date prisa o caducarán. Danza de un solo abanico, se desliza 2 veces y ataca a corta distancia. Aviva las llamas, desata un doble florecer. Abanicos dobles entrelazados. Arremete. norte. Gira e inmoviliza. Da un giro intocable. Escapa.
En Mobile Legends, cada diamante cuenta. Y en Bonox, recargar es fácil, rápido y seguro. Entra ahora, elige tu recarga y prepárate para dominar la partida. Además, usa el código MCT AMER para conseguir 5% de descuento. Skins, eventos, héroes, todo más cerca con una sola recarga. Menos vueltas, más acción. Recarga en Bonox y juega al siguiente nivel.
Hola chicos, ¿cómo están? Bienvenidos a la final de la AMER Championship. Este es el show y este es el pregame. Yo soy Roshinigami y voy a ser su conductor el día de hoy. Es más que un honor estar aquí con ustedes. Ustedes ya saben los equipazos que tenemos el día de hoy. Por un lado tenemos a ENTITY7, que se escucha una bulla. Y por el otro, que se escucha el cariño latino para su oponente. Ustedes ya los conocen, son los chicos de ALPHA7 Norte. No, mi público. Ustedes saben que acá, en mi Perú querido, al extranjero lo hacemos sentir bienvenido. Así que quiero escuchar, por favor, una bullita, como sé que todos ayer en la noche en la fiesta le estaba haciendo. ¡ALPHA7 Norte! ¡Ese es mi Perú, mi Latinoamérica y todos los que estemos aquí! A ver, chicos, tengo unos videitos para enseñarles la trayectoria de cada uno de estos equipos, todo lo que han tenido que superar, los equipos que han tenido que enfrentar y las victorias que han acumulado. Vamos primero con ALPHA7 Norte.
And obviously, I have the best sub in the world too, with the best coach as well. Absolutely nothing. Well, yeah, they're from the south, so you know we have never been Western. So yeah, nothing so far.
First of all, I'm really excited, and I feel like we could like win this thing, and then yeah, we got this. Actually, no teams, bro. Like, no one really scared us. No, I'm really not afraid of any teams right now, but I'm really excited to fight them all, and I respect those kids.
Everything, because we don't know anything about them. Nothing. Nothing too, because we're kind of okay, a team. They'll be okay.
I think we displayed it in our match against BTA when we were under pressure, but we managed to stay composed and adapt. Just better communication, trusting each other's calls, adjusting our approach, and that's it.
Y esos fueron los chicos de ALPHA7 Norte. Esas respuestas nos han dejado mucho que pensar. Ahora vamos a ver un video del recorrido de algunas palabras y una entrevista de los chicos de ENTITY7. Vamos a ver.
No sé, normal, no sentí nada, tipo, me da igual. Tipo, ya estuve mucho tiempo acá en el competitivo, me di cuenta de muchas cosas, muchas realidades y me di cuenta que no son tan buenos.
Yo creo que para ser los mejores tuvimos que entrenar bastante, tuvimos mucha disciplina. Cada uno tuvo que poner de su parte y bueno, los resultados hablaron por sí solos. De ALPHA7 Norte no conozco mucho porque yo soy nuevo en el competitivo, en realidad entré el año pasado, entonces no sé nada de ellos, pero supongo que son buenos.
En la partida donde fui Granger, recuerdo que me había empezado mal porque fue muy confiado y agresivo. Y nada, creo que después me concentré y no dejé que eso me bajara el ánimo y nada, después pude remontar la partida con mi equipo. Creo que, o sea, se nota claramente que empecé mal porque fue muy agresivo, me morí como 2 veces y ya después pude como, claramente no dejé que eso me afectara el mental y fui muy objetivo con la partida y bueno, pude remontarlo.
O ponto-chave é que a gente sempre foi muito agressivo e a gente conseguiu ganhar muito espaço no mapa e colocar os engages em prática, sempre conseguir muita pressão, muito rápido. Acho que esse sempre foi o nosso ponto forte. Acho que desde o início a gente já via a gente sendo finalista, mas a primeira partida foi contra a Influência e a gente saiu no 2-1. Mesmo com o resultado sendo bom e a gente estando muito confiante, a gente colocou mais tempo de treino porque não era o resultado mesmo que a gente esperava. A gente esperava um 2-0 e foi um resultado não muito esperado.
Eu acho que a gente não tem medo de nada deles, né? Porque a gente também não conseguiu assistir muitos jogos. Mas eu acho que o estilo de jogo deles é bem parecido com o ALPHA7 do Sul. Então a gente não tem nada a temer. Eu acho que, como eles também não sabem como a gente joga, a nossa agressividade no começo do jogo, nosso estilo de composição é muito forte no early game. Então eu acho que eles deveriam tomar cuidado nessa parte.
Y esas fueron las palabras de los chicos de ENTITY7. quiero decirle a todo el público que en breves momentos vamos a iniciar con el show, se van a apagar las luces, así que por favor manténganse en su lugar, no empujen a nadie. Yo sé que hay gente muy bonita en el público el día de hoy, claro que sí. Por favor, tampoco estén coqueteando, no se estén pasando su user, no se estén poniendo relaciones en el juego todavía, que después es difícil de cambiar, se los digo yo. Así que, por favor, su ID al bolsillo, para después. Les cuento, chicos, de que acaba de llegar aquí al evento los chicos de ALPHA7 Norte, así que vamos a ver cómo están ingresando en este momento.
Y ahora...
That's it? A7 for the win. A7 for the win.
Chicos, en mi video, pues yo he mandado mi cámara indiscreta de Magali, están que todo el mundo ve para atrás, todavía no van a ingresar. Pero muy atentos porque los que sí están ingresando al recinto y mi cámara indiscreta los está grabando son los chicos de ENTITY7.
Tá vendo? Assim, venha dar certo segunda vez.
Ajá, había más y no me dijeron. ¿Qué tal estuvo? ¿Bueno? ¿Malo? ¿Los vieron entrar calmados? ¿Sí? ¿Ustedes qué dicen? ¿La gente de ENTITY7 entró calmada con la mente en el juego? No los escucho. Yo creo que no quieren diamantes de premio. ¿Entraron calmados los chicos de ENTITY7? ¡Queremos diamantes! ¡Queremos skins! ¡Queremos jugar con Main Nana! Bueno, chicos, en breve vamos a comenzar este magno evento. De nuevo les voy a comentar que se van a apagar las luces. Por eso les pido, no se muevan de su lugar, no queremos ningún problema. ¿Está bien? Todo el mundo atento, todos somos adultos. Todo el mundo listo. Producción, dime si ya comenzamos con la cuenta regresiva. Y estamos listos para la cuenta regresiva y cuando se acabe habremos comenzado nuestra AMER Championship Show, la final. Ajá, nos hacen esperar, dicen. ¿Todavía falta algo, producción? Ya estamos, todo el mundo preparado.
¡Quiero fuerte ruido!
¡Hola, Perú! ¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo estamos, gente?
¡Ya,
hermano!
Start no game, eu tô da vida só backline. Isso que te fica bravo se eu te pego. Eu vou te guardar com meu time, me avançar. DPS muito alto no estilo off-tech. Eita, dá um tipi. A hitbox da jungle eu já vi. Eu tô no cavalo, ele sente medo do meu weight. O MVP tá aqui, preciso de todo o seu F. Você vai chegar do só esperar eu te carregar. Me deram um puff, então não vai ter como você ganhar. Número 1 no draft, é isso, Dash. GG, eu não jogo com o KS. MCT, hermanos
Hermanos Unidos somos MVP, MLBB, MCT. Hermanos Unidos somos MVP, MLBB, MCT. Hermanos Unidos somos MVP, MLBB, MCT. Hermanos Unidos somos MVP.
Y paramos full bam bam. No pidas apoyo que estás con mi clan. Te gusta que mando que te chapa el one. Soy el asesino del rey de tu plan poseo. No me traigas un arquero que mi A10 que lo dejamos en cero. Estamos bajo cero mirando el puntero. Te mismo a blanco dominando el juego. Ok, respeta al rey, métele 100. Yo soy el counter del game, oh man. Use TP para volver y defender bien tu play. R-A-P-I-C-H-A. Usted no puede quedarse FK. Tiene que estar bien pesado para el combate. Que si pierde su torre se quede en nada. Vamos por la lateral. El resto del equipo va granjeando Smash. Llegó el MVP del mundo virtual. Mi equipo está tranquilo, lo pienso callar.
MCT, Hermanos Unidos somos MVP, MLBB, MCT. Hermanos Unidos somos MVP, MLBB, MCT. Hermanos Unidos somos MVP, MLBB, MCT. Hermanos Unidos somos MVP.
¡Vaquero del burro ruido!
Esta es la energía del Brasil, ok. Mano ruido para eso.
¡Bienvenidos, gente!
Aló, ahí estamos. Muchas gracias a mis raperos que han calentado los motores. Chicos, un aplauso para ellos. Uy.
¡Nos vemos, hermanos!
No, es que no se pueden quedar en el escenario conmigo un rato. No, se tienen que ir a descansar. Bueno. Después van a venir para la batalla de gallos, dice. Está bien. No se preocupen. Ahora sí, mi público hermoso, todos los que están en casa y no han podido venir, bienvenidos al AMER Championship, la final, el show, la batalla épica. Un grito, un aplauso, una bulla. Vamos a presentar a los equipos, pero antes, un agradecimiento a mis sponsors. Muchas gracias, Runestone, donde puedes ver las estadísticas necesarias para volverte el pro entre pros. Además, chicos, ya saben que si quieren jugar sin lag y como los profesionales, Poco tiene los celulares para ti. El Poco X Pro va a ser tu nuevo aliado. Y si por supuesto los diamantes les gustan, ya saben que Bonos es la forma más fácil de comprarlos y además premia tu confianza. Cada recarga es premios y un montón de cosas más porque Bonos nos apoya siempre. Ustedes saben que los diamantes es mi cosa favorita. Ahora sí, el momento que a mí me encanta en el alma. Vamos a presentar a mi primer equipo. Desde muy lejano, los chicos de ALPHA7 Norte. Ingresa con nosotros en la jungla. Best Player. En el medio, Cold War. De Romer tenemos al siempre listo Shark. En el oro al preciso decía. Y en experiencia, Hello, my guys. Hello. You have to stand next to me, guys. Shark, your team. Good. Ahora sí, chicos. Vienen sus contrincantes. Pongan cara de juego porque entran los chicos de ENTITY7. Ingresando en la jungla, Hayon Bush en el medio, Shin. Romer Bagin, lo aman y lo conocen en el oro, Doom. Y de experiencia, Akashi. Un grito para ellos. Y ahora, chicos, yo no quería una presentación tradicional. Yo quiero pelea, ver el mundo arder y guerra. Así que vamos a hacer un pequeño careo, un pequeño trash talk. Are you okay with that? You have something to say to them, right?
Good luck.
No, not yet. You have to?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Tiene algo que decirte. ¿Tú también tienes algo que decirles?
Sí tengo.
Pero como yo no voy a estar así, necesito que alguien me ayude con el micrófono. La conocen, la aman, su reportera y mi reportera favorita, Mapa. Caster, modelo y todo lo que tú sueñes, bebé.
Rose, buenas chicos, bienvenidos a todos los que están llegando el día de hoy en esta gran final que vamos a tener y un careo interesante. ¿no?
Claro que sí. Yo ya veo que te has puesto de ese lado. Eso significa que vas a estar con Baggy.
Me quedo con Baggy.
A mí me gusta nadar entre tiburones, así que Shark is gonna be me and you, ¿ok? Ok. A ver, entonces, ¿sabes qué? Que empiecen ustedes, los vamos a dejar. Si ustedes pueden
dan los honores.
Sí, dale, les vamos a dar el first pick.
Vale. Entonces, Baggy, algo interesante que le quieras decir ALPHA7 a Shark, en este caso, que sería su contrincante de la ROAM.
Y que en Sul fue su velorio y hoy hacemos lo entiendo de hacer y para siempre acá.
¡Ojo! ¡Cuidado, que son fuertes declaraciones! A ver, porque estoy segura que Shark también puede tener un picante por ahí en la boca.
What do you have to say? ¿Qué tienes que decir?
First of all, thank you everyone for coming and good luck in your wildcard slot.
Bienvenidos todos, gracias por venir y buena suerte en el wildcard. Así les ha dicho.
Así tal cual.
Así les ha dicho. A ver, la réplica.
Algo.
No sé, le vi molesto a Vaguina.
¿Estás contento con la respuesta o hay algo más que agregar, Baggy?
No, tranquilo.
Tranquilo. O sea, ¿seguro de que vas a ganar?
Sí, seguro.
¿Cuánto por ahí? ¿A cuánto? ¿Un 4-0 quizás? ¿4-3? ¿Más apretado? ¿Cómo le pones?
Está todo bien, estamos seguros que va a ganar y que sea una buena partida ya acá.
Las partidas seguramente vamos a tener en esta gran final. Y yo te pregunto a ti, Rose, ¿Shark quiere decir algo más?
Yo creo que Shark quiere decir mucho, pero no se permiten ciertas palabras. Es horario de protección al menor.
Cuidado.
Shark, tu respuesta antes que veamos los match. Your answer to this.
What did he say?
Oh, you even listen. Ni siquiera te escuchó. Ni le importó. Dice, ¿qué dijiste? ¿Qué fue? No, ya. Cálmese. Telo. No, cálmese. No más. Vamos a calmarnos, chicos. Los invitamos. You can sit. You can go to your places, guys. You have to be ready. Oh, he's mad. Ustedes también pueden ir a sus lugares, mapa, porque se viene. ¿Tú sabes que es un BO7?
Claro que sí, un BO7. Bueno, puede que alguien no lo sepa, ¿lo explicamos? ¿Te parece?
Claro que sí, tú eres caster también.
Claro, soy
Entonces,
caster.
Cuéntame.
Bueno, un BO7 significa que esta final puede tener máximo 7 partidas, pero mínimo también pueden ser 4. O sea, puede quedar 4-0, o si esto se pone más picante, con un 4-3.
Uy, Dios mío, eso va a estar. Esperemos que sea un 4-3, porque un 4-0... Qué
delicado, ¿no?
Pero te cuento entonces, ¿estás lista? Porque quienes van a narrar cada una de estas partidas, las voces que escucharemos y nos emocionaremos son mis casters. Que ahora vamos con ustedes, chicos. Llévenos a la gloria.
Welcome everybody to MCT AMER Grand Finals. We are finally on. Today, all eyes are on Peru as our finalists prepared for the battle for the championship. I'm Layla, your host, and joining me today are Kronos and Trex. How are we feeling today?
Well, I'm feeling great. We finally, we're into the English part of this broadcast. No translations needed here. I'm hype about it. Shark, the boys from ALPHA7 are looking great. ENTITY7 looking great. It's the MCT America's Grand Finals. Kronos, are you ready for this?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm hyped. I'm excited to see what's going on. Of course, for those of you who are waiting the entire time for the English broadcast to come up, don't worry, we're here. We're ready to bring you the action. But right now, if you ask me, with things going all around, I bet what Best Player and Z are thinking about all of that just for us to come from the north and take away the trophy. But ENTITY7 have a home crowd on their hands and they want to make things happen for themselves. So Layla, Trex is hype. I'm hype. The question is, are you?
I am excited. I wanted to come in here with a neutral kind of, but with what has happened, I'm going to be all for ALPHA7 to take the win. It's on.
Ooh.
North against South. Let's go.
So now listen, I wasn't going to go straight that way, but okay. No, you are not. There is no voice of reason. There is no voice of reason.
Jeez.
No, we're going to keep it clean. Obviously, we're obviously going to keep it clean. May the best team win today. Obviously, some of us are going to have our favorites today. you know, but I do want to say whichever team comes out on top, I hope we get a great maybe 7 games. Maybe we keep it in classic America's fashion and go the distance between both these teams. I want to see both teams give it their all, but you know, I maybe favor one over the other.
Yes, and
Right,
you
I
know,
mean-
the teams. Let's quickly talk because we're gonna go into the first match pretty soon. But before then, let's quickly talk about the journey that these two teams has gone through this season to get to today, right? So we had our Swiss stage, and then after the Swiss stage, they had the knockout stage, and finally they're here. Kronos.
Yeah.
Through this whole thing, what do you think about these two teams? How have they performed?
I think if you look at both these teams, right, I'm thinking about the double kind of, you know, the situation that's going on. If you're able to read into it, Layla, the double bracket, which is basically the North and the South at the same time, right? And also the sound of people that's coming through, that's double the entire time. I think if you look at how these teams have faced each other, it has been fantastic. They both have a very dominant road going through. Although I think ENTITY7 have taken maybe one more loss compared to ALPHA7, but at the same time, I think both these teams coming in super strong, dominated their division. I think now when you put two giants head to head, it is going to be North versus South. I'm pretty excited because I think the only time it's ever happened is on like an international stage, but for the MCT Americas to come in and this is the first season ever, and we're already seeing the hype when it comes to what ALPHA7 versus ENTITY7. Yeah, I think ENTITY7 having the home crowd advantage, but I think ALPHA7 boys are there to dominate as well through in-game statistics, in-game play. You know, just show off what you can do in the game. It's not the crowd, white noise probably at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't going to be the first time that the players on ALPHA7 have been in a foreign land with another team's crowd in front of them. You know, whether it's booing, cheering, whatever it is, this isn't any of their first experiences of that. So I don't think that's going to be too heavy of an effect. Obviously, there is a lot on the line for both teams here. One could even say that maybe ENTITY7 has it a bit harder because they have to show up today. They're the ones with the fans there. They're the ones that if they fail here, there's a lot more eyes watching in person. To whereas on the other side of things for ALPHA7, you walk in, you know there's no one to impress in that crowd. It's just you and your boys trying to pull this off. So I definitely think there's no way to really get into either team's heads, but ENTITY7 as well, right? Kronos, both of these teams have been there, done this in terms of live stage performances.
Yeah, I agree. I think been there, done that, and not just that. Both these teams have international experience. I think that's the key factor, right? Every single member on both these teams have international experience, and I think that speaks volumes when it comes to kind of dominating the north side of MCT as well as the south side of the MCT. So I think both of them come with international experience. Of course, ENTITY7. Most of the players from ENTITY7 right now were the representatives for Latam in M7, Black Sentence Esports, right? And they formed a new team. The core remains the same. Shin, Hide on Bush, as well as Doom. These three have been playing together for the better half of 8 years, I'd say. About 6 to 8 years from what I know. And I think when you bring synergy that's been there for such a long time, it will translate into trophies. And usually when it comes to the south side of things, these are players that never go in as favorites, right? They don't have the hype behind them. They never go in as favorites, but always are a team that everyone has to beat. And they were champions last season for MPL Latam, but now coming into MCT, it's a new start. It's a new season. Yes, they won South, but to be calling yourself the champion, you got to go through the North, at least for them. And I think better challengers than ALPHA7 with the players that they have on their side could not have said it any better. It could be just utter stomps from both these teams, 4-0, 4-1 from either side, or it could go the distance.
What do we think it's gonna be though? It is a best of 7 today, and I do really want to see 7 games because that's gonna be exciting. We have still the global ban system, if I'm not mistaken. We still see the crazy bans gonna happen, you know, in game when you get to game 4, game 5, game 6, and then you have no global ban. Nothing is off limits for a game 7, which is gonna be wild. I think I want to see, you know, these teams use their signature heroes and really bring an amazing game at the game 7. So I'm cheering for a game 7 just so that I can see what these teams are made out of.
I mean, not only that, in terms of drafting, right, Layla? Just in the past, since what we watched in our last grand finals for just North, or the North finals, things have changed, right? Kronos, we've seen things like the Bakito become popular. Me and Kronos were talking the other day about the Atlas. Just multiple different picks have become popular again. But before we get all to that, use this code for your box-ons, MCTBNX, and get 5% off. Layla, tell us about the box-ons. The box nose? The Bonox? The Bonox!
The Bonox. So one of the sponsors of our event, you know, there's some crazy awesome skins out right now. The box on the Bonox. Okay, so make sure you go check them out for your diamond tops up for a really good deal. We have the Sunreal event that's out right now. I'm trying to get my hands on the Angela skin. So, you know, make sure you go and get that topped up with their discounts as well. So that's an amazing. I'm gonna have to go some. I'm gonna have to top up. I'm kind of low right now, not gonna lie.
Yeah, so make sure you use MCTBNX for the code when you go to Bonox and get yourself the 5% discount when you're getting the recharges done. But you know what, another thing I wanted to kind of touch upon is the fact that every single league of MLBB in the world is kind of done, right? The final one was MPL Indonesia, which is it was just finished with BTR becoming champions for the first time ever, 4-1. But then we still got MCT left. So, you know, put the cherry on top of the cake. That's what MCT is all about.
Yeah, and then, you know, we crown our champion and they move on to MSC. So I think all the other regions are looking to see who they're gonna go up against, right? And so all eyes on this one right now.
I'm excited for it. I'm very excited for it. So now that we've shouted out all the sponsors, we get to talk. I'm very excited. I'm excited for. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little wondering how this is actually going to go. You know, it's ALPHA7 versus 77. What did Layla crown it as earlier? Battle of the 7.
Battle of the Sevens. Yeah. Who's gonna win first round? Okay. Who's gonna win first round? Kronos?
I don't know. It's not exactly a fight, a boxing fight, I would say. But then it comes down to draft. Who's able to adapt? I think that's what Trex mentioned, right? Yeah, I know it's not a box-on fight, but then who's able to adapt faster into the meta right now with the crazy shift that's come in? Don't get me wrong, Harley's still great, Suyo's still great, Leomord is still good, right? It's not gone complete shift, but you know what shifted completely? The maximum speed that you can get on your phone, ladies and gentlemen. You got to make sure you get your Poco X8 Pro that's up in the market right now if you want to get some faster gameplay in your hands. That's what you call a transition, ladies and gentlemen. Ain't that right, Lex?
Oh,
very nice. I wonder if that's what the players are playing on right now, actually, for the game.
Yeah.
Earlier I was like saying how hot it is, and my phone literally lags like crazy when it gets hot. So this phone, if you are experiencing that with your phone, make sure to check out Poco.
I like it.
What do you think?
I could use a
First
I love Poco. I wish they would send me one right now because
I want a Poco too.
Phone. Yeah, shoot that Poco over. I'll let everyone know how fast and powerful and built for gaming it really is. But the first game, ALPHA7.
All right.
Here we go. If it's a complete, I'm gonna put some. We'll put some predictions out there, right? Well, since we have some time to kill, obviously. If it is a complete stomp in game 1 by ALPHA7, I think we might be in for a quick night. If game 1 goes to ENTITY7, I got no clue. We could go all 7 games. Anything could happen. I think, you know, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, Kronos. ENTITY7 likes to play maybe not as much of a up close and personal early game, a little bit of a slower paced game. You know, they're not hyper aggressive in the early phase. And though ALPHA7 they can play slow, But if they get an advantage on you, if they smell blood in the water, if they feel like they are stronger than you and they end up being a little better than you in those first few minutes, they are always going to take it to you. The only time you see these players play it slow is when they are up against world-class teams that are essentially better than them, right? Like when they get to that world stage, you'll see them slow it down a little bit because wait, we're not really, this guy's actually a little better than me. So that's where I think early on we might really see exactly where they both stand. Depending on how ALPHA7 jumps into this game 1 and game 2, if they take it slow, maybe they'll respect them and it's like, okay, maybe we are at a 50-50 here. If they just jump in swinging and get the better of them, we might be in for an early night.
Speaking of how they will enter the first match, because in the beginning we've heard, I think it was Shark saying that they've never played against them, right? So, you know, it's always been they're playing against the North teams and the South team, and this is going to be the first time they play against them. So I feel like for ALPHA7, they will kind of still test the water a little, not go like crazy insane, just to see what they're going up against. So for me, I feel like the first game is going to be a bit of a longer one just to see what they each other can do and then test it out, and then we'll see what happens in game 2, because I think then that's when they know, okay, who we're going up against.
I think game 1's gonna be fast. Game 1's gonna be fast paced, right? It's got to be fast paced with the way that the meta is kind of changed. Hopefully, if teams are have already adapted. But hey, folks, you know what? Before we get onto it, I think we've got the teams up and ready in the arena, and they're ready to rock and roll. We're probably heading into draft soon. But to double down on what Trek said earlier, ENTITY7, it's not like they don't play fast play, it's not like they don't play high tempo, but they're not as high tempo as ALPHA7. So if ALPHA7 can play a very high tempo, get mid priority, I think that's gonna be the key factor here for ENTITY7 for them to take this series against ALPHA7. You want to get mid priority, right? You want to make sure Shin has a good game if you're ENTITY7, and you put the pressure onto Cold World, take away his Gore, which is a comfort pick, and then you can work something out, right? That's the idea ENTITY7 will have. But apart from that, I think ALPHA7 looking to apply pressure through Shark onto Vagin. Those are the two matchups I'm really interested in for the rest of the series. Because apart from that, I think Hide on Bush and Best Player, I think that's a 50-50 if you ask me. In terms of retribution, in terms of the way that they play, their style of play as well, it is pretty 50-50. Yes, Best Player has more advantage on the assassins, but Hide on Bush is clean. He rarely makes mistakes, and that's what's so good about him in being in the jungle, right, Trex?
I can definitely agree with that. I think in terms of jungle, I don't see Best Player exactly having a extravagant advantage over Hide on Bush. Like, I don't think that there is a huge gap there. I think that could definitely be the spot that maybe ENTITY7 look for the advantage in. EXP lane, I want to see if Akashi can actually keep up with Nats. Obviously, you know, we've seen North American players get the better of Nats before. It's not like he is this invincible superstar in the Americas. He definitely has lost his lane before. The question is, can Akashi do that? You mentioned gold lane. I think for me, the major people to watch are going to be these off lanes: gold lane, EXP lane.
Yes.
If ENTITY7 can't keep up in that place, if we see Nats getting quicker rotations, if we see Zia getting quicker rotations, then there's going to be some problems for ENTITY7. Now, if Doom can get the advantage, if Akashi can do that, then they're going to be able to support that mid and make sure that Hide on Bush does get the better of Best Player, right? Because we feel like these junglers are at a 50-50, it's going to come down to the support of these off lanes to make sure that when they're in that turtle pit, when they're in that Lord pit, the jungler can actually have the advantage on that 50-50.
Yeah, and to add on to sorry Layla, but to add on to what you said, Trex, the off lanes about Nats, right? Especially, I mean, if you speak about experience, he's probably the one that has the most experience coming into this. But also, Nats against Akashi. Akashi does have a stacked resume, right? Coming out of Latam, but my guy, like Nats, is there anyone better in terms of having a resume right now with MCT? Nats coming in, so I think if that's why I said you need to get mid priority and then you gotta like EXP and find a way to get your jungle involved, Layla.
Yes, with the mention of how Entity, you know, I do think Shin is ENTITY7, right? He is what the team kind of revolves around, and I think when he has a good game, the team is going to do really, really well. Now, when you mentioned the offline being very, very important, I do think that's going to also affect how Shin is going to play in that game. So, you know, I think then in the end, I would say definitely the offlines. If they're doing well, then that team is going to do very well in that game. I do believe so. So let's have a look at what they're going to pick.
Oh, whoa. Freya gets leaked through to blue side for the trade of Marcel and Leomord. Jushin banned out, Valentina banned out, Guinevere banned out, and on the other side it's Yves, Phoveus, and Basha. These are quick picks right now, Kronos.
Yeah, the Freya coming through, I think that's quite expensive. They're probably looking at to see if this Freya gets into the gold lane or the EXP side of things. But the trade for the Marcel makes it worth it for ENTITY7, if you ask me. Marcel allowed to play as aggressive as he'd like and paired up with the Leomord. So now you know you got a lot of AoE. You got the dive that's coming in from ENTITY7, but the Fredrin, this is what I was talking about. The meta has kind of shifted, Trex. We know what the Fredrin can bring in the Atlas. So clearly ALPHA7 adapted to what's going on, right? ENTITY7 at the same time, they are there. They're not behind the 8-ball. They ban out the Claude, don't give away any sort of comfort pick beside of Zia. I'm expecting a Moskov to come out as well from ENTITY7, but here, if you're ALPHA7, you want to take away Shin's comfort picks. You want to take away the Valentina. You want to take away the Zetian. The Jushin's already gone, so 3 mid lane bans already off the table. Lilia's gone off. I think Gord is another pick that could be viable, but here Moskov's got to go.
Oh,
yeah, I do feel like with the fact that they picked up this Fredrin, meaning they do kind of have to lock in an actual gold laner, right? Like, it's probably not going to be Freya Gold. I feel like you kind of need some range. If they go for an EXP laner along with Freya Gold, then you are literally just like Ube at this point almost. 5 fighters, except for your mage. So without Moskov, Claude, no Harith, what is left on the table for Zia? We've seen her play the Obsidia. For a game one pick, it wouldn't be horrible exactly.
Board.
And I also even think the mid lane, right? Because the Alice has that nice set potential. Something with an AoE for a mage is gonna be amazing.
Yeah, I think you're looking at AoE, but there you go, Valier. And now the Gord comes in on the other side for ALPHA7. And then you top it off with a Marksman. No, not Farsa here. Not against the Leo or not against the Marcel. I think here you go for the Gord. The Gord plus carry. Gord plus carry works out so well for ALPHA7 here. Just because you get the double down of the true damage.
Shark is asking. Like, oh, there you go.
Whoa. I don't think there's not much who can really mess with it.
I don't know. Shark is like, that's a great pick. After he
completely you completely outrange the Valier. Like, yes, in late game maybe, but early game aggression, this does work okay with ALPHA7.
Can I talk about the fact that these two, the Kronos and Trex, have been really, really good with the prediction of what they're gonna pick, even spot on with the picks happening.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
If it's not me, it's Kronos. If it's not Kronos,
Layla.
it's me. At least one of us get the hit.
You guys got it. You guys are on point. You guys should be their coach at this point.
I think over here with this draft Trex, the only reason I didn't like the Farsa just because of the fact that yes, the Sora or any EXP laner could have been picked up, and if you went for Gord plus carry, you can double down on the true damage. You have the space, and that's what's important. But they go for Obsidia and Farsa, so you know Leomord's not going to have a good time. So Hide on Bush and Best Player are going to be crucial moving into these neutral objectives. And of course, Shin has a big role to play, especially when Shark wants to get that big Fatal Links on. In the laning phase, Doom is going to have a much better time. Akashi is going to struggle against Nats, but Trex, here we go. Take us in.
Let's jump into the land of Dawn. It's game 1 in a best of 7 for the MLBB Americas Tour. ALPHA7 going up against ENTITY7, and things are going to kick off quickly already in the river. Kronos, any final thoughts before this action kicks off? Anything we need to focus on?
It's got to be these fast rotations coming in from the side of ALPHA7. They've got themselves an Atlas, right? They've got themselves a Far, so that mid duo is going to be rotating fast. I said about this earlier when we were talking before we got into the draft. You need to play for mid priority, especially against ENTITY7. Push Shin back as much as you can and make sure he does not have a good game. Apply the pressure in game number 1, so moving into the 7th game, if it ever gets to that point, you know ENTITY7 will crack. So if you want to find that chink, it's got to be in Shin.
Heavy aggression from ENTITY7 on the bot side. Right on both way camps. Cold World getting pushed back as well, but a lot of damage on a Vagine. So far, both teams seem to be testing waters, but ENTITY7 is controlling the river right now. Recall's already coming out.
Oh, did you see that? No. That's what Shin's saying. And again, only because of the fact that he is the way ENTITY7 plays, right? Shin is the one that makes the clock work for them. So you know the shot calls are coming in from him. Shark looking to get on the get some Frigid Glacier breaths on him. But again, nice frame moment, pushing them back. You can see Doom's already having a good time against Zia. He's not able to land those hits. But also, this is the battle we want to see. Akashi versus Nats.
Yeah, this is the battle that I think even Akashi wants to see, right? These are the type of players you want to go against, see how you can fare against them. And overall, seems to be a bit of a standstill. On the bot side as well, it's going to be Doom up against Zia, and these are the offlanes we're kind of excited to see play out. Nats does hit level 4 a little bit early, able to get some nice poke damage onto Akashi. Turtle is up as Nats makes his way down. Shin will hit level 4 as well soon. Vagine, not quite there yet, and Shark still sitting at level 2.
Yeah, just hit level 3 right now. And another important thing to kind of point out here, Trex, is the fact that he's running Vengeance on this Freya. But Steed.
Steed comes out. Shark brought very low, taking out Akashi, able to get first blood as Nats jumps in. Best player able to take the turtle though. Nats trying to get away from that airstrike, comes down, big damage onto Akashi. The hide on Bush is locked onto Cold World, and now a little more damage onto Nats. Nats finally falls. McKean able to get the kill. Best player able to find hide on Bush though, looking for more, trying to find another target. It's a double kill, make it a triple. Best player with the Maniac. Only 3 minutes in.
Oh my god, 3 minutes in, he's already got 4 kills. It's not even 3 minutes, it's still 2:55. That's what I was talking about. A slight mistake coming from ENTITY7. Shin was not positioned correctly in that fight. Shark finding enough time, and Cold World with a feathered airstrike being hit. They didn't have what it took to take him down. The Steed went down early, so Cold World positioning himself really well and getting the feather airstrike down on point. And another thing I wanted to point out before that fight is the fact that ALPHA7 have big ticket ultimates. Once those ultimates are used up, the fight cannot be extended. ENTITY7 wants to go in these extended fights, but as long as Nats is present for ALPHA7, extended fights mean ALPHA7 will win. So ENTITY7 took down Nats first, but by the time they took him down, it was too little too late. Bombardment from the skies. The airstrike took him out. 4-2, and ENTITY7 already behind, but they still do have ways to turn it around, right?
For sure, it's not a huge gold. It's only 300 gold right now, but still, 4 kills going to the hands of best player will be helpful. Level ahead of hide on Bush right now. Here's the thing about the Farza, right? For the past year or so, it's not like it's been the most meta mage. It hasn't really, but it can still work as long as you play it correctly, and the timing on the ults are going to be crucial for Cold World, but the same thing goes to ENTITY7. It's kind of a little bit of game of cat and mouse, right? You're waiting for the other person to pop their ult so that you can strike on them. So who can bait out those big triggers first? Cold World was able to hold off until the right time, get the damage, best player takes the risk, and it pulls off. ENTITY7 now going to need to rethink the way they approach this next turtle if they even want to go for it.
Yeah, and I think clearly Nats' target was Shin the entire time, but look at the top side. Akashi being pushed back. The moment he's pushed back, it's not looking good. Already Steed is out before the turtle. This means ALPHA7 will get priority on this neutral objective, so that should be a 2 for 2.
Yeah, Vagine, though, is hanging around. They decide to back off, go down to purple buff, and you are correct. Another turtle for ALPHA7. Puts them at about a 600 gold lead or 900 gold lead at this point. Shark and Cold World also starting to move a bit more comfortable around the map. At first, it felt like Vagine and Shin were just kind of in complete control of that mid. And even though ALPHA7 seems to be taking the long route around, Cold World takes some damage, but he's not, I mean, he's comfortable right now. We were worried about Cold World. We felt like he might be the weaker link, and he seems to really be willing to test the waters.
Yeah, I think it's because of the fact that you got that range, right? The one thing you want the Pharsa to do is have range. You want to have the high ground. The moment you get the high ground, you're going to have a great time. You don't have anyone diving on top of you. And that's what the problem with this Valir is. It's going to be awkward to position yourself against the Pharsa. And that's why you said you like the Pharsa in this case, right? But you got Vagin who can dive on top of him. So if he gets a good dive with that frame moment to cancel out the feathered airstrike, will work out. But also when Akashi makes his way into these fights, those big Stormbinds will start working for ENTITY7. They're not really that much behind in goals, just 1,000 ALPHA7 though. Shark hasn't popped off yet. Extended team fights again. ENTITY7 will have a good time.
Ooh, best player getting a little bit of poke off. They're going to go for this camp here. Vagin getting pushed back. They're going to get a stun. Feathered Airstrike comes down, gets a quick shot onto Doom. Vagin taking a shot to his face as well. Best player gets to re-engage onto Shin. Looking for the poke. Zia takes a tower. Best player in a bad spot though. Caught between multiple members. Shark not there to help out. It's a shutdown for Hide on Bush. A nice bit of gold into his pocket. Now Shark trying to get away, but the damage just way too much. He's taken out Doom. Gets the kill with the Zaman's force. That's 2 members down on the side of ALPHA7 North.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. You push them back a little bit, make it a little difficult for them to breathe, and that's what happens. The Feather Airstrike came in a little too early, right? Vagin took the most of the hits, and that was go time. This is the game of cat and mouse we were talking about. Again, look, the Feather Airstrike comes in early, Vagin dives in, forces the cancel, and now for the turtle is not going to be available for the next 30 seconds or so. So they're doing everything that they can to get this third one and find advantage to go into the first lord.
Ooh, Shark gets the grab, pulls him back, in comes Ian, getting some nice damage as well. Hide on Bush still able to get the turtle. Shark goes down. More damage. Nats trying to get away, but he falls. Hide on Bush is a double kill. The appraised grab drops, but it's still not enough for triple kill. Over to Hide on Bush. 3 members down on the side of ALPHA7 North. ENTITY7 now moving on from inside of Zia. In Cold World, the Feathered Airstrike comes down, just trying to defend, just trying not to lose the tower. The turnaround from Zia, Zaman's force from Doom. Gets some free shots onto Zia. Zia looking for the re-engagement. Here comes Hide on Bush. Look at the damage under the tower. Looking for targets. Zia claws on, gets a couple shots off, and gets away safely.
Yeah, the Hunt of Bone, really crucial. Again, this is one of the most important factors if you're looking at Obsidian. That's why Zia is so good on this hero. It's been a great pocket pick for him. Because the moment he picks it up against a Leomord, that to Leomord does not have a good time, right? But folks, don't forget, it is still global ban. So if you're ENTITY7, you want the big W. You want to make sure this Leomord works out, the Harriet works out, the Marcel works out. You need to maximize what you can do. So the pressure this time is on ENTITY7, even though they have the lead. But same thing with ALPHA7, they won't get themselves this Atlas. They won't get themselves the Freya. So yes, there are expensive picks on both sides, but I think ENTITY7 are making it work right now. Mid-game slowly should be in their pocket. They need to find a way to shut down Nats. Otherwise, it's going to become a problem sooner or later. Yes, they've already taken them down early, but in terms of priority, river control, ALPHA7 have had that from the beginning of the game. It's just about when the Feather Airstrike pops, ENTITY7 go in hard.
And the big question is too, when will Nats have the big moment? The Valkyrie's Ascent really hasn't been showing out. He keeps jumping in, just getting taken out quickly. Nats needs to kind of show up at this point, because honestly, Akashi seems to be having the better game. Feathered Airstrike does come down. Cold World never stingy with it, using it continuously every chance he gets. And I think that is the right play. Up on the top side, of tower does go down. ALPHA7 might be behind in gold, but they are leading in terms of map control.
Yeah, did you see Vagin, like, you know, bobbing, weaving, dodging it, a little bit of a break dance on the land Dawn. But yeah, I think when it comes to Akashi versus Nats, I think this is going to be crucial for the entire series, right? You got game and game, but oh wait, look at Nats, he's trying to jump in already with a Spirit combo. But on the other hand, ALPHA7 North get themselves control over the Lord after pushing out the long lane. Doom is giving it up, but it's okay to let go of the tier 2. They want this Lord. They want to contest. Vagin goes in. Frame moment. It's looking good for ALPHA7.
Feather Airstrike comes down. ALPHA7 can slow play it though, right? Because bottom lane is pushing. Tower drops. A lot of damage from Shark, pushing Doom and Shin away as best player stays over at the Lord. Vagin watching Shin along with the Kashi as Nats hangs out in the top bush. The pressure is on. The Lord does get reset, but ALPHA7 continue to keep it slow. ENTITY7 waiting for a moment as Hide on Bush moves up to push the top side down. ENTITY7 needs to maybe make a move here quickly. That lower lane keeps on pushing. ALPHA7 back it off a bit. They know they need to reset. They're going to let best player get that purple buff. Does ENTITY7 make a call for the Lord pit here? Do they reset as well?
Yeah, I think over here, ENTITY7 needs to go and get that long lane pushed in. The waves are piling, but slowly and surely, ENTITY7 have also got... The waves are crashing in. I guess ENTITY7 will get the slow push right now. They got themselves the advantage. That's why you can see Zia already making his way. This should be a clear go signal for ENTITY7. But there's the fight that's breaking out.
Zamon's Force does come down, mid lane going to be pushing in. Cold World drops down the Feathered Airstrike, his best player, clears the wave. Nats with the Valkyrie's Ascent onto 3 members, gets frozen up though by the Golden Hour. In the mid side, Begin gets caught up, a nice shifting skies, but wait a second, they're all pulled back. Shark makes a play onto Doom. Zia takes out Begin. Shark taking out by Hide on Bush, he's trying to pick up the pieces as Nats falls, triple kill for Hide on. Now best player all alone, tables have turned. Cold World trying to help out, but 3 members close in onto ALPHA7 North. Just when they thought they had it, ENTITY7 pull it back into their hands. The Feathered Airstrike drops down onto Hide on Bush. A lot of damage. One more shot connects, and Cold World gets the shutdown. It's back to a 2v2 in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, what a shutdown. What a time to be alive if you're Cold World, right? This Farsa is slowly starting to pop off. There's no way to close the gap. You get everyone but the Farsa. It becomes a problem. But not just that, Zia in that matchup, in that skirmish, locked the Hunt of Bone down and didn't allow Shin to make any sort of plays, trying to run away with tails stuck between his legs. But now the Lord again, half 18,000 HP. Seems like ALPHA7 are going to pick this one up.
Hide on Bush still not up right now. A big freeze does come in. Begin taking a lot of damage. Shield is up. Can best player security gets knocked up. He's able to get it down to the boss side. Akashi able to grab Nats. Looking for more targets. Best player taking a lot of damage. They're all falling down. It's Cold World left against 5. They take the Lord, but at what cost?
Yeah, what cost? Expensive. Look at that. They can try to get on top of Cold War. Akashi really wants that. They lose them at tier 1 and the top tier 1 as well. Bot side's gonna fall. Tier 2 is gonna go down. This is what ENTITY7 wanted. This is what the Marcel brings into the table. Too much crowd control. Even in that fight, did you see the amount of shield he had? It was crazy. ENTITY7 doubling the score against ALPHA7. The goal lead, though, just about 1.5k. It's not enough, but at the moment, with the Lord not on their side, they should start looking at a way to push this Lord quickly through. But Shark is already on top of things, and ALPHA7 slowly and surely needs to maximize what this Lord can provide.
Yeah, can they take a mid-tier 3, a mid-tier 2, something here? They were able to gain a lot of ground just from that Lord dance in the bot side, but ALPHA7 are behind right now in terms of gold, in terms of what they have to fight with.
Oh, no, dude.
Maybe in the open map, things can go a little bit better for them. Begin continues to be a nuisance. ENTITY7 slowly stepping back in the face of this Lord. Down on the mid side, Nats alone up against Akashi and Hide on Bush. ALPHA7 gonna readjust. Feathered Airstrike comes down, lands onto Shin, brings him down to about 60%. ALPHA7 get nothing out of this Lord push currently.
Yeah, if they don't get anything, they give away more of a goal lead on the side of ENTITY7. It's 3.5k on the side of ENTITY7 right now. They're kind of pushed back. ALPHA7, they need to play aggressive, but look at Vagine so deep.
Everyone flicks back though. Golden Hour does not connect. ENTITY7 do gain some space. Feathered Airstrike comes down, gets a nice stun onto Akashi. Akashi able to dash away. Zamon's Force has been used. ALPHA7 looking to readjust. A wave of minions coming down the mid onto that tower as Doom makes his way up to clear it.
Yeah, I think in this case, Vagine is just so good at being a bait, right? The moment he goes in, he demands and commands so much attention of ALPHA7 North that they've got to respect this Marcel. And that's why you see teams banning it out, right? It's just too much of a hero for them to deal with. And the moment they fall for that bait, Akashi comes in, gets a massive Stormbind. At least that's what's been the case whenever ENTITY7 win out a fight. And then Hide on Bush comes in, cleans up shop. The only problem they're facing is they're not able to catch Cold World. And the moment they do, ALPHA7 are going to fall apart. But if ENTITY7 go too deep to catching Cold World, they will pay the price. And that's what best player is there for. That's what this Fredrin is there for right now. May ALPHA7 flew south of the border. They're trying to make things happen, but ENTITY7 have their guard up and ready to take the fight to them. So far, 15 minutes in, It looks like it's gonna be a long night, boys.
Layla might have got it right. Game 1 taking its time right now. Nats, even with him being at 0-4-5, he's doing a good job at controlling these off lanes. But if ALPHA7 wants to win this, we're going to need to see a little bit something more. A lot of damage going to land on a Shark here. Brings him low, and Doom gets the kill. Shark down with a 35-second death counter. Cold World's going to be next. 2 members down. Lord is up. ALPHA7 going to have some trouble here. But look at the bot side. Zia making his way to the tower. Going to look for an inhibitor here. That is huge. Is he going to go for the steal? Best player looking to try to delay him. Nats there as well. Don't know if he's going to be able to make a full push in as Akashi makes his way back, but still it's huge. Nats now just trying to get away. Can he do it? Caught him between 4 members. No, finally taken out. The damage from Doom is just too much. Inhibitor drops, but ALPHA7's left with nothing but best player in Zia.
Yeah, and I think but the job is done, right? They lose that inhibitor. They're able to alleviate some sort of pressure coming out from the side, from the long lane. But oh my god, best player's just taking too much damage at this point. Look at Doom. He is unstoppable.
They're trying to delay as much as possible. Shark there in between multiple members as well. Lord will go to hide on bush. Shark able to maybe just get away along with Cold World. Lord will be coming soon. They just need to clear these waves. They have lost an inhibitor. Minions are crashing in, but ENTITY7 definitely looking with a strong advantage right now.
Yeah, ENTITY7 have the Lord in their favor. The longer the game goes, the stronger it becomes. It's not an evolved Lord, right? That's the thing. It's not an evolved Lord. It's going to be marching down the mid lane. It's coming in a little faster than ENTITY7 would like. They've not regrouped themselves. They've still got a wave pushing up on the top side. So this could be a little bit of a good news for ALPHA7. They need to find a way to blitz it down, but they don't have Zia, who's coming back up right now. So all 5 members going to be online for this defense. But ENTITY7, Vagin could get a massive golden hour, and that could trigger everything for ENTITY7 to work out.
Their strike comes down. Shin takes a shot to the face. Best player bobs and weaves out. They're able to not lose the tower here. ALPHA7 hold on, defend. ENTITY7 move back to the jungle and back off.
Can we talk about how Shark just went in and got a massive fatal links at the same time? But to his credit, if he wasn't able, if he didn't do that, then ENTITY7 would have jumped on top of him.
The strike comes down once again. Begin able to get the golden hour onto 3 members, but ENTITY7 does not follow up. Oh, wait a second. Nats going way too deep. Is this the play to make, or is it a mistake? They respond quickly, taking out Nats. Best player in a little bit of trouble. Shark looking for the fatal links, able to walk on hide on bush, but he just brings it back to Cold World, and now Cold World goes down. The Appraiser's Wrap connects to nothing. It connects to air. Bazia looking to find a new target, finds one, but falls for his misgivings. It's nothing but best player against 4, and a wave is crashing down the bot side. ENTITY7 looking to try to close this out. One mistake can throw ALPHA7 off of game 1, and that might just be what happens here as ENTITY7 close the distance. A big crash on a best player. He falls. They're onto the base. ENTITY7 take game number 1.
In such a strong fashion, not like they just walked away with it. They gave ALPHA7 a run for their money. Yes, best player got a Maniac in the early game, but that's as good as it gets for them. After that, it was a slow chokehold coming from ENTITY7. Yes, they lost their grip a few times, but ALPHA7, hey man, feels like they're punching above their weight a little bit right now, but I might be speaking too soon. ALPHA7 will be coming in hard next game, because you know that could have been a wake-up call. Maybe all that talk and no bite, all that bark and no bite would have got to ALPHA7 right now, and they know they got to bring in their A game. But game number 1 dominated by ENTITY7. Apart from that Maniac that best player got in the early game, Layla.
Yeah, let's just talk about the Maniac. It was great. We'll go back to that part only. No, the entire team comp for ENTITY7, right? I mean, with the Shin, it's just anti-dive, and it's just disgusting with a Valier, because you're slowing something like a Fredrin who's already so slow, and you just can't move with the skills that he's landing. And poor Shark, baby Shark right now. He's a baby Shark right now.
For me, a lot of it came down to Akashi and Vagin. Akashi played an amazing game. We were focusing heavy on the XP laners, and he majorly got the better of Nats. Nats, on the other hand, did not play that great of a game. Made a lot of, honestly, weird plays. Honestly, big mistakes. Even that last play there where he jumped in alone into 4 members. I get it, you're on the Freya. Maybe it was OP 3 or 4 weeks ago, but times have definitely changed, and the composition that ENTITY7 had was the answer to it overall. Here we see him again. He jumps in, immediately gets Golden Hour, going a little bit too deep, and this was a moment where maybe it felt like they were going to get the big advantage, but it was trouble. Hide on Bush just outputting insane damage onto multiple members. Nat's not getting a single kill throughout that whole game, and if the EXP lane is losing that hard, then the other team is going to have a huge advantage.
Yeah, not just that. I think even in these fights, Zia, this is the reason I don't really like the Obsidia, right? Yes, it's a Trinity marksman, but it's like, it's on the bottom of the pecking order when you pick up a Trinity marksman. In this case, that's what I was thinking. A Farce, they could have gone a Gord plus a carry, would have done a lot more. You get double the true damage. You're able to deal with the front line quite easily. Yes, you don't have a lot of range, but you're able to withstand a lot of the sieges that's coming in from ENTITY7. You're okay absorbing damage. You're inviting pressure because the amount of damage that the carry can do, and you got the early game in your favor with the Gord, but that wasn't the case. They went with the Farsa, they went with the Obsidia, and Obsidia didn't have a great time in the laning phase. Cold World had a lot of pressure on him, but to be honest, it just felt like Shin was overwhelming him in the gold lane with the speed that they had, the rotations. 1-3-20 from Wagin, 2-1-19. So you know for a fact it was mid-priority on the side of ENTITY7, although ALPHA7 did have the faster clear. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, for those who have never watched the league in the South, those who have never watched the game from the South, you gotta know Shin has been MVP after MVP for a reason. He was week 1 MVP in South, he was week 6 MVP, and he is the one that makes the world go around him when he's playing for a team. He did that with MCS Esports as they qualified for M7. He's doing that right now for ENTITY7 as they are looking to get into MSC.
Shin played an amazing game overall, even on a hero like the Valier, where you have to be a bit more up close and personal. And we were wondering if ENTITY7 was going to be able to get aggressive, and it looks like they most definitely can. Against ALPHA7, even from the beginning, the little back and forths with him and Cole World, able to sidestep. Same thing with Vagin. We saw tons of aggression coming from them, holding their own, not letting ALPHA7 roll over on them. And the biggest thing I think we have to talk about is the fact that they were behind in the beginning. A Maniac happens. They're able to keep the composure and still get the dub in that game. Even when they lose Lord, even when they're down on Hide on Bush, that one Lord that, yes, ALPHA7 gets, but then they get a 4-man wipeout against ALPHA7. So overall, it's a team that can keep the composure very well, and ALPHA7 needs to be able to clock that if they want to compete in the next match.
Yes, ALPHA7 definitely needs to now step it up. They have kind of tested the waters, see what ENTITY7 can bring, and they really brought it this game, right? They really showed what they can do. And now that we see their cards, now we know what ALPHA7 can do. They see the cards, they know what they're gonna do to be able to counter them now. So looking forward to that second match when they do that adjustment. And also, they did use up a Harith, right? Speaking of global ban, like Entity used up a Harith. They banned out so many of Zia's heroes, so I can see game 2 is gonna be better for Zia, so that will be a good thing. And then depending on how the ban goes for, I think, Shin still, right? He got MVP for a reason. He is definitely what's gonna make it or break it for ENTITY7. So we kind of have to keep in mind how to counter him.
I think in terms of draft, ALPHA7 needs to prioritize Zia. Zia needs to go up on the he should go up on the pecking order because he's the one that's been the star of the show for ALPHA7 for as long as we can remember, right? When the chips are down, when everyone's having a terrible performance, it's always been Zia. He's been the constant, he's been the consistent one for ALPHA7. So give him a hero that he can get something with, right? Imagine that game, he instead of having the Obsidia, he probably had a Moskov. That would have been great for him, right? And so I think you just want to make sure you give him something that has room to make outplays, that has room to kind of dish out the damage, not rely on certain, I don't know, gimmicks, I would say, right? Because Obsidia, is so heavily reliant on the Sky Piercer if he doesn't get the stack. Yes, it's a Trinity Marksman, but again, single target and doesn't really do as much damage as a Moscow in that case. But yes, Zia needs to go up in the pecking order.
Muchas gracias, mis casters. Y ahora tengo el agrado de presentarle a mi público acá presente y hermoso y todos los que están en casa a nuestra jueza, que es la hermosa, la bellísima, la inigualable cosplayer Sombwa. Adelante, por favor, aplausos. ¡Buya! Muy bien. Sombwa, me han dicho por ahí que hoy día no te han reconocido y es que estás haciendo los personajes más nuevos que tiene Mobile Legends. Mikirara.
Así es, mi querida Rose. Para todos los que todavía no saben cuál es mi personaje, déjenme presentarles. Me faltan mis abanicos gemelos, pero el día de hoy he venido como la nueva campeona Kirara.
Uy, uy, uy.
Disponible esta semana.
Ya saben, chicos. Además, también les comento que va a aparecer un QR en pantalla con el cual ustedes pueden escanear y votar en tiempo real por el cosplay que más les guste que vean el día de hoy en el escenario. Recuerden que después que termine la pasarela tendrán 2 minutos para finalizar la votación. Solo 2 minutos van a tener para decidir el destino de estos cosplayers tan capos, tan increíbles, tan todo lo demás. Estos chicos han pasado una preselección hecha por ti, Sombwa.
Así es, mi querida Rose. Los escenarios son lo mejor de lo mejor que podemos presentarles aquí en el escenario. Así que voy a pedirles a todos que vean cada uno de los detalles que los cosplayers le han puesto.
I would.
Yo me imagino que acá el público va a conocer
I'm thinking, what would I go as if I was to cosplay? I don't know. What's the, you know? Do heroes have like a theme, right? Whatever is, you know what? I'm just talking random stuff, bro. I'll probably go as Alucard because it's easy. You just gotta put a suit on. But take a look. Is that supposed to be a Nana? Yeah, that's a Nana, isn't it?
That's Nana.
Hey, you throw Melina a duck.
What? Who got that? I need that. Is that a giveaway?
That's cool, a Nana.
That would be cute. I want him.
I would have done Slumber Party Nana myself, but hey.
I swear, that's a great skin. Slumber Party Nana.
Shout out to Ritz.
Is elite.
First time I ever met her, she was Slumber Party Nana in the middle of Vegas.
Well, hot. As in,
look at that trophy,
it's burning out there. Nana.
Look at that trophy, though. That trophy is crazy. Right? MPL's got their own trophy, but MCT's got its own trophy, as you'll imagine. Right? You get the blue one, we get the green, ladies and gentlemen.
That goes hard. Hold on.
I like
the Ruby.
You know me, I'm a Ruby fan. You guys know that. I'm a Ruby fan. Oh no, she dropped her hat.
Nah, the best cosplay so far, Kirara, bro.
That's the new hero.
Yeah,
I mean
Kirara. I don't know the hero.
Is
The
it a
cosplay is
scythe?
fire.
It's a scythe. Is hard to make, bruh. That's a big.
Yeah, a big scythe.
It's a big scythe.
Scythe.
Claro que sí, yo creo que todos lo podremos apreciar mejor cuando esté en el escenario. Igualito cuando le pido mi experiencia que venga, mi Rubí llega igual.
I don't want to say it. Did you read that?
No.
I don't know if we should say it, but I don't want to. But hey, guys, you gotta appreciate the cosplay that these participants have put it in, right? Let's not forget, there's actually a prize up for grabs for them. It's 250. Is it 250 or $200 US? The winner gets 250 or $200 US. I'm not sure about that. Layla, can you confirm, please?
Yes, it would be $250 US for the. I think they also get something else on top of that, though.
Yeah.
Wait.
So for first place,
Is that Sicilian?
Oh, that's Sicilian.
Yeah, that's Sicilian.
Yeah. Lunox.
Lunox.
I like it
Cosplay's
too.
pretty cool.
Very pretty.
I like the wings.
Is that the Zodiac one?
That's the Zodiac one.
Right?
No. Yeah, I think so.
No?
Yeah, I think so. I think it is. Lunox. They gotta say the dialogues too. All right, how about this? Then
I'm vibing with the
go
Ruby.
one by one. Yeah.
I'm saying Ruby because I see a lot of legs. I like it.
I'm vibing with the Ruby. We're vibing for the same reason.
I want Ruby to win. Definitely, I would say Ruby. I would, if I have a vote. Aw, Angela!
Hey, someone said Sanrio?
A ver, Ángela, demuestra
Papi,
cómo
papi,
ganas
pum.
y te vas con tu dúo. ¿A cuánto les ha pasado? ¿A cuánto les ha abandonado su Ángela? A ver, todo el mundo en el escenario.
Cute. I still have to say Angela, even though I love Angela, but the Ruby skin.
I think Lunox cosplay is pretty hard to pull off there, not gonna lie. Is this Moskov? Where's Zia? Why is Zia dressing up in Moskov? He didn't get to play Moskov, so he wanted to become Moskov himself.
Oh, it's got smoke. That thing goes pretty hard. Come on. He did it. He did it. He ate.
Definitely a lot of effort.
We don't know what was cooking, but he ate.
Something's cooking in that spear.
Aprecien todos los detalles, por favor, gente, porque hacer un cosplay así
Yeah,
no
chicken
es sencillo.
nuggets.
Y ninguno de los cosplays que están acá es fácil, así que por favor, cada uno de
Pollo
ustedes tiene
nuggeto.
que ver, apreciar los detalles y votar por su favorito.
Necesito acercarme. No.
He's committing. He's
I
committing.
am vengeance incarnate.
Vexana, juro que lo salvaré.
Okay.
A ver, por acá también una frasecita de Nana.
He's my number 2 right now.
¿Quieren ser amigos de Nana?
Oh, see, they're speaking the lines now.
You little baby.
Aquí, por aquí, a ver.
That's what I said. I translated
Got
what
a
he
baby
said.
strapped to their chest.
Is there a hero that has a baby strapped to the chest?
Oh, shh, be quiet.
Que empiece la cacería.
Cute.
Ruby.
Oh, she just
Ruby all day.
Stop it, Trex.
Ruby filter. We have
We
a
already
Ruby
saw-
filter on right now.
Why am I not there in person right now?
We know.
Recuerden, chicos, que ya empezó la votación, así que voten con el
We know. You know what? Oh, they're having fun. They're having fun over there.
Paramis. Ya nos dice tu frasecita, pero una más.
Oh, Samus.
Vivir es engañar a la parca.
Oh, that's Feramis.
Porque es protección del menor.
You're so dumb.
¿Qué me digan entonces?
That makes more.
Producción?
Feramis is kind of tough, yeah.
2 minutos.
Tienen 2 minutos. No, ahora tienen medio minuto, me acaban de decir.
Tienen
Ya pasó.
tienen 1 minuto. Voten por favor por sus
All of us thought it was Moscow, wasn't it?
Ah, ya, minuto y medio me dicen.
Yeah.
We did.
It's crazy.
Mira, qué bueno que en esta ocasión el público participa para que también se sienta parte de la comunidad, porque un cosplayer no es un cosplayer si es que no representa a su personaje favorito y los demás también lo disfrutan junto con él. Así que por favor, apresúrense, voten por su favorito y recuerden que también pueden seguir a todos nuestros
Ruby
cosplayers
for the
en sus redes
win.
sociales. Los vamos a estar etiquetando.
Is that everybody casting their votes right now? Oh, I think so. So everybody, look at the QR code on screen, and if you wanna, vote for your favorite cosplayer, make sure you scan that and vote. Everybody vote Ruby.
Where?
No kidding.
I want to vote.
Yeah, that
Where's the
QR
thing?
code in the
Where is
back
it?
there is what you wanna scan. It's on the screen in the back.
Seguimos en Instagram porque
The
yo
big
te
screen.
sigo en tu
Oh.
casa.
Oh, I got it.
There.
On WhatsApp?
Listo, ¿cómo te encontramos?
Takes me to WhatsApp.
Yeah, so you have to go to their WhatsApp
Se
to
vende su
vote.
corazón, chicos, contentos. ¿Cómo te encontramos?
Oh, sheesh. Yeah, folks, make sure you scan that QR code. I forgot to vote. I zoned out.
Jurado contigo y no llegaste una vez en un evento.
Oh, you have 6
Not
seconds.
voting for Ruby, you're wrong, guys.
Vamos a ver, gente, por favor, no olviden votar. Es en este momento, no
Put the
es
votes in.
después, no es cuando suban
I need that QR code. Pull up the stream.
quién es el ganador de $250
Part of too many groups
y una
on WhatsApp.
medalla para el ganador de
I think they
esta
said that to
pasarela
me too.
cosplay Mobile Legends.
Así es. Me van
Does that
a
mean
enviar
we
los
can't do it?
resultados a mi celular. Y hablando de
I'm
celulares,
exiting
has probado
groups.
de nuevo
We'll get it
Poco
next time, I
Xbox
guess.
Pro, un celular con el que vas a poder jugar. Un celular con el que vas a poder
I think
jugar.
we've rallied enough viewers over to Ruby's side.
Yo, it's normal. That's not proof. That's crazy.
Mobile Legends, bam, bam.
Oh, I've reached limit of groups you can join right now. What the? When?
What is everybody? Everybody got that. I don't even have that many groups. What do you mean?
Yeah, I know. I never knew that was a thing.
Una lucecita en el centro para los que no lo habían visto por si acaso. Cada uno de ellos tiene detalles muy finos y muy bonitos que demuestran el amor
Ruby's got this.
a sus personajes.
This is why I got the Ruby skin too. The legs.
The legs.
When I saw, I was like, I need that skin.
Michaelito también tiene luz en sus props. Por favor, muéstranos, muéstranos, para que todos puedan apreciar cada uno de los detalles. Yo he cargado esa guadaña, gente. Pesa. Es toda una hazaña que nuestra querida Nana, bueno, Nana de cosplayer, esté cargándola con esos zapatitos.
I think she's, I guess, making comments about.
Whoa.
A ver, chicos, producción.
The legs. They heard you, Layla.
The legs. Told you.
A ver, chicos, entonces ya tengo el ganador que lo voy a mencionar.
The eyes, the red eyes too. What?
Wait. For the win?
Faramis. For the win?
Or is that like a runner-up?
He got the dry
I
ice
mean,
and
no,
everything. Smoking water,
Yeah.
bro.
Dale cheque. Sogua, no te quedes con el
Yeah.
cheque. Sogua, por favor. Sogua va a hacer la entrega de el cheque que Faramis va a tener. Y porque en Mobile Legends Bamba nos encanta hacer extras y tener un extra.
He won.
También le haremos
I mean, he deserved. He was my number
de su
2.
medalla. No quiere su medalla, gente, la rifamos. ¿Ustedes qué dicen?
Para
mí.
For Ruby.
Now we Trex. Now we Trex
Suéltalo,
is.
el Sogua lo va a sostener por mí. Ahora tu medalla.
To be honest, yeah, that's a fabulous
Me and
costume.
Layla.
Me too.
We weren't talking about you, Kronos. Whatever. There is
Whatever.
a here. It's not just Trex.
Bueno.
I'm just being thrown under the bus right now.
Alta humildad.
Estuve,
It's
mira,
okay,
voy a
we're a
ni siquiera
trio,
dormido
you
porque
travel
estaba
with
terminando
us.
los últimos
You can't-
detalles
you don't even have
de que
choice.
me enteré
Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying.
Voice of reason here,
Igual, que iba a haber un
Carlos.
curso cosplay, ¿no?
You're the voice of reason.
Igual, gracias a los que me han apoyado y bueno. Gracias a todos.
He actually answered the round for that.
El ganador
He
de
did.
la
Yeah.
There's a lot of detail on
If we
that.
didn't get it, then he deserved it.
Así es.
And I'm not gonna lie, like
I
the
mean-
way
El ganador puede acompañarme
his like
conmigo.
composure and like the way he
retiramos del
presents
escenario
himself
porque ya
is kind of
tenemos
Faramis.
aquí. No te preocupes, Sogua te va a ayudar con tu chequecito, ¿no es
What?
cierto,
Like
Soguita
he was
preciosa?
just flying around with no legs?
Muchas gracias.
No. Claro que sí, como ya ven en mi escenario, ya estamos
This guy
listos
cold
para la
talked you,
siguiente
bro.
partida.
No, he gave me
Los
that
chicos
like,
están
you
sentados,
know, like
refrescados, han ido al
it's
baño,
like
han hecho nuevas
the
estrategias,
death
han planeado, han hablado,
Yeah,
yo veo que
there's-
sus caras de
Like
juego
he's
ya
about to
están
fucking,
puestas.
ooh, like he's about to bring it back to life.
Sin más preámbulo, empieza la segunda partida y con ustedes, mis casters.
Ooh, back to us.
Yeah, we're gonna say hi again. Thanks for seeing our faces again, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be on soon as we get into game number 2. Draft should be underway pretty quickly. As game number 1 happened, you guys saw what happened with the cosplay. We mistook the Faramis for a Moskov, but it's all right. Things happen. Not the end of the world.
It was the wings. It was the
All right,
wings.
but also, it was the wings. Exactly, it was the wings that. And then honestly, we were so flabbergasted with all that smoke around the wand that I thought it was a spear. I just thought, he was radiating aura. Have you seen that skin? The epic skin on Moskov? It looked like that, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
so
Moskov skin.
I think the
The
players
dragon
are
one.
kind of getting ready
Yeah.
for game
Fear of
2,
dragon.
right?
I was with
Speaking
you.
of Moskov, I'm hoping to see Zia on a Moskov in game 2. So
Moskov, Harith, Claude, whatever. Any one of them will work. They've still got 3. The major thing is if they get one of those picks into his hands, they really got to win that game. I think what's going to be huge for ALPHA7 coming into this next series is they're probably not going to hold many punches in terms of draft. They will kind of do what Kronos was saying, where maybe we focus Zia, we focus some of these important picks. And that means it's going to be crucial on winning, because if they lose those picks, they already lost a game where maybe they had some prio, the Freya. I'm starting to put the Freya on fraud alert myself personally, but they had the Fredrin. Outside of that, nothing too major was lost, if I'm not wrong, right? I mean, it was just Farza, it was Obsidia, the Atlas. Yes,
Atlas.
But as you can see, there are answers to it, right? There are answers to it. Even there, if you have enough of a good front line, something like the Leomord, it can be hard to dive in and really pull a lot off. So we'll see how it pulls off.
I think since it's global ban, right? I think ALPHA7 are probably okay letting it go. That's one of the important things I would say. For the fact that it's global ban, they're allowed to breathe. Even though the Atlas is gone, it's okay. Shark can still pick up the Grok that we know. There's still the Cho that he's really good at. So there are plenty of options. The Kaja is another great option if they want to go for it. Guinevere, Kalea. So plethora of options to choose from. But my only thing is, again, coming back into the jungle side of things, how deep does best player's pocket go? Because if we go game 7, right, if we are going down, because we've seen this pattern in the semifinals, in the finals of, you know, the groups of North and South as well, we've seen after game number 3 they start targeting a certain role, right? Because they know certain players don't have really deep pockets. Picks are already off the table. There are some that you do not want to let go of whatsoever. They start chunking, hacking away at that one pick. And I think, which one is it going to be for either side? That's the big question here. I think if you're looking at EXP, or rather if you're looking at ENTITY7 side of things, Doom could be an option, or it could be Vagin. But Akashi has played plenty of heroes to choose from. So I think Doom or Vagin would be the way they're going down towards if you're looking to choke somebody out. But if you're ALPHA7, or like if you're ENTITY7 looking to check out ALPHA7's options, best player, maybe Zia, but he can still play the Bruno every now and then, right?
Bruno's definitely a possibility. I mean, there's still a lot of, especially once we get into like game 5, game 6, not game 7, but game 5 and game 6. Yeah, there's definitely the possibility of seeing something like a Bruno or Beatrix. You know, there's some of those picks are still possible to pull up and work, especially when Harris and Claudes and all those things are gone. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if we get to a game 5. You know, I mean, there's always a possibility that ENTITY7 could just keep this flow going. Can ALPHA7 actually, you know, catch themselves back together?
And I think, are we going into the draft soon? I mean, like, speaking of the first match, you know, with the draft pick, they banned out a lot of Shin's mages. So, you know, for that first game, they really try to deny Shin some of the really OP heroes, and then for ENTITY7 they denied Zia. So for this second game, are they still going to be doing that?
I mean, we'll see.
Are we
exactly
having some technical difficulties?
No, I mean, looks like they're definitely waiting a little bit for draft, so we do have some time to kill. I like the communication, though. It does seem like ALPHA7 right now have their cool together. They're not completely out of the game. Not sad faces all around. Being patient. And this is what me and Kronos were talking about, is both teams seem to still be keeping their cool. Even after that first win, ENTITY7 didn't pop off, you know? They're like, okay, we got the win. It's not over yet. When they all stood up after the win, it wasn't like huge excitement over everyone. They know that there is still a road ahead of them, and both teams aren't letting excitement get in the way. They're not letting problems get in the way, and that's the type of composure you want to see. I don't want to see Nats with that yawn. We got to calm that down.
Wake up!
Or something. That's what we did. He knew too. He was like, oh man, they got me with the yawn. Somebody gotta send him some of those cosplay people just to wake him up, you know, after that really nice cosplay competition. You know for a fact the players are up, right, representing pretty much every lane. No, right? Faramis, Lunox, Angela, mostly mid lane, wasn't it? Mostly mid and roam. So yeah, I bet the players are definitely having a fun time, right? If they end up on the winning side or the losing side, of course they want to be on the winning side to get themselves the MSC slot, and the loser goes to the wild card. Regardless of who wins or loses, ladies and gentlemen, both these teams will be traveling to Paris, right? One for the wild card, one for the main stage slot. And at this point, after looking at the wild card, man, I don't want to be there. I think for the first time in a very long time, the wild card looks super stacked, right? When it comes down to an international, either M Series or MSC. I don't think I've ever seen the wild card being this stacked right now. So whoever ends up being in the wild card, they know they're going to have a really rough time getting to the main stage. But I think
regardless of what happens, both these teams need to pull up in terms of what the draft has to offer. But because in the previous game, ALPHA7, the draft didn't really look too good. And I think it credit where it's due. They were willing to take the trade, and they knew ALPHA7 are probably gonna go for the Freya over the Marcel, right? Since it's not a very Shark-esque hero, but we did see him perform really good with it at one point. And still building to try and get to the point where the Marcel can be an active threat. 2 minutes to the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Both the teams are prepping up, getting their strategies on point, hydrating themselves. So yeah, I think in this draft, Layla, you think they're gonna go for a trade again, or just keep it simple? Don't try and reach too far.
I like what you said about, giving Zia that prio pick is gonna do a lot for ALPHA7, but I still think they should be banning Shin. Don't ban any here, ban Shin, please. Because that's I think still, and then just looking at them right now, I think Vagin, he is so confident right now, the way that he's carrying himself right now. So maybe he has something up his pocket too. We shouldn't be doubting him. He probably has a hero pool that's like pretty deep as well from the look of it. They're getting them rallied up.
I want to touch on what Kronos just said. With the way that first draft went, trades are already kind of like we got a huge trade in game number 1. It completely changes the way we look at these drafts coming up, right? Because it comes down to there's no longer a Marcel Freya trade. There's no longer a Freya trade for anything or a Marcel trade for anything unless one team wants to not ban it, right? It's kind of a weird spot that both teams are put in, and it's going to make some of these bans be either very locked in for the next 4 games, to whereas we're always going to see a Freya and Marcel on the board, which limits some other things or opens up some other things, should I say. But it definitely changes the way both these teams want to approach the next few games here.
Man, Zia waving to the crowd is crazy. Zia was just waving to the crowd, saying, "Hey guys, thanks for all the support." I think both these teams got to get locked in. And you're right about the trades, right? Since these big expensive picks are kind of off the table, then what's it gonna be now? Game number 1 is off. Does ALPHA7 say, all right guys, we tested the waters right now, we know where the level's at, we gotta go all in or nothing in this game and get the aggression they want? We don't want to see Shark yawning like that, man.
Yeah,
we don't want to see them yawning like
over
that.
there.
Yeah, get some coffee going for themselves. What's going on? But look at ENTITY7. They're locked in. They understand the assignment. They got it on their jerseys. E for engage. That's a fabulous jersey, by the way. I want to get one of those. Need to DM Haram Bush and Shin like, yo guys, throw us a couple of those jerseys. Right. Just saying. Trex, you gotta pick it up, bro.
I like ALPHA7's jersey. The holographic.
It's
not bad.
Cool.
Ooh, yeah, the shiny.
It reminds me of Esther's skin.
You got the reverse hollow.
Right.
Reminds
the blacklist one for Estes holographic.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Fair enough. We jump into the draft though. ALPHA7 get blue side again. ENTITY7 ban out the Marcel this time. They don't want to let it through. ALPHA7 no longer has to worry, or ALPHA7 are the ones that are going to have to worry about banning the Freya if that's something they don't want ENTITY7 to get their hands on.
Yeah, they gotta ban it out. You gotta respect the Freya, right?
Gonna have to replace the Eve ban that they banned in game 1.
So
and you don't want to give Shin a Eve, man.
No, they banned that out, definitely. They should still ban that out, and the Lilia too, I think. But with ENTITY7, they played Marcel and they played Haworth, so they're banning those 2 heroes. So that they really brought it in the first game. They took 2 heroes that they thought was gonna be very important.
They do give up the Freya here, though.
There we go.
Paquito.
Pack.
I've seen a lot of Paquitos out there.
It's meta. It's probably it's probably the only pick right now that's justifiable as blue side pick 1. Right now, apart from Marcel.
If there's a pick that Nat should do well on, it should be this too.
Yes, I agree, but That's what I was afraid of. You don't give Shin comfort hero, man. Not the Eve. Not in game number 2 when they already got game number 1 in the bag. They're okay to take it just because of the fact that they get themselves the Valentina, which is a great trade. They get the Claude even, so that's adding more firepower to ALPHA7. This is what the blue side brings in right now, right? You get that one power pick that you're willing to make the trade for, and then you get a lot in return. But at the same time, ENTITY7, we say we got the Freya. Don't let it slip. Pick it up, and now you know these neutral objective fights are gonna be dictated by either Cold World or Shin.
The Eve though and the Freya, I mean overall ENTITY7's draft works well together too, right? They get the Freya, this time they get it paired up with something that combos very well with it, and that is the Eve, something that can trap you in the box, something that can hold you in, and then the Freya keeps you in even longer if you're able to pair up those knockups around the RWM. On the side of ALPHA7 though, yes, it's aggression, it's comfort, it's exactly kind of what these players would want in their hands. If there's anyone that I want to see play the pack, it's definitely Nats, but I thought the same thing about the Freya, so at this point, I'm a little bit worried about Nats coming into this game on another very aggressive EXP laner. Can he be the one to, you know, start getting those kills on the board?
You're right, because now they're missing that heavy front line.
Yeah, Paquito does do really well under the Freya though.
And they don't have a Basha, so what kind of jungle are they going to have that is going to act as a front line for them, right? Well, we still have, we still have Shark to pick a front line for them as well.
The Hilda's gone. Trex to double down on what you said. Pac does really well against the Freya. That's one of the ways that you kind of, you know, that's one ways to kind of stop the Freya from getting out of control. Pac does have fast clear. You're a threat to the Eve. But here, Marcel's already taken off. Hilda's gone. Gato Kacha comes in. So there's a couple of ways to deal with the Valentina, right? There are a couple of ways to deal with the Valentina. You either go too crazy in terms of the ultimates that you have, so you're confused on the Valentina, or you just don't give anything. But in this case, they've got a lot. They've got the Valkyrie Descent, the AOG, the Violet Requiem is also pretty decent. You get yourselves the RWM. I think that's the most favorable one if you're Cold World, but in this case, what do they go for? They got to get themselves a Roam, Khalid to get some mid-prio. This is very strong Valentina Khalid. We know how the meta started when MCT started, with these two being prioritized high up the pecking order. But look how far they've fallen off in terms of what the meta has to offer right now, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, Leo Mord, right now, this is the composition that ALPHA7, I think, really wants. This is the composition that if they're going to pull off a game, it's something aggressive like this. But ENTITY7 has already shown that in the face of aggression, they can hold strong. And with the composition they have, they also have some stiff arms. They have the ability to RWM best player. I've heard it out of your own lips, Kronos. You know, the Leo Mord sometimes doesn't have a good time against the Eve. Luckily for ALPHA7, they have Shark to answer that. It's a lot of, you know, rock, paper, scissors in this lineup, Layla.
Yes, I'm just looking at ENTITY7's comp, right? The Eve and the Guinevere and the Gato. Can you imagine that? Just having a set kind of like that is just ridiculous. But I'm hoping Nats can come in with that, you know, Paquito and be able to kind of clean up the backline, because yes, you have that set, and then, you know, the Freya and the Carry comes in and deal all that damage. But if Paquito can get to Carry, then, you know, it doesn't matter if they had a good set.
All right, it's game number 2. ENTITY7 takes it all in game 1 in this best of 7. Now Alpha looking for the revenge game. Can they do it to tie up the score, Kronos?
Yeah, really good start though. If this is the way to tie up the score, it's a really good start for ALPHA7. 20 seconds in, already a lot of damage to Vagin. You force out the region early. So now you know for a fact that they're not able to get priority in terms of rotation. This is what the Valentina plus the Khalid offers, right? High damage output in the early game. You get yourself control of the river. And now along with the Leomord, you add more problems. You force Hiron Bush to make a rotation in the mid lane, free up a little bit of breathing room for Vagin. It could be first blood early.
Ooh, Shark is forced to flicker back. Kind of stuck on best player right now. Lethal Wander, I think, does go to the side of ENTITY7 in the mid side. ENTITY7 now pushing in, looking to steal a camp from the side of ALPHA7 North, and down goes Cold World. First blood over to Shin right now. Shark Force back as well.
This is what I was talking about, man. You don't want to give Shin his Eve. He's been a monster. But ALPHA7 did have a better start, though. It started going wrong when Highland Bush made the rotation early into the mid lane, catching Cold War and Shark off guard. Shark biting more than he can chew, and then all of a sudden, force the flicker. You force Cold War back, and Shin is having a good time. He flickered forward for that kill, too. Right, so no flicker is going to be there for both these mid laners. Shark is not going to have his flicker on time as well for this turtle. Vagin should have the revitalize maybe just after the fight, but Doom has been the target. Need to slow down this carry as much as possible. Give Zia the advantage as they prioritize the Claude in the draft.
And Zia did pick up the Purify. Vagin with the Revitalize, no Purifies on the side of ENTITY7, but they don't really need her, right? On the side of ALPHA7 North, Cold World, Shark, Nats are going to have to watch out for those big knockups. They are going to have to watch out for all of this crowd control. They went for the more aggressive flickers. They went for that aggressive play that they like to do, but it's already not really showing up for them. They're down a kill. They don't have control of this Lord right now. Best player going to make his way in. A lot of damage onto Vagin, but he's able to flicker back. Best player able to get the kill, though. Now, with the steed out, Zia goes down up at the top side. Best player falls to Akashi, and it's looking bad for the side of ALPHA7 North. More damage on the Cold World. He tries to dash away. Doom able to flicker in and pick it up. 3 down on the side of ALPHA7. ENTITY7 get the turtle as well.
Akashi looking to get taken down.
Nats able to get the kill.
Finds an angle and able to get that jab to pick that kill up. Akashi, he's getting the job done though, right? He's getting the job done. He's there in these fights. He's being a nuisance. He's able to make these fast rotations. And we're talking about them bouncing up and down with these knockups, the trampoline effect in play for ENTITY7. And so far, even Doom pushing back Zia. Oh no.
A little bit of a knock-up on a Nats. Nats down to about half health.
Oh no.
Gonna get knocked up again. Akashi with the Valkyrie Ascent. Can Nats get away with the re-engage? Gets the jab, but still goes down. Akashi gets the kill. The bullying onto Nats in this series so far is relentless. He's 2-1-0 right now. Zia also having trouble in the gold lane. ALPHA7 having trouble across the map.
Trix, are we seeing a little bit of chinks in ALPHA7's armor right now? We saw this earlier when they went up against Vendetta, right? We saw this a lot when they went up against Vendetta in the north side of the North group. But now it's just slowly being exposed a little bit more. Churobami did a fantastic job against Cold World, right? When it was ALPHA7 versus Vendetta. But here against Shin, it's a whole different ballgame. It feels a little too much, even though they got mid priority. Like Shark and Cold World should have mid priority in this case with the Kalidas plus the Valentina, and they did get the early aggression. The mistakes are coming in from positioning.
I don't know if I completely put it on Cold World, because in game number 1, Cold World's positioning was amazing. He saved some of those fights. Cold World did a great game in game number 1. If I had to pick anyone who really kind of made the most mistakes, it was Nats in game number 1. In game number 2, yeah, Cold World getting a bit diffed. It seems like there always seems to be one player so far from at least game 1 to game 2 that isn't holding their own. Right now for ALPHA7 North, still wouldn't put it completely on Cold World. Zia shouldn't have gone down in that last fight. Best player goes a bit too deep, taken out. I think overall ALPHA7, whether it's underestimating, whether ENTITY7 is just playing kind of the better game, yeah, there's definitely cracks all over the armor of ALPHA7 North, but in comes the big flicker from Shark into the backside, but Nats still alone. RWM does catch, and RWM as well catches best player. Nakashi slams down, looking for the next target up on the top side, though. Shark is still alone, and ALPHA7 is split up. This is what we're talking about. Everyone attacking at different angles, but not working together. Nats unable to get the final shot, and he goes back to his lane. Another turtle into the hands of ENTITY7.
Talk about splitting their legs apart. Ankle breakers coming on from ENTITY7 right now. And they get Cold World in the mid lane as he was trying to defend. The tempo that we were talking about earlier, Trex, when it comes to ENTITY7, they don't like to play high-tempo games, but ALPHA7 do it now, taking their own game against them and taking down Zia on the top side. Sandwiching the Claude. It's 9-3 right now. They've got themselves a 2.5k goal lead, and is looking up for ENTITY7. Meanwhile, best player and ALPHA7 needs to find advantage. They need to find neutral objectives to get control of the game. And this is what you were talking about as well, the Yi versus Leomord.
Oh, Shark just wastes the sandstorm. Doom able to flicker back into safety. ALPHA7 looking for plays, but unable to actually make them succeed. It's just too telegraphed. It's just too easy to read for ENTITY7. ENTITY7 just seems to be playing a regular game. Not even really trying that hard, honestly, and ALPHA7 are in shambles as we speak.
Falling apart slowly and steadily. But I think ALPHA7, we know these players, they've got the experience. They're okay. They're good at prepping themselves up. They need a pep talk. They probably got it too while watching that cosplay show. So
maybe they were too focused on the cosplay show.
Yeah, bro, that was pretty fun, not gonna lie. But I think here ENTITY7, you're right. They're not playing anything out of the ordinary. It's just a clean game. They're able to make some fast rotations. I think early on with Akashi being able to make a fast rotation compared to Nats, it became a problem. And that's what happened in the previous game as well. Nats did not make an early rotation, which costed them a bit of the early game from the EXP side of things. And that kind of that's hurting ALPHA7's chances. And I don't think ALPHA7 kind of expected this coming into this matchup, making a little bit of a mistake in terms of underestimating your opponent. That could lead to bad things.
What's interesting too is ENTITY7 likes to play this grouped up composition, right? And even from game 1 to now, ALPHA7 is the first one to get a tower. They're the first one to secure some of these big objectives on the enemy side. But ENTITY7 keeps beating them because of this split up composition. ALPHA7's having trouble dealing with them in the team fights, right? ALPHA7 plays the map well in the early game. They play the map well in the mid game. But in terms of when it comes to a 5v5, it seems like someone's always a little out of position for ALPHA7 North, and ENTITY7 continues to get the better. You can even see them now. ALPHA7 taking more of a 1-3-1 approach across the map, towards ENTITY7 on the other hand, Shark by himself right now. You have everyone a bit more split up.
Yeah, I think ENTITY7 grouped up together, able to rotate fast. Oh, but Nat's here.
Ooh, RWM does come down. Cold World out of position, gets taken out. Akashi with the killing spree. Oof. And now Akashi jumps back in. Shark in a little bit of trouble as well. ENTITY7 find the moment. They're going to move on to the tier 3. A big jump on from Hide on Bush, but he doesn't connect onto anyone still. Best player wants to try to clear the wave. ENTITY7 got what they came for, a kill and a tower.
Yeah, I think at the moment right now, they got themselves the tower. The pressure is on. ENTITY7 have picked up the pace of the game. I don't think we've ever seen ENTITY7 play such a fast tempo. They're confident. That's what this speaks. When you know a team is playing such high tempo games, they are confident. They're oozing out confidence right now. And ALPHA7 North look like a shadow of their former selves, to be honest, because this is not what we expected out of them. Nats, yes, he's doing a good, okay job so far on the Paquito, but he's not yet popped off. I wish we could take a look at the items to see how far they are. Best player having to use the steed just to clear the wave.
Not a bad play completely. I mean, it is what you want to try to do. It's okay to use the ults to get rid of these waves. ENTITY7 keeping steady pressure on them. A big knock up on a Shark. Shark in a bad spot. Doom gets the kill. Hide on Bush on this Guinevere has just been a monster. He does not miss right now.
The three, man. It's the trio.
Will be spotted by Akashi. Vagine goes in, takes a lot of damage. Vagine with the Revitalize, able to get all of his health back, essentially. As ENTITY7 works away on this Lord, ALPHA7 cannot make a way in.
They got the trio working out of their favor. The trio of Hide on Bush, Shin, and Doom. These three have been playing together for as long as people can remember, right? And it's showing the synergies on point. They don't even have to communicate. Shin is pretty much there whenever Hide on Bush goes in with the spatial migration. He gets the right target. And the lack of respect without the Purify coming in from Cold World just shows in this case. But yes, I mean, you'd want to pick up the Flicker just to be able to make these outplays. And they're punishing him for that particular aspect. Nats hasn't had a clean angle to go in whatsoever. Zia has barely farmed up the Trinity to try and get on top of the back line. Look at that RW. Even oh my God.
AOG onto 2 with the knockup on the best player in the Violent Requiem. Zia comes in with a blazing new weapon. The damage just not there. Everyone from ALPHA7 does get away. Hide on Bush goes down. Tower about to drop on the mid side. Tier 2. Vagine forced to back off.
Oh, Nats.
Nats trying to make his way around. Looking for a target. Can he make a play here? ENTITY7 decides to back off. They lose a member. They take the tier 2 in the mid. Is that a good spot for ALPHA7?
Nah, man, it's not a good spot for ALPHA7. They're losing their tier 2s both on the top side and both in the middle. Oh, Shark, no, what are you doing?
Oh, my Lord. RWM does catch Doom, though. Everyone survives.
Oh, you know what though? In that fight, Doom forced the flicker out of Shark. They got the RWM through the IMU, but Doom still didn't flicker. The flicker still didn't pop off. So it's confidence. These small interactions that take place within the game, it just speaks about player confidence at a certain point, and now best players just cut off completely.
A dive under the tower. Best players should be able to get away here. A lot of ults used on the side of ENTITY7. Literally all of them, except for hide on bush. No tower down. It's a good position for ALPHA7. I mean, one thing that I can say to give them a little bit of slack here is ALPHA7's done a good job at keeping up with the map once again. Top lane, they're actually winning on. Mid lane is the problem, and it's going to cut off their rotations in terms of these Lord fights and trying to make it up to that top side, trying to make it up to that long lane quickly.
Well, they need a way to work things out. If you're ALPHA7, on at least in the long lane, like you mentioned, they do need to work things out for ENTITY7, but they don't have their tier 2, so the waves are going to be pushing a little bit more. Vagin by himself is able to zone out 5 members of ALPHA7 right now. They're grouped up. They've got nowhere to go. They're too scared to be picked off right now. Only Purify stand in the hands of Zia, but Hide on Bush has been lethal with these spatial migrations. Akashi is 5-1-2. This is what we were kind of expecting out of Nats in the previous game, right? When he had the Freya in his hands, but Akashi 5-1-2 on the similar kind of a Vengeance Freya, able to be the front line, but also dish out the damage. Just working out in terms of the composition, the tempo, the rotations. ENTITY7 are making it work like clockwork, but ALPHA7 needs to find advantage. He's got to come with the hands of Zia. He's got to make that split work. He's got to push through. Oh no, Nats here might get caught though. Fighter record already expended.
Nats forced to use the flicker. Hide on Bush gonna chase him down. He gets the shield, trying to get to safety. A minion blocks the ball. ENTITY7 back to Lord now. ALPHA7 maybe looking to try to contest this. Shark gets vision, will get caught up, force the flicker back. Zia continues to work on the mid side. RWM does come out.
Ooh.
A lot of damage on Best Player. Best Player may not be able to get away from this. Re-engage though. RWM from Cold World as well. Can they make the play here? Vagin brought low. Zia able to get the kill. And now finally ALPHA7 is trying to make the turnaround, but ENTITY7 continues back as Doom takes out one. Nats finds Akashi, but a double kill over to Doom. Make it a triple. ENTITY7, most mainly Doom, will not stop. It's 5-0-1 on this carry.
It spells doom for ALPHA7. That's what it is at this point. He's putting up the 3 fingers as well. He's got triple in his pocket. 5-0-1 on a carry right now. It's only 14 minutes, Trix, and we're already starting to see Doom is becoming a problem. We saw it earlier against Shark, forcing the flicker, even with the quicksand guard. But I think right now they're oozing out confidence. Again, I cannot say it enough. ENTITY7 taking it to ALPHA7 right now. They've got no answers for it. He got the Trinity, got himself the Window of Nature. That's why he wasn't able to go down after the winner, after the BMI Blazing Duet play. Now building in towards a Malefic Gun. There's no way that ALPHA7 are going to be able to reach him apart from maybe a flicker from Shark. Oh.
AOG doesn't connect, but it does open up space. RWM comes down from Shin. Able to get the knock up. Down goes Best Player once again. Tower falls as well. ENTITY7 looking to end this early. Blazing Duet jumps in. Cold World, double knock up from Hide on Bush. They're going to move on to the base. Shark tries to get the stun, but it's still just not enough. Everyone's wiped. And it's 2 games in the books for ENTITY7.
It's 2 games in the book for ENTITY7. It's a wipe towards the end as well, taking no prisoners whatsoever. And oh my goodness, it was absolutely insane with this game that it went about, because you know for a fact that ENTITY7 are looking to wipe the floor with ALPHA7 North. And the rest of the North that's watching right now, you must be baffled, because nobody really expected this coming into the series, right, Layla?
Right, exactly. Everybody, I think, all had that. We had that in mind that, you know, ALPHA7 is the team to beat, and it doesn't seem like that. I do still think that there is a possibility that these teams are flying in, you know, from US, from wherever. They need to kind of get settled. I do have I think something to do with that maybe. And then just being in a environment where, you know, they're in an environment when nobody's speaking English. They're like kind of in a environment that's not
Layla.
nice for them.
No,
I
Layla.
think.
Listen here.
Layla.
Listen here. I can
about
come
to
into
say
this.
you're reaching.
I will come into this saying I am a fan of ALPHA7, but there are no excuses. We do not hold punches
I'm about to say,
on
yeah,
this desk.
you're
I can
reaching
be
right now,
biased,
Layla.
but I'm also not going to hold punches against the team that I am cheering for. ALPHA7 needs to tighten up if they want to win this. ENTITY7 has their number right now. Look at the KDA. Cole World 0-5-4. Shark 0-4-6. Even Nats. We talked about EXP Lane. He seemed to be doing well in the beginning of this game. Still not completely showing up, and best player as well. All of them seem to be in some positions at times that they just shouldn't be in. Here, everyone's split up. Every time they get into these fights, someone is not where they're supposed to be. ENTITY7, on the other hand, are playing like a well-oiled machine. They are a unit right now. No one is ever out of position. Everyone knows exactly what their job is, and they are capitalizing on that job.
And you know what? Speaking about how Nats and Akashi have been taking this lineup, we've been talking about Nats for a while, right? Everyone knows the resume of Nats. For those of you who don't know Akashi, he was the representative for Latam before. He played with RRQ Akira, right? He's one of those players from RRQ Akira when they were dominating the Latam League. And he had a bad couple of seasons, but now found his way into this lineup of ENTITY7 with Doom, Shin, and Hide on Bush. And they've clicked, and it's working to perfection. This is what I'm talking about. Look, Shark forced the flicker, and look at Doom. Use of the Phantom Step preemptively, so he doesn't have to use the flicker when the RW is dropped down. And again, best player just not in the right position whenever it comes in. Vagine has been on top of things when it comes to this. Blazing Duet was so good, but unfortunate that the damage dealers just wasn't present. Shin and Doom were not there in the fight, so they weren't able to do it. And Doom comes in at the right time, able to clean up shop, gets himself a triple, got a lot of gold in his pocket, and now you put ENTITY7 up by 5K, and that's plenty of gold to take down the base crystal. A great RWM from Shin. Again, nobody able to touch him. He has been the conductor of every single play. He's been the shot caller. He has been the one that makes everything tick for ENTITY7 in this case. It's a symphony. It is everything in his favor.
Yeah, very well played overall. And Shin, Doom, times he was supposed to go down, he was able to get out of the way. Draft coach right now. Right now ENTITY7 is playing peak performance. They were completely ready for this series, and it's showing from game 1 to game 2. And I really got to say, I think everyone's going to, hopefully at this point, ALPHA7 aren't all pointing fingers like, oh, you're doing this, or oh, you're doing that. That's what the people are going to do. But right now, from my eyes, it is a mixture of all the players. Each game, someone plays a little bit better than the other. Each game, someone plays a little bit worse than the other. All of them have made mistakes. Zia, on the other hand, maybe not too out of place. We haven't seen anything huge from him, but he can't pop off if not given the time. And even there, in coach's hands, why do we let that carry come in so late? That was what, a 4th, 5th pick carry? Was it?
Yeah, it was a last pick carry.
So I think
even then they favor. I'm looking back at the bans, and it's Hilda Yuzong banned instead of banning out Gold Lane. I think they thought too much into the fact that maybe this Freya was going to be Gold Lane, and it's just oof.
At this point,
it's bad.
Shin's got MVP back-to-back, so when does it get to the point where you start, hey, we need to get this mid-prio? I know a lot of people were not, a lot of people don't watch the MCT South group, right? And people don't really expect a lot come from him, but I've been telling you, Trex, I've been telling you for a long time, if it was ALPHA7 South, I'd be like, okay, ALPHA7 North can do it. ALPHA7 South are very prone to making mistakes. They get heated up in the moment, and shout out to Paquito. He's one of my guys in terms of what he does in Rome, but he makes these mistakes that are crucial in these crucial moments, and that's one of the reasons why ENTITY7 were able to get this big dub in the South group. But yes, when it comes to ENTITY7, Hide on Bush, Doom, and Shin don't really make a lot of mistakes. They don't make risky plays. They don't make plays until it favors them. And you know what else favors you, ladies and gentlemen? The code from Bomax, MCT BMX. Make sure you get that 5% discount when you go there and recharge your diamonds, so you can get those Sanrio skins that are coming up right now.
All right, we're gonna go into the
Epic rap battles of history.
rap battle coming up. They're gonna take a break, right? They're gonna compose and kind of summarize what happened.
I'm gonna compose too. Take a break.
¿Cómo están? Me presento, yo soy MCS y no vengo solo.
So,
yo vengo acompañado
fun
con
fact,
mi brother
the
desde
winner of
Brasil.
the rap battle is
Sí,
gonna have
hermano,
a
¿qué fue?
prize
Una fuerte
of
bulla para él, hermano, que nos visita
that's
desde
pretty big.
Brasil.
Para mí es una gran honra, es la primera vez que
Church,
estoy
why aren't you
acá en
there?
Perú, que tengo toda energía del Brasil para ustedes y quiero ver la energía del Perú, ¿ok? Quiero ver su energía, la energía, la energía.
Yeah, so we had a sneak peek from Trek. His rap is pretty good too. So later on, let's have him do a little rap for us.
Una batalla de
I'm excited. So definitely for
necesita
the
música,
rap
¿sí o no
battle,
solo?
Sí.
everybody.
Necesita alguien encargado de ponerte a ti a bailar y a mover el cuello. Yo quiero que reciban
You know what
con
though?
fuertes
I think
palmas para el
it's gonna
gran
be members of the audience that come in for the rap battle as well, right? So I don't know how we're gonna vote. Is it gonna be votes on whatchamacallit with the it's gonna be votes through the
Muchachos, yo sé que algunos desconocen lo que son las batallas de freestyle. Sé que a algunos les gusta, quizás no, pero hoy nos hemos venido a divertir y a compartirles algo diferente. Porque aquí hay personas, tanto como los gamers y las personas que se sientan aquí a batirse a duelo, también hacemos batallas pero de freestyle. Y eso es lo que hemos venido a hacer como una exhibición para ustedes. Porque hay una liga muy importante a nivel mundial de freestyle, que es FMS. Freestyle Master Series. Para algunos los que conocen, igual hemos traído grandes talentos. Ok, vamos a presentarlos.
Ahora.
La primera batalla.
Sí.
Ok. A mi lado derecho tengo a alguien que le dicen el rey del hardcore. Con ustedes, aplausos. Eso es. Los aplausos son el respeto que ustedes se merecen también. ¡Papita! Primera semifinal. Y se enfrenta a alguien que también ha batido récord con todas sus batallas. El mejor amigo de un grande, el Jace. Yo quiero que reciban con fuertes palmas para Bendy. Muy bien. Ok. Muchachos. Sí. Yo quiero que esas energías estén como al tope, arriba. Vamos a presentar cómo van a ser las batallas, ¿ok? Primer round. Va a ser ronda de personajes. Ellos van a tener un personaje que van a salir en pantalla para cada uno, ¿ok? Papicha va a elegir el personaje que va a salir aquí. Y Venti va a elegir el personaje, obvio va a salir acá, ¿ok? Luego, va a ser un 8x8. Son 2 compases por cada línea en 3 salidas, ¿ok? Luego un segundo round. Este segundo round es con temática. Y la temática también va a aparecer en la pantalla, ¿ok? Y el tercer round es a sangre, un 4x4 de dame que te doy. Así, de una. ¿Ok? Los competidores, ya estamos listos. ¿Estamos listos? ¿Cómo estamos, gente? Sí. Muchachos, ustedes, ¿estamos listos, sí o no? No los escucho. ¿Estamos listos, sí o no? Ay, se siente la energía, ZK. ¿Cómo? Cuando quieras. ¿Quién inicia?
Yo inicio, MCS.
Inicia 20, 8x8. ¿Ok?
Suban a mi micro,
8x8. Suben al micro de Papicha, por favor.
8x8.
Oye, cuéntalo, ZK. Vamos. Mándame el beat aquí en Minier. Todos con las manos arriba.
Mano arriba, todo el mundo mano arriba. Mano arriba. Todos. Eso es gritando para Goku.
Mano arriba. Todos contamos. En 3, 2, 1, tiempo.
onda mi gente? ¿Qué pasa? Todo el mundo ya sabe que el rap está en la casa. Aquí estoy rapeando con mi causa. No sé por qué los personajes en la pantalla no los pasan, pero bueno, así la reto y lo asumo. Si no me salen los personajes pues lo asumo. Al final yo solo soy el número uno, y si no sale el personaje es porque él es uno.
Porque soy uno. Por mi conciencia, yo sería Eda por mi forma y mi apariencia, y también por mis experiencias. Y aparte yo termino la partida y tengo más inteligencia. ¿Quién es esta doncella? Miren a mi amigo, blanquito, no deja huella. Ya lo vieron, lo mando en una botella. Él no es Venti, él es Freya.
Era 8x8 y sigo, porque igual yo le gano a mi amigo. Al final esto lo apago. En la partida yo soy el mid porque me desarrollo como los magos. Ok, hermano, eso es lo que pasa. Vente a raza, yo soy el más duro de la plaza. Sabes cómo todas estas palabras se enlazan. Soy al medio porque tengo todo el control de las masas.
Tiene el control de las masas, por eso es que siempre te reemplaza, chico. Tú no juegas bien, te lo explico. Él es el único que para fedeando a su equipo. ¿No lo entiendes? Demasiado bueno, mi rima sí te ayuda. Pero solo y sin ayuda, yo solo me bajo a la tortuga.
Eso puede ser verdad. Papicha la tortuga le quiere pegar, pero es el típico que cuando empecé a fidear en vez de ayudar insulta a la gente por el chat. Juega mejor, no tienes valor. Y qué triste que en las partidas, aunque no sean de LOL, al final soy yo el que me llevo el honor.
Hermano, no estábamos hablando de LOL. ¿Ves cómo es tu estupidez? ¿Qué haces acá? Eres malo y lo ves. Eres tan malo que parece que juegas con los pies. Y lo peor es que no sabes nada de rap. No eres bueno ni constante. A los 30 años tu madre te compra diamante.
Aquí la gente se está matando, Dios mío. Aquí la gente se está matando. Vamos con el segundo round.
Segundo round. El round de los temas.
Vamos con la temática, y la temática es
competición.
Competición.
La temática es Pinche Tenis, Papiche Tenis. ¿Está listo, Papicha? ¿Está listo, Vente? Y saca el Perú para arriba. Vamos ahí. Sus manos arriba.
Hermano, veamos aplicando, muchachos, cómo se hacen las cosas. Esto no es LOL, eres malo por tus apariencias. No tienes nivel, te estoy dejando en evidencia. Malo por tu apariencia. Cuéntales que yo te paro carriendo en la competencia. Eres malo, Venti, no tienes enlace. Te dijeron que la mano en la clase. Nunca dejes sola tu base.
Ey, de verdad que esto me parece ilógico. Con lo que me insulta siendo su prójimo, me confesó que Papiche es un tóxico. Estoy afuera del juego, por eso manito cuando rapeo te pego. Papicha su único juego nunca va a ser Mobile Legends. Lo único que sabe hacer es armar Lego.
Ay, hermano, la trabaste, mi hermano. Te trabaste, por eso es que sano. Cuéntales que te banearon la cuenta por mecano y porque parabas pulseándote a niña de 15 años. Eres tan malo. Venti, corre. Mira la puerta, corre. Venti, te acabo de romper la torre.
No me hagas molestarme, mongol, porque de verdad que este es un huevón. Papicha, ¿qué te pasó? ¿Que yo le hablé a una menor? Hermano, te estás confundiendo de rol. Ese eres tuyo. Por eso tu nexo lo hago y lo destruyo. Papicha, yo ya soy el campeón más grande del juego y tú sigues siendo un capullo.
¿Un capullo? Se trató de nuevo, andando por Javi. Eres el parásito y no lo sabes. Eres un mago y quieres jugar de carry.
¡Oh! ¡Dale!
No eres nada. Hermano, es el pasado. Venti, eres un fracasado. Tu madre, tu abuela y tu tía te reportaron.
Hermano, yo no te insulto porque de verdad eso de rapear es mi gusto. No te voy a hacer ni un insulto, pero yo estoy carreando y Papicha escondido en los arbustos. Último que nació en la jungla, así que Papicha, porfa no te confundas. porque así en la junta se pierde la primera partida y se gana la segunda.
A ver. El ritual después de cada batalla son sus aplausos. ¿Dónde están los aplausos y las energías? Ok. Por temas de tiempo, vamos a elegir al ganador. Y el ganador lo eligen ustedes. Entonces, vamos a hacer el aplausómetro, ¿ok? Comenzamos con Betty. Primero, ¿cuántos eligen réplica aquí? Pocos, por ahí veo pocos.
¿Podemos ser réplicas?
Puede ser.
De réplicas, producción. ¿Será que
¡Aplausos para Venti! Normal. ¡Aplausos para Papicha! No me queda claro. Aplausos para Venti.
Ahora.
Para Papicha. Papicha es el ganador. Muchachos, nos vemos en la segunda batalla. No se olviden, no se despeguen y esas energías tienen que seguir. ¡Una fuerte muy a Bobby Lions! Vamos con Casters.
Pero siento que estoy muy representado acá. Soy del Brasil. Estemos normal con la camisa de Santos. Sí. Neymar Junior, papi. Sí. Pero yo soy Corinthians, Paolo Guerrero, papi. Paolo Guerrero, Andrés Carrillo, papi. Yo soy Corinthians, tiene que respetar.
The guy in blue, even though I do not understand what Chrono said is, I heard toxic, okay, from the guy in black. So I'm assuming he's saying the guy in blue was pretty toxic with his rapping. I'm just thinking, you know, he's so unbothered, the guy in black. Unbothered, no matter how toxic he is. You gotta be like that in MLBB as well, because if you're affected by toxic people, you lose! So be like the black guy when you're playing MLBB. Or the guy in black, don't say black guy. The guy in black. Be like that guy.
Too late. You said you're spiraling.
No!
You're spiraling, Layla. You're spiraling right now. But you know what? At this point, I think, of course, that rap battle was pretty good. For those of you who understood Spanish, for those of you who didn't, I would say record it, try and translate it. If there's a clipper around that can translate it, that would help out really a lot. But yes, it was absolutely insane. But you know what? At the same time, folks, don't go anywhere, because Trex, I think you got some news. We got a whole nother rap battle coming, because we know you guys love it. We're going to bring another one in for you right here.
Presencia femenina. Ok. ¿Quién comienza eso? Lo mismo, 8x8 el primer round, el segundo round igual, pero el segundo round es con temática. Ok. ¿Quién inicia? Arranca Necia. Ok. Vamos a darle ahí. Todos con las manos arriba. Móviles, todos con las manos arriba.
Todos. Vámonos.
Mano arriba. Vamos,
Este pasante que está al frente es un tonto y no es mi hermano, porque odia a todo ser humano. A diferencia de este gusano, si quiero que gane el equipo peruano. Cuando este solo vino por la paga, le dije Catacris, vamos a vender el mundial, y me dijo, ya estoy viendo, Mbappé metió penal. Mbappé no metió penal, sino que el equipo peruano se fue para el mundial. Mano arriba a toda la gente que está aquí, que estoy venciendo a Necia mientras me hago un multikill, así te digo aquí como estatus de esta people. Ojalá que le guste aquello que le repito. Decía, soy un campeón de todas las competencias. Enfrentarte conmigo es ganar experiencia.
No quería estar acá. Cuéntale a la gente que no eres un rival real. Que Catacris vamos a ver el mundial para que conozca una competencia de verdad. Se va enseguida porque no gana. Yo le quito mi vida. Soy tan necia que ahora activo mi pasiva. Me curo en tu cara y te gano la partida.
La partida, a no ser de que mi nexo todavía sigue arriba. Así que hermana, tú no eres la mejor. Queriendo batallar sola nunca vencerás al Lord. ¿Qué me está pasando? Yo le estoy ganando y se debe en todo lo que intercede. Van arriba de la gente, hoy día le ganan ustedes. Hoy debo ganar el AMER, me siento ENTITY7.
No dijo buenas frases, eres un minion, eres un mini. Te compraste tu panini, si la gente te habla de Lord y piensas en Fabio Agostini. Vas a tu casa, cabrón. Necia te gana en esta competición. Él es la Pulapu y yo soy Yuson. Que va a ser un guerrerito contra Gran Dragón.
Tú eres el Gran Dragón. ¿En serio? ¿Este es de lo que hablaba? Hoy día Catacris va a ser el tipo que te ganaba el Gran Dragón. No puedes si tengo 2 espadas. Entonces le muestro el futuro, mano arriba. Obviamente de que en este momento se nota de que yo le tuturo. Obviamente de que yo le meto en lo que pasa, meto duro. Ella vino de cosplay del dragón oscuro.
¡Tiempo! Ok. Ahora solo. ¿Viste el nivel que hay aquí en Perú? ¿Viste el nivel que hay aquí en Perú? Hermano, ahora un segundo round y la temática es cooperación. Cooperación. Pero que fue público peruano, las manos arriba, las manos arriba, las manos arriba, las manos arriba, las manos arriba. Suelta la Z acá. ¡Oh! ¡Oh! ¡De arriba abajo! ¡Y ya! Y se lo damos en 3, 2, 1.
¿Por qué dices de que yo no rapeo bonito? Si sabes de que te valoro hasta el infinito. Ya sé muy bien, porque a ti no te necesito. No vas a ganar el AMER si flameas a tu equipo. ¿Y sigo? Realmente ya no lo había entendido. No te preocupes, esto es cooperación. Puedes vencer el nexo con la coordinación.
No te necesitas porque nadie quiere tu visita. Arriba no viste la batalla por hacer tus escritas, pero bien que te paraste cuando modeló la señorita. Falta que chico, que no compite, no reciclo. Yo a ti no te visito porque alguien que juega solo no sabe trabajar en equipo.
No saben trabajar en equipo. Ellos son mi equipo. Mano arriba equipo. Eso es lo que necesito. No me importa el cosplay porque yo rapeo solito. Arriba de toda la people que está acá. Todas las personas que les gusta el rap. ¿De qué sirve ser una persona y ser individual si tus dedos cuando haces kill se van a lajear?
De la cooperación porque no eres de la cooperativa del verdadero hip hop. Ves que no sigues el algoritmo y hoy día recién te enteraste que esto era 5 versus 5. Porque no sabes nada. Eres un tonto, eres una ensalada. Te quité mi salida, yo te quité tus entradas. Así como le hiciste a tu ex enamorada.
Mi ex enamorada es que ya lo es y por eso me hablaba. El día de ayer me dijo de que me amaba. Hoy día no quiere cooperar, pues no me apoya para nada. Hermano, ¿qué debes? Mejor trata de hacer las cosas que atreven. Tienes que parecerte a ENTITY7 y apoyar a todas las personas que te quieren.
Las que te quieren y te aterras. Tienes cara de que juegas bajo tierra. ¿No te das cuenta que parece sirve porque en medio se pone a jugar en la guerra?
¡Dale, última!
No sabes nada del escenario. Este skin la quiere pegar de barrio. No eres un competidor, sino un licenciario que no sirve ni de mercenario.
Muchachos, el ritual después de cada batalla, ¿cuál es?
Energía.
Eso se llama cooperación.
Eso es cooperación.
Eso es cooperación. Una fuerte bulla, móviles. La voy a. Ok.
Pero ahora.
La decisión del juradiño. La decisión del juradiño y nos vamos a la cuenta de... No, mentira. Aplausos para Catacris.
Pero ahora.
Aplausos para Necia. De nuevo.
Es otra.
Ok. Aplausos para Catacris.
Ahora.
Aplausos para Necia. Necia, la ganadora, Necia. Muchachos, hay que esperar para la final. Pero seguimos en competición y vamos a dar pase a nuestros amigos de Caster. Y ya.
Welcome back. That was a great rap battle there. We saw 4 competitors really rapping their heart out. Pretty cool. Not gonna lie, but now the players are back and they're getting ready for Game 3. Now, if you're just joining us, ENTITY7 has really brought it. They are now 2-0. They've won the 2 matches that already and going into this 3rd match. Trex, what do you think Alpha needs to do to be able to win this 3rd match?
Play better.
Play better. How? How is the
Don't make
question.
mistakes. Honestly, I don't like. A lot of times, we would talk about this when we were casting ALPHA7 games. Sometimes there is just it's hard for me to like pinpoint anything exactly, but for me, a lot of these plays have been mistakes because, again, you look at these past games, they are playing the map well. They're not exactly losing in terms of map control or macro or anything like that. They're losing in these team fights when someone's just making kind of a bad move overall. They're either approaching them to split up. We saw it on, I think, the 3rd or 2nd turtle fight. Shark goes for a big backline dive. While the rest of the team is on the other side of the pit fighting, gets caught up by the RWM. Best player is alone. Nats is alone. There's just a lot of plays where there's a lot of miscommunication, it feels like, on their team. We saw it in game 1 from Nats. It's not exactly that they're losing in terms of just getting beat by a big diff. It's that they're just they're not playing like ALPHA7 right now. That's all I got to say. Like, it's uncanny watching them play like this, honestly. And ENTITY7 is in flow state. They are playing very, very cleanly. Nobody is making mistakes on their teams from the draft to the gameplay. And again, to back up my claim on that, ALPHA7 is playing well on the map. They're always the first one to get towers, 2 towers sometimes. Their macro is clean. But where you see mistakes really start to shine from a team is in the micro, right? Is in those team fights. And that's where ALPHA7 is crumbling right now.
Kronos, what do you think? Give me.
It looks
some,
like it looks like Knicks against Spurs, bro. Like all of a sudden the Knicks are pulling up.
Hey, at least Spurs got one game.
Like Wemby no more. No, I'm about to say Wemby feels like Wemby no more in this case, right? Like Wemby made the mistake, and now all of a sudden things are falling apart. But you're right, at least Spurs got a game. But in this case, with the way that it's going, feels like it's gonna be a 4-0. Even Onyx got a game off of BTR early. Even Falcons got a game off of TLPH. Just saying, things are 4-1, 4-1. We didn't get to see a lot of 4-0s, but in this case, I don't know, man. Is it going down the road of being a 4-0, right? Because that's what it is. That's what it feels like right now. That was a draft that was the picks that were kind of picked up by both these teams. As we know, we are looking at global bans. It's valid until game number 6 and game number 7. All picks are available. That's the rule of the global ban. For those of you who don't know, the 1 pick used cannot be used for the rest of the series until game number 7. for either side. So yes, it depends on what pick you pick. It's not fearless where one pick from ENTITY7 can affect ALPHA7. No, it's not like that. It's about ALPHA7's picks. They can't use it for the next until game number 7. The same thing with ENTITY7. But you're right, Trex. I think in terms of decision making, it's been terrible from ALPHA7. I think it feels like, you know, ENTITY7 kind of broke their ankles while having the ball. It just feels like it's dunk after dunk. They're not able to do anything, and after a couple of dunks, it's just been shooting 3-pointers and it's just swishing the entire time, and there's no way for ALPHA7 to make any sort of comeback. They did get that Maniac early on in game number 1, so spirits must have been really high, but it got shut down pretty quick after realizing that they did not have any good position around the map. They did not have any good position when it came to moving around, making rotations. You and I were kind of, you know, talking about it behind the scenes as well, looking at how the mid prio was definitely there on the side of ALPHA7, but they never capitalized on top of it. They were never able to convert that into a neutral objective. They weren't able to convert that into any other advantage across the map. And ENTITY7 were really good on applying pressure. In game number 1, they did it in the mid lane, although Cold World did put on a good performance. The rest didn't. Shark kind of crumbled under the pressure that Vagin and Shin were putting down. Nat's not able to make these fast rotations, making mistakes. But you know what, folks? ENTITY7, just like Runestone, never make mistakes when it comes to getting your data on point. So make sure, if you want to liven up your esports journey and line up broadcasts, look at runestone.gg because they light up esports. Ain't that right, Layla?
Yes, we've really been able to analyze the game and be able to follow along these amazing actions in the game thanks to runestone.gg. Coming back to ENTITY7, you're right. You know, even with the mid lane prio, I need to see ALPHA7 play like a team right now, because I think that's the whole everybody's saying. They're not playing like a consistent team right now.
Yeah, you're right when it comes to not playing like a team, but you know what? They're not even playing so brilliant individually as well. That's kind of the problem again.
I don't know. I feel like every time we're seeing ALPHA7 lose, it's during a big team fight, right? That's where they are completely losing out. Even in game 1, they were playing long lane very well. When they lost, it was when they kind of put it all on the line for a big lord. They can't seem to get the better of them when it comes to the big 5v5 or the 4v5 or whatever you want to call it. That's when it seems like all of their comms just go out the window, right? And it's interesting because they do seem to be communicating well during the slow times of the game, and they can get the better of ENTITY7 during those slow times. But ENTITY7 has done great in draft in terms of making sure that they're ready for these team fights. The last draft, it was everything to make sure the hide on bush would be able to land those violent requiems from the knockup from the Valkyrie Descent to the Gato. Everything paired well in their draft, and it's something that ENTITY7 does do well. ALPHA7, on the other hand, it's true. Everyone seems to kind of, yes, they had comfort picks last game, but it was everyone meant to just kind of do their own big plays. It wasn't as cohesive as ENTITY7's draft, but we're coming into draft 3 now. ENTITY7 does get blue side. ALPHA7 this time opting for the red side. They ban out the Claude, and that means there's no longer any of the big 3 gold laners for ENTITY7. Is this the time that ALPHA7 can take advantage of that?
I like the fact that they picked red team this time. I mean, we've seen ENTITY7 really able to kind of counter them with the picks when they were on the blue side for ALPHA7, so I do like that. And they let Juicing through, so that's really big. We haven't seen a Juicing in a while because it's always banned out. And the Hilda with it, I would prefer to see more of a Hylos with the Juicing, but Hilda is still disgusting.
Yeah, Hilda's pretty nasty.
Where do we think this YSS is going,
Kronos? It's got to be jungle, bro. About to say, I don't think Haran Bush has lost on a Eastern Shin in 2 seasons or 3. I think I can in the span of 3 seasons, I can count in one hand how many times Haran Bush has lost on a Eastern Shin. So and this is against teams that have been much powerful, much more stronger. He's gone against you know, he's at an uphill battle. against counters. That's why I'm looking at the Hilda, the Jushin. Suyo comes in, which is really good for ALPHA7, but I mean, this guy has been making it work with the Eastern Shin every single time, so it's a comfort pick. I really like how to play Eastern Shin after I watched him play a couple of times. It's very clean and got the right pieces around him too. The Phoveus and the Glue. The Hill is not going to be able to get to him quite easily. And not just that, the problem here for ENTITY7 will be this Jushin. How will they deal with it? The CC's taken off, so you're not going to have a lot of damage output. The carry's taken off the table. Probably the Herod's going to fall down next. Or actually, Herod's already taken
gone.
Mm-hmm.
off. They don't have to worry about
there's
the
no big
Obsidia.
three.
They don't have to worry about the Claude.
Yeah, this is huge. Where do both gold laners go? And the thing about NC7 is, even though, yes, the YSS most likely on hide on bush, they do still have the opportunity to flex that if they want to, depending on this next pick for ALPHA7. ALPHA7, on the other hand, yeah, you got to show your cards on your gold laner. I'm guessing they save it for last pick, maybe, unless they... What are you locking, like the Bruno here? To try to maybe pull it away from ENTITY7? Go for the Alice, keep it safe.
Doom could pick up Bruno here, not gonna lie. Doom goes Bruno, but then you're so immobile against the Alice, so I guess not. Moskov, the Trinity comes in clutch. No. Yeah, and then what did they in the mid lane? Oh no. Lunox just to put up a little more damage. So this is just, they just want to go burst, split the map and just burst down whoever comes in front of them. So now Zia is kind of forced onto a Bruno or a Granger, I would say. I don't know if a Granger is even great right now in the current meta. Bruno is better. There's a Brody Clint. Clint is good. Clint is good.
It's a little immobile for sure, but I guess with the dive from the YSS, you can kind of, you know, the pick and roll. You can hit the little drop back real quick from some of the dive of these heroes. You have the Alice to hold the front line. Either way, I think this is the game that matters the most for ALPHA7 right here. If they do not put this one on the board, it might be time to wrap it up, Layla.
Yes, and that is what we're facing. You're definitely right. We really need to see ALPHA7 step up in game 3, because if they don't step up now, the game is looking very grim, and we may possibly see a 4-0 at this point. Hopefully, you know, during that break, they had some pep talk, they had some analyzing, and they're coming back strong. Chronos.
I don't know. I like the idea of the pick and roll that Trex said about, but you got to get the screen going, man. Who's going to screen for Zia in this case? Because it feels like it's going to be an uphill battle again, Trex.
It's game number 3, ENTITY7 match point. Or one game away from match point. ALPHA7 North unable to put anything on the board. Can they do it here, Kronos? Best player hasn't been able to show up. Zia hasn't been able to show up. Nats, Colwell, Shark, none of them have been able to be a star just yet, as ENTITY7 has been completely dominating these past 2 games.
How is a YSS able to get purple buff faster than a best player on the Suyo can get an orange buff? That's the question I kind of ask myself here. Not gonna lie, I don't know. Like, somebody's got to tell me this tech. Technically, Suyo is faster in farming. I know that 100%. So, and not just that, Trex. Can they do it? Yes, ALPHA7 can 100% do it. But hide on bush on his comfort pick, it does not. He does not get any more comfortable in the Eastern Shin, right? It's his comfort. It's his bread and butter at this point. That's what he's known for. But ALPHA7 here, they have aggressive composition. They've got Nats on the Alice. He's popped off on this in the entire MCT. We've seen it happen. Coldworld gets the Jushin in his favor, in his hands. Shark on this Hilda. They like to play aggressive, but they've got a little bit of front to back with Zia on this Clint. Nobody to dive onto him, so it is comfortable where ALPHA7 are sitting with their draft. Is it the best draft? I don't think so, but is it good enough for them to get the big dub? Yes, it is, for sure. So now ENTITY7 need to play this right. They've got double marksman. They basically got 3 cores in their department, but they've got to use it wisely. But ALPHA7, on the other hand, it's only Zia. It's Zia or nothing in this case.
Best player also has Zia. Let's not call it up too. This is also a comfort pick for best player. There is some opportunity, a lot of damage though. The foot forward along with Beacon. Best player able to get the first turtle. ALPHA7 still keeping it safe, not pushing it out. Secure the first neutral objective.
Yeah, they get themselves the first neutral objective quite clean. ALPHA7. We need, you know what? I kind of want to see ALPHA7 making rotations to favor Zia as much as possible, right? They've got to make that happen. You want to give Zia as much advantage as possible, just so that he ends up carrying the mid to late game. Early game, the Clint hurts. It hits like a truck, right? The gunslinger really does hurt. But you got to make sure you capitalize on that. You want to make sure you put pressure on Doom. You want to force ENTITY7 to make rotations on their weak side and prioritize that.
Ooh, good damage on a Shark. Shark, I mean, for the first time in 3 games, I do think we're seeing Cold World and Shark play a bit cleaner in terms of river control. Vagine and Shin unable to really make that opening. But again, this isn't unusual for ALPHA7. Their off lanes, yeah, they're doing a good job. Nats, Zia holding their own. But in the end, how are they going to fare when it comes down to the big 5v5? Are these comms going to continue to do well, or will ENTITY7 get the better of them? Because once again, they have a nice lineup for a 5v5. They have the glue. They have Akashi as well, who can cause this disruption. Try to split ALPHA7 up so that Hide on Bush and Dune and Shin can clean up those stragglers. And that has been the strategy. And if ENTITY7 can pull it off again, ALPHA7's going to have a lot of problems.
Yeah, I think not just that. Another thing I kind of want to look at is who's going to get the Sky Piercer. Is it going to be Kohler or best player? Because it's got to be one of the two. You can't be, or there's even Zia, to be honest. So they can go, which way are they going to go with the Sky Piercer? So who is going to be the one that they're going to rely on to dish out the damage? Who's the one they want to feed the kills? Yeah. No, I mean, in this case, you don't have any kills. It's 4 minutes in. So usually you probably see best player pick it up, right? If you're the Suyo at this point, usually 4 minutes, 30 seconds where you see the Sky Piercer being built completely for the Suyo. But there's Zia that could go after the third item, or after the second item, make it the third item. Cold War can go after getting the glowing wand. So you're right, Trex. Never mind. There you go. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. He got him to the Sky Piercer. Told you.
Best player gonna start chipping away on this. Hide on Bush down at the orange buff. ENTITY7 don't want to contest it. A lot of damage from Cold World onto Akashi. Akashi does get the Dark Wave along with the pursuit, putting some nice damage down, but best player still secures the turtle. Vagine and Shin backing off, but a nice Throne of Ruin will get caught off by the grab, and Vagine has to ditch and run. And taking a lot of damage. In comes First Blood from best player. Now it's going to move on to the backside, trying to invade onto this purple buff. ENTITY7 for the first time in 3 games on the run. A purple buff stolen. ALPHA7 with a decent advantage in the early phases.
This is what they need to do. This is what ALPHA7 needs to do. Be in the face of the opposition, because they got Eastern Shin on the other side. You want to be in the face of the Eastern Shin. You do not want to allow him to scale. You want to become a problem, and that's what Nats needs to do, and he's been doing that to perfection. Making rotations this time. Present in these team fights. The previous 2 games, he was a little late to the party, but now making a faster rotation. He's got the Alice in his hands. He can make massive plays. They don't have the Trinity in their hands until the late game for Doom. And then again, he doesn't have the range exactly to be able to kite what Nats can provide on this Alice. So ALPHA7 playing this a little bit more safer, respecting what ENTITY7 can do with their damage, and slowly taking the fight to them. Look at Doom. He's taking a lot of damage already. Meanwhile, Hide on Bush from outside. Can he outplay this?
Oh! Best player finds him, hunts him down on the boss side, though. Nat's taking a lot of damage. Shin looking for one more hit. Can best player come in and save the day? Brilliance comes out. Forced to back off. One last parting shot as he backs off. Nats gets away to safety.
Yeah, and I think right now 2 stacks in the Sky Piercer, this is what best player needs to do, right? This is what the Suyo is so good at. Put the pedal to the metal, and all of a sudden, ENTITY7 don't know what hit them. Vagine forced to clear, will be pushed back as well. This could go down.
A lot of damage. Cold World continues to chip away, takes another one out, a double kill into the hands of Cold World. Kashi shows up a little bit too late to the party. ALPHA7 want to push in on this mid tower. They don't have the minions, though. ENTITY7 able to clear them and get back to their base safely. I got to say this game, Cold World are finally moving as a unit, where Cold World is at least sticking with someone throughout this game. In game number 1, he played good, but he was like a goalpost in the mid side. In game number 2, the same thing. This time he's moving around the map.
Yeah, he's moving around the map, and not just that, best player following up too, right? Best players making rotations on point. It's clear they have cleared their head. ALPHA7 North are here to play. They're just not here to watch cosplay and rap battles. They want to get the trophy. They want to get to the MSC and hide on Bush. Yes, this Eastland shit, I've hyped it up. It's been great, but you need the space. You're not getting the advantage that you usually do get. You're being pushed back right now. They lost pretty much all their tier 1s. The mid lane hanging by a thread at this moment. And not just that, who's going to catch Zia after a certain time? This Cowboy is going to be hitting clean from the back line. True damage just pierces straight through. And Vagin, neither Akashi can hold their own once he gets going, because you're going to have dive coming onto your team as well. So a front to back, really well played from ALPHA7, and it's working out so far. And Cold World 2-0 is having a great time. This Jushin is too expensive to let go of in the draft phase, right, Trex?
Yeah, definitely too much. Almost as bad as the Marcel give over. But I have to say, even then, I feel like ENTITY7, this time, they're the ones who maybe underestimated a bit, thinking, okay, we can give the Jushin. We're stomping them. We got this. But look at the damage, though, on a Shark. Shark may finally go down here. Will fall. Shin able to get the kill, but they traded for a tower. A good trade for ALPHA7. They're going to try to break through here. It's a huge gold lead, about 6,000 almost into the hands of ALPHA7 North, or is 6,000 in the hands of ALPHA7 North. And like you said, Zia's hitting like a truck right now.
He is hitting like a truck, and I saw Cold World pick up the Sky Piercer. It was a hide on Bush. Has to use the Traceless, gets out of harm's way. They're hunting for him, but he's been farming. He's still been farming clean. He's not that behind in terms of gold. Doom is not that behind as well, but overall, they're still 6.4K behind. So individually, they're not far behind, but when you add it up together in total, ALPHA7 North ahead by a mile, and I think that's plenty of gold for them to catch up if it wasn't a 3-core on the side of ENTITY7, right? It's a Moskov, it's a Lunox. You try and take too much of a step ahead, you will get bursted down. You will get shredded apart. And in this case, that's what Shark did early. Went down. Vagin was on top of him. ENTITY7 don't look very comfortable with this kind of a draft, where Akashi's not allowed to be the front foot. He's not allowed to be the playmaker for the team. And you can see ENTITY7 are slowly getting choked out in this game. And I think ALPHA7 might have found their kryptonite.
There's definitely still a clock ticking. We don't want to count out, hide on Bush. We've seen these YSSs before, you know, maybe take a death early on, maybe get a little pushback. At any moment, the YSS can pop up. Well, it takes one mistake. Look at the throw from Nats, catching on to 2. The Brilliance plus the flicker from Doom. ALPHA7 North finally closing in, putting some nice damage out. The pullback onto Vagin. Lord coming soon down the top side. ALPHA7 North want to try to push in this wave, get this holy defense knocked out before the Lord connects.
Yeah, they need to try and get it down. You can see Doom trying to delay that as much as possible. Brilliant comes out as well, but they do proc the holy defense in the mid lane. Top side's going to get procced as well, so they need to defend this Lord, but ALPHA7 putting up a good fight. And I think this is where level 15 from best player. He's 3 levels ahead. He's hungry. He needs these kills. It's going to be a clean game if ALPHA7 will be able to get these kills right now.
They're going to move in. Tower about to drop. As Cold World creates a screen for the team. Best player goes in along with Nats, and down goes Hide on Bush. Lord is down, and Glue right now going for a ride with the team. They're going to move back and try to close in on Vagin. He does buy some time for ENTITY7, but falls for the price. ALPHA7 North now trying to clear some more waves. ENTITY7 moves on to the bottom side. They have no minions except for the top lane, but they don't want to move in. They don't want to play it too dangerously.
They're headhunting, and they're headhunting Hide on Bush. He's not having a good game right now. This Eastland should kind of force them into the corner with this Alice pickup. It's getting difficult, but the core right now, shit, look, he goes in too deep.
He's good. He's good. He's got the brilliance. He's got the brilliance, and that's exactly what you do want to do, though, on the Lunox. Try to clear the waves. ENTITY7 does a good job of relieving the pressure. They know if they can get to the late game, they have an opportunity. We talked about it before. ENTITY7 can play the long haul. If they can get gold back to a standstill, maybe they can keep up this fight.
Okay, it's 10K, man. The standstill,
hey, man.
The gold lead is 10K right now, ALPHA7. It felt like game number 1
Listen,
2 or 1.
ALPHA7's down 0-2. A lot of damage on Vagin. All I'm saying is, ALPHA7 fans, don't get your hopes up too much. They're dominating, yes. But, you know, I don't want to cry by thinking they're going to win, and then something bad happened.
And but Caster's curse could be in effect. But look at this. Oh. Zia.
Nice pullback. ALPHA7 though, do we think they're doing this right? Should they just be drilling at home? You're right, it's a 9K gold lead. I think at this point though, this Lord might be crucial to try to end things.
Yeah, this Lord is 100% important for ENTITY7. I don't know if they'll be able to contest this even. Hide on Bush, not there yet, level 15. They don't really have to contest it. They can hold their own. They can just wait for the Lord to come in. The only problem that they're facing right now, if you're ENTITY7, is Nats on this Alice. He completely bypasses Vagine as well as Akashi and gets straight to the back line. So there's no way to stop him. And he demands attention with a Throne of Ruin. Enough time for best player to come in with that Blade Surge and able to find the Soul Sever and become a problem. Look at Doom. He's trying to get on top of Shark, but doesn't have the items, doesn't have the penetration. It's becoming a problem. They need to expend a lot of resources just to take down this Lord. And I think if ALPHA7 go for the jugular here, it could be a good way to get the win. If not, they're just they might be delaying the power spike of ENTITY7.
Big stun from Vagine, gets brought back. He is on Zia right now, but it still might not be enough. Lord comes in. It does buy them some time. ALPHA7 forced to go back. They're going to take out Vagine, and then with Lord gone, they got to try to clear this with just a wave of minions. Zia down to about half health. In goes a big Throne of Ruin onto 2. Hide on Bush takes some damage. Akashi down. ALPHA7 trying to move on to the tower. That'll be it. ALPHA7 finally put a game on the board.
They put a game on the board in a confident, dominating fashion. They found the answer, right? Make sure Nats gets straight into the back line. None of these Paquito shenanigans where he's got to go through front, where they see him coming from a mile away. Now all of a sudden, best player on his comfort pick, the Suyo, is starting to show up. Technically, the Suyo does do much better than the Isenshin in the jungle. And for that, they made sure they capitalized, didn't give Hide on Bush's comfort pick, and does wonders with that Suyo. 6-0-1 on the KDA. Got himself that Sky Piercer early, 4 minutes, 30 seconds in. And he made sure he stacked up pretty quick. That's 60 stacks on the Sky Piercer. And they made sure ENTITY7 felt the wrath of ALPHA7 North coming through, and 67% team fight participation from Nats was enough. Shark was able to zone the back line completely, be a menace. These are the picks that we're used to seeing ALPHA7 North comfortable with, Layla.
Oh, they're looking very good right now. You know, when they were in the early game, they were doing so good. Like Drek said, don't get too excited, right? And that's what I was like too. I want to make sure that we're not celebrating too early, but hey, these guys pulled it together. You know, that break really did some wonders for them. They came back really strong, ending the game in 13 minutes with a dominating fashion.
You know, I think my big question on this is going to be, how deep does Doom's pockets go here, right? Even on the Moskov, wasn't able to perform amazingly there. ALPHA7 did kind of control. I will say mid lane, Shark and Cold World finally put on a great game. Same thing with Nats. He was finally able to rotate and get some of these advantages. And we're starting to see where maybe the draft might start to be running thin as we creep into Game 3 and Game 4.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most key factors as well, right? ENTITY7 kind of used up some of their comfort picks, used up the picks that could get them the dub early on. And this is why Global Ban is such a great thing, because now ALPHA7, they've still got a lot of picks to pick from. And in the MVP, of course, 6-0-1 on the KDA, best player looking to finish them off. You know, that pose, it's got to mean something at this point. Is this the last of what we will see from ENTITY7? Will it be a 4-2 from now? They've got momentum on their side, and we know how strong ALPHA7 can be when their momentum is on their side, Layla.
I think you're right. You're spot on about the global ban. ENTITY7 did use up a lot of the heroes that are very expensive heroes. So from this point on, what do they have, right? Alpha, on the other hand, has still a lot of heroes that they haven't used up yet. So it's looking very good for them from this time, this game onwards, I would say.
Yeah, to an extent, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, there's still some picks that they're lacking on, but I will say one thing that they've really kind of favored their foot, you know, is that gold lane. And Zia, we know, can win games, right? He's still got the Harith, he's still got the carry, he's still got the Moskov, he's got a lot of possibilities. And on the other hand, we take a look at the gold laner on the side of ENTITY7, Doom. And all he's really got left is the Claude in terms of like top 4 marksmen. It's going to have to start going into things like Clint. It's going to have to start going into things like Obsidia, Beatrix's, Bruno's. And you're going to be playing those up against Harris, Claude, etc.
So that was an intense battle between these two teams. We're gonna go right back into another rap battle to see the semi-finalists for this rap battle, right? Where only 2 of them are gonna make it. So let's have a look at that.
Bueno, que ENTITY7 tiene unas jerseys para ustedes. Entonces...
Eso es para ellos.
Sí, para ellos. Sí, sí.
Ok, ¿cuántos hay, amigo?
1, 2, 3.
Hay 6. Hay 6. 3 aquí, 3 allá. ¿Está bien? ¿Quién quiere su premio?
¡Oh! ¡Acá!
Espera. Un toquecito Z acá. Cuando hay premio ahí sí apoyan. Cuando hay premio ahí sí. ¿No? No conveniencia. Pero no se preocupen, amigo. Igual vamos a jugar con ustedes. Ok, tú primero. Ok. ¿Cuál es el grupo que está más empilado? Más chonga.
¡Esa cosa!
Dale.
1, 2, 3. ¡Uy!
Dios mío.
Acá. Ahí.
¡Oh!
¡Ruido!
2, 3.
¡Ahí!
No se peleen. No pelean, no fighting. Ok. Una más antes de la final. No, ¿dónde está la boya?
1, 2,
Es un privilegio ser alto. Y la otra. 3, 2, 1. Buena. ¿Acabamos? A ver. Ok, el último lo guardamos después de la final. Para después de la final.
¿Pero para acá o para acá?
Sí.
Ahora.
No, me están diciendo que para después de la final para que haya emoción, porque si no ellos no gritan. Ok. Si van a apoyar, se van a llevar su premio. Yo se los aseguro. Ok, bueno.
Tenemos algo muy importante.
Vamos a presentar
acá
a ese hombre.
Todo ruido. Para lo mejor de los beats. El DJ.
El mejor.
El mejor.
Yo quiero que reciba con fuerte para mi causa. DJ Z. Fuertes aplausos.
Ay. ¿Será que puedo rapear em português? É uma grande realização, nego, eu tô aqui só fazendo free solução. Eu sou MC, sempre botar com ZK. Isso é mobile legend, você já sabe que 1, 2, e eu estou acá por atacar, nego. Só faço free, milhão, não somos uno, por isso estou aqui. Em Brasil fazemos 20, pero estamos por la causa e eu quero ser 20. Certo?
Ok, ahora le toca al peruano. Viste que mi flow es recontra insano. Yo quiero que todo el mundo eche la mano. apoyando con toda la energía que ella está rapeando. Este gran MC. Tengo rimas buenas para ahorita yo rapear. Quiero una bulla para DJZK. ¿Qué fue? ¿Qué fue? Síguete en la final. Tengo rimas muy buenas que reparten el instrumental. Porque sé que yo no lo estoy haciendo muy mal. Pero no interesa, hermano. ¡Una bulla más! ¡Hey, yo! Oye, yo también rapeaba. Yo también rapeaba. Muy bueno, muy bueno, muy bueno, muy bueno. Ok. Llegó el turno de la final. Ahora. A mi lado derecho voy a presentar al gran Papita.
Pero no está solo.
No. De nuevo. ¿Qué pasó con esas energías, público? Esas son las energías que tenemos los peruanos, ¿sí o no? ¿Dónde están las energías? Una fuerte bulla para Papita. Y a mi lado izquierdo.
Pero mundo ruido para Nercia. Ay, esta finalísima.
Ok. Ok. Vamos. Con las rondas de la batalla van a ser 3 rounds. Todos los rounds van a ser en 4x4.
Me retorna mi micrófono.
Primer round, Papicha. Primer round va a ser ronda con personajes. Ahora sí vamos a utilizar personajes. Para Necia, el personaje va a ser Baxia. Y para Papicha va a ser Frederick. ¿Ok? 4x4 primer round.
Sí.
4 salidas, 4x4. Sí, 4x4. Ok. Mobile Legends, ¿estamos listos, sí o no? No. ¿Estamos listos, sí o no?
Manos arriba. Es como la Kentitama del Goku.
Mano arriba. Súbele volumen al micro. ¡Nos lo damos en 3, 2, 1, tiempo!
Le gritan al mediocre si sabemos que no es bueno. No sigue el modelo, yo soy una rueda. Voy a todo terreno. Dime qué se siente estar con el camión sin freno.
¿Por qué me insulta, señorita? Si yo te trato bien, yo no batallo con escritas. En la Baxia Loop, en la cita. Porque sale en la partida, pero no la necesita.
Insulto, porque no tienes bien sonido. Que todos los gamers me hagan un ruido. Yo te quiero porque eras mi amigo, pero le gritas a tu sobrina porque no juega contigo.
No juega contigo, ¿qué le está pasando? Baxia, hazme el favor, y si eres Baxia, Catacris tenía razón. Obvio que te ha entrenado tu maestro, el gran dragón.
El gran dragón no le celebro, y de sus palabras no me alegro. ¿Saben por qué no le celebro? Porque ese dragón no es rojo, el dragón es negro.
El dragón es negro. ¿Entienden? Ya perdió, vas a perder. Pierdes por no saber. El Baxia sin jungla no sube su nivel.
Saber de eso quiere hablar, como hay mucho saber, entonces le vamos a preguntar. ¿Sabes mucho del juego y sabes mucho de rap? A ver, dime, Papicha, ¿qué es petrificar?
Es petrificar, matarte en el combate. Manos arriba, que le gano en arte. Obvio que soy Frey en el combate. Entrené toda mi vida para volverme un tanque.
Frustrado, viste que eres un fracasado y no representaste a tu condado. ¿Qué va a hacer Baxia con un triste soldado?
Yo no soy Baxia, lo que te traje me se confunde, utiliza el camuflaje. Baxia eras tú, pero ¿para qué te traje si hasta te confundiste de personaje?
Aquí están las salas del gran dragón. ¿Cómo es el ritual después de cada round? Ok. Segundo round, temática. ¿Y cuál es la temática?
Mentalidad.
Mentalidad. mentalidad.
Venga acá, MCs, vamos a tener una energía más próxima de la persona. Una energía más próxima de todos. Una energía más próxima de todos. Una energía. Sé que
yo.
Sabes, ahí.
Mano arriba, todo móviles. Mano arriba, todo móviles. ¡Ey, yo! Y se lo damos en 3, 2, 1, ¡dale!
Manos arriba cuando quieres fútbol juego. No le mientes a tus compañeros. Eres mentirosa y le mientes de nuevo. Cuéntales que tú ayer recién te descargaste el juego.
Yo no les miento porque sé lo que ellos valen. Respeto a todos porque somos iguales. También represento todos tus ideales. Y es un juego real, esto no son juegos mentales.
Y la mentalidad, por favor, Necia comienza a batallar. Si fuera Mobile Legends, esta batalla de rap es la primera persona que rapea en ALPHA7.
Sin hablar de mentalidad no eres interesante. Eres un mediocre participante. Esto es en equipo, mientras tú eres un arrogante que si pierdes sabemos que se queja bastante.
¡Oh! Me quejo, sé consciente, habla bien, utiliza todo tu oponente. Yo soy un mago, siempre te he atacado fuerte y cada vez que te ataco solo utilizo la mente.
Eres un mago, estás hablando tonterías, porque tus palabras no son real. Viste tu hipocresía que se te apagó Luluz cuando Necia hizo el día.
¿Se te apagó Luluz? ¡Qué chiquita! Por favor, dale bien dentro de la cita. Obvio que ella es maga en esta cita. Tú eres maga porque te encanta la varita.
¡Última! ¡Se lo damos en
2, 1.
¿Cómo le gritan si no tuvo ni un contraste? Y esta mujer te manda a lavar los trastes. Eres un desastre, ¿por qué no cuentas que el celular con el que juegas te lo robaste?
¡Tiempo! ¡Dios mío! ¿Dónde está esa bulla, esa energía de este público peruano? Ahora, último round y esto sí, es round libre, a sangre. Aquí va a haber matanza, pelea, batalla.
Es último round, sus manos arriba, todos, sus manos arriba, para este momento. Ahora sí se está.
Suena la instrumental a Minier. Todos con la mano arriba, ¿qué fue? Todos con la mano arriba, ¿qué fue? ¡Hey, ya! Todos contamos a la cuenta de...
Pero el papicha, este loco no mueve sus fichas. Está molesto porque Necia le gana la batalla que lo pincha. Aquí nadie es su hincha, quiere parecerse a mí que se ponga pincha. Va a ser un gato con la negra de
Papicha te enseña que cada vez que rima le pisa te lo entierra, ya ramea. Oye, te ganó en la primera. Si es 22 en la carrera, ¿por qué no le cuentas que tú eres dontera?
Vaya la boca canalla en la improvisación. Este cabrón no tiene el don que yo tengo para hacer improvisación. Dicen que yo soy dotera, pero qué malo ese patrón. Prefiero ser dotera a jugar mi talking.
Lo aceptó y no se enoja. Mano por arriba de toda la gente, no pincha la Necia la rocha.
¡Dale!
Ya te gané, no tienes rocha. No veo tortugas donde tú ves a Roshan.
Hace rato está que se raya el canalla yo. Estoy que lo saco tú, te vas a quedar sin las medallas. Necia está cubriendo toda la pantalla. ¿Por qué no aceptas que te gano todas tus batallas?
No te trabes, fluye bien entre ellos. No quiero medallas, ya las tengo del cuello. Yo no quiero medallas, vengo a dejar mi sueño. Aparte todos juntos, ganamos con ellos.
Ganamos con ellos siempre. Loco solo hace ruido. Se gana el público con su escaso contenido. No se dan cuenta que yo ya lo he vencido. La batalla no es con ellos, la batalla es conmigo.
Es con ella.
¡Última!
Ya le gané. Háganle favores. Necia, regresa a tu mundo de opresores. Te gano con el público y con los jugadores.
¿Dónde está la boya? Esta es la gran final, muchachos. Y ahora sí, quiero... ¿Dónde están los premios, hermano?
Bueno, acá está Miro. Ah, sí.
¡Uy, no! Miren este medallón. El ganador se lleva esta medalla. Y miren el premio. El ganador se lleva $1000. ¿Dónde está la bulla por eso? El freestyle también se merece la energía. Ok. Ponme música de suspense, Scratch. ZK. La costumbre. Quiero aplausos, aplausómetro. Pero primero para todos ustedes, para DJ ZK, para Suolo desde Brasil y para MCS. Ok. ¿Para quién será esta medalla? No lo sabemos. No lo sabemos. Aplausos para Necia. Aplausos para Papita. De nuevo, Necia. Papita. El ganador es Papita. Fuertes aplausos para Necia. ¿Qué fueron los aplausos también para ella? Gran freestyler. Hermano, toma tu premio.
Esconde el premio porque tengo deudas.
Muchachos, te hacemos entrega de esta gran medalla por parte de Mobile Legends. Bang, bang. ¡Una fuerte bulla! Muchachos, esto ha sido todo con nosotros, con esta batalla de freestyle, esta exhibición. Gracias a la gente de Freestyle Master Series de Urban Rooster, Brasil. En serio, muchísimas gracias, grandísimas personas. Suolo, para mí ha sido un gusto compartir escenario contigo. Estoy aprendiendo un idioma nuevo, que es el portugués. El portugués. Muy obrigado estar en este escenario contigo, hermano.
No sé hablar mucho, pero es la primera vez que salgo de Brasil para hacer rap, para hacer muchos trabajos acá. Siento como si estoy en casa. Su energía es como la energía de brasileños. Mucho gusto por eso. Que esto possa se repetir, que lo possa se repetir más veces, que possa vir acá, posso decir una cosa a ustedes. Chicharrón de pollo es muy bueno, papi. Muy bueno. Chicharrón de pollo, ceviche, pilsen calón, cuqueña. Yo voy para tomar una cuqueña ahora. Mucho gusto. Pienso que...
Aplauso.
Que pasó mucho aplauso para Brasil. Estamos acá. Obrigado.
Palabras del campeón.
El freestyle del país. Lo único con lo que me pueden ayudar es en su Instagram pueden poner el papicha y si me siguen, me ayuda más que todas estas competencias porque me siguen motivando a seguir adelante.
¡Ey, muchachos, para mí ha sido un gusto estar aquí también. MCS.01 en redes sociales para los que me quieran seguir. Sigan a Barra Libre Podcast, que es el primer proyecto con mis hermanos Fabio y César que estamos haciendo posible. Un gran proyecto de podcast para que ustedes puedan conocer a freestylers, músicos y también, ¿por qué no?, invitar a gente que hace este tipo de juegos, este tipo de competencias. Muchísimas gracias a la gente de Mobile Legends por unir el freestyle con los videojuegos. Muchas gracias, DJ ZK, también una fuerte bulla para DJ ZK. Muchísimas gracias, hermano. Nos vemos en la próxima.
Esto es FMS Perú, FMS Brasil. Muchas gracias, Perú.
Yeah. Mucha suerte, muchachos.
That was an amazing rap battle, and the winner, well deserved. We are now waiting to get into game 4. Amazing, coming from ALPHA7. I gotta say, you know, they really stepped it up, and we are definitely on a momentum where we can see them win, possibly match 4, possibly win this championship. How are we feeling? Trax is like, don't, not yet.
I'm not
not
saying
yet.
anything. Whoa,
Wants to see more.
whoa. They have to prove themselves
Okay.
first. So far, Entity7 does still look like the stronger team right now, and at least in this series. My questions, and Entity7 is going to have to prove me and probably everyone else wrong coming into this next series, is how deep do their pockets go in this draft? With Doom running out of major picks, can he win games on the Clint? Can he win games on the Beatrix? Can he win games on the Bruno? Because that's what we're going to need to see, and this is where we kind of get that spreadsheet, right? Kronos, in terms of that, he is the one running thin. Is he going to be the one to kind of be the deciding factor? Toward when we look at Zia, all he's really used in the big 3, big 4, whatever you want to call it, is the Claude. There is still a Harith on the board for him. There is still a Carry on the board for him. There is still a Moskov on the board for him. Could be huge.
I agree. It will be huge, just because of the fact that now Entity7, they're drafting, they gotta keep Zia in mind, and with the adaptation that ALPHA7 have made, move it into these games. At least the previous game, they prioritize Zia, right? This is what I said we were talking about in game number 2. They need to prioritize Zia up the order. They need to make sure they make the rotation to the weak side and find priority, give Zia the space that he needs. That's what they did in the previous game. Make sure to shut down Doom as early as possible and give Nats a favorable matchup, and that's what they've done. In the previous game, Entity7 were just not allowed to play the game whatsoever, so all advantage to the side of the draft that ALPHA7 have built for. But yes, pockets are running thin, but also at the same time, how deep can the pockets of ALPHA7 go? We know they can go pretty deep. They have never been pushed to a game number 6. They've never been pushed to a game number 7. Neither have Entity7. So I think now after a while, are we gonna start seeing the Joys? Are we gonna start seeing the Hayabusas pop out of best player? Well, let's not forget, he hasn't played a Fanny yet, right? He still can play the Fanny. We haven't seen the Fanny being banned out so far. So that's probably a pick we're gonna see. Again, another pick of Cold World we haven't seen so far is the Gord. It's been a pocket pick. It's always worked for them. And whenever, they need momentum, they need a big swing in their favor, the previous game, they always play Gord, get the dub, and now all of a sudden they got the massive confidence coming into the next game. So I feel like that could be a crucial pick here for ALPHA7, the Gord and the Fanny.
Something interesting to point out, Entity7 take a red side here. It's starting to become the prioritized side between these two teams. They take the loss and they still pick it. Last time ALPHA7 moved to the red side and win their first game. So just an interesting fun fact, Layla.
Yes, a very fun fact. And that Paquito ban for ALPHA7, they don't want Entity7 to have that. With the Basha ban, it seems like ALPHA7 has been banning it consistently. I have seen it every game being banned, so that's interesting. I mean, if he did come out, is that a really huge thing though? Like, how impactful is that Basha for Entity7 here?
Oh yeah, it works, all right. Basha, like, you don't have to pick up any sort of anti-heal in the early game. He tanks a lot of hella damage in here compared for physical and magic defense. So he's a massive front line that they can play around, definitely. And as we've seen so far, Entity7 play around Shin. In the previous game, they were planning to play around Hide on Bush, did not work. So I think if you're Coach Chris Angel, you shake it off, you know your win condition, play around Shin, make things work. He's been the conductor for the entire series. He's been the conductor for the entire season, and he has been ever since these three have been playing together. You got the tree on your side, so now how are they going to work it? They get themselves the Uranus because they know there's no Moscow on the other side. There's no carry, so now you need a Trinity Marksman. ALPHA7 are doing well in the draft. They're thinking outside the box. Their things are starting to work right now.
I like the Uranus
pick. Make a choice. Yeah, I like the Uranus a lot too, Layla. This is a pick that we haven't gotten to see. We know it's a favorite of Nats. We know it's a favorite of North American MLBB EXP laners, from Merciless to
Merciless.
Nats, multiple players. Yeah, shout out to Merciless, man. One of the best we've seen do it. And this is a great first pick, because I'm sitting here wondering, what do they pick up from? Don't forget about Eto. Can't forget about Eto. But yeah, so at this point, ENTITY7, what do they go for? We were talking about the Fredrin when we were off cam, how it could be a possibility. They finally get their hands on the Claude here. ALPHA7 North, I think you gotta lock in the carry. Don't let it get banned out. Use it this game to try to beat this Claude and not let ENTITY7 get ahead of you.
Yeah, I think you go Kaja carry here for yourself. If you're ALPHA7, you want to make sure this Kalea becomes a problem. But also, the moment the Kaja goes in, the Kalea, I mean, it's a battle of micro, so probably not. But carry, is it necessary though, Trex? Do they want to pick up the goal lane right now? They could. I think they could save the goal lane until the end. Prioritize the jungle. There's not a lot of jungle heroes left too. You get yourself the Hylos and the Gwen. Okay, Belleric and Guinevere. It's still good. It works against the Claude a little bit.
Yeah, if he jumps in with that big blazing duet, you can try to catch him. That is definitely a possibility. Also, you don't want to bring the Belleric back if you're Kalea. So there's one target that you're never really going to go for. Gord gets locked in for ENTITY7. One thing that is down for ALPHA7 here, though, is they have no damage just yet. And this is where sometimes we do see them flop in previous drafts. They push Zia to the back, or they don't think about their mid laner, things like that. And now what is left for those picks? Carry gets banned out. He's already picked up the Obsidia. He's already picked up the Clint. Do we finally see the Moskov is still an opportunity. Bruno's still an opportunity, right?
Moscow's going to get banned 100%. Like, they're not going to let the Moskov go. It does well into the Claude. It does well against the Gore, too. It's really well with the split map plays, especially with the Uranus that they have. They're going to get overwhelmed with a lot of cross map plays with the macro that ALPHA7 can bring in. So I think Moskov is going to go from the side of ENTITY7. I like the Yu Zhang being banned out. That says that they want to kind of play a backline mate. So that's why they immediately ban out the Zetian. So I think Moskov is probably the only choice that is left for the side of ALPHA7 right now, and ENTITY7 needs to plan for it. What are they going to pick up that could be a problem for this Moskov? They already used up the Sora earlier, so banning out the Alice right now. ENTITY7 needs to find a way to get this Moskov to pop the Purify early on. They've got themselves a Kalea. Oh, what EXP? They used up the Phoveus too. They don't have Paquito. They've used up the glue. Lapu Lapu is one of the only options left. It's great. Moskov plus what's in the mid lane left though, apart from the Gord? Valentina?
Lilia?
Yeah, Valentina's the only one. I mean, they already used up Valentina, but yeah, Lilia is another great option.
Yves is still open.
Eve is open for ALPHA7, but not ENTITY7 anymore. Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute.
Did you see a Barrett?
That's a Barrett.
Apparently.
We're in Peru, so it's Barrett.
I don't know what to say. This could work. This couldn't work. It's kind of Ube-esque. They've got the heal coming in from the Kalea. They definitely need to play high tempo for ENTITY7. They need this barrage to start snowballing early, but into the Guinevere, I don't know. Into the Uranus, I'm not so sure, especially into the Eve right now. They got no mobility, a lot riding on Doom and Akashi. They need to win the side lane battles. They need to win the off lane treks. Otherwise, ALPHA7, not gonna lie, Uranus and a Moskov, they're gonna do pretty well in the off lanes. ENTITY7 right now, they're reaching a little bit. This might just be going in the favor of ALPHA7 as we're gonna go in. They need the early game. They need these neutral objectives. It's got the 5v5s are gonna be crucial. The neutral objectives.
Well, we're jumping back into the land of dawn. If you're just joining us now, ALPHA7 put their first game on the board to make the score 1-2. ENTITY7 still leading. ALPHA7 North trying to catch up here, Kronos. This is Trex and Kronos bringing you the action live in this best of 7. Now, Kronos, the Barats, are they overcooking, as we like to say so far this season?
It's a little overcooked, I would say. I never knew Hide on Bush. I know Hide on Bush got more. He got deeper pockets. There was the Fredrin that still was decent, right? But I think it's not so good into the Belleric. So you pick up the Barats just so you can get the Daytona's welcome early on. Oh wait, they get the Rockets pushed back. Best player.
Whoa, it's a lot of damage on a best player. Best player able to just get away, though. They did get the steal. As long as no one goes down, it will be a good play. A lot of damage, though, on Shark. Vagine as well. Nats comes in. Best player looking for the re-engage, able to get the poke or just miss it at least. Bouncing ball back, does not connect. So the steal is worth it. Best player did take that camp. He's a little bit ahead in the XP. But overall, it was dicey there for a second.
Yeah, I think it looked pretty dicey if you didn't pop the Revitalize, right? That could have been easy pickings for ENTITY7. That could have been the start of a massive snowball coming out from their side. Those projectiles from Gourds, from Shin is hitting on point. It's becoming a problem. Again, this is where ENTITY7 are at their strongest, when it's played around this particular individual. And he does fantastic so far. But ALPHA7, on the other hand, they're more mobile. They can work the map. They've got a Moskov and a Uranus. It doesn't matter if they're behind in the early game. They can still pull it off in the mid game. They can pull it off in the late game. They can let Zia split on his own. They can make Nats become an overwhelming problem, which he already started to become.
Ooh, knock up into the backside. Able to get the airport. Violent Requiem gets the kill on a Shin. Best player backs off on RWM to catch Hide on Bush. Are they going to look for another one? Vagine not able to get away. Able to dash back, uses the Tsunami Slam on the wrong target there. Best player going to move back to the turtle now as Shark owns away Hide on Bush. ALPHA7 North, once again, having a good lead, but in comes Akashi with the bravest fighter, trying to get the stun on to Best Player. Best Player forced to dance around. ENTITY7 trying to reclaim. Oh, nice stun on to Best Player. He's brought down low. Can Hide on Bush take this turtle? Best Player trying to make his way in, but he's able to get the retry. And now Hide on Bush is low. A nice dive from Vagine, but unable to connect on to any. Bouncing ball does not connect as well. ALPHA7 North back off with the turtle in their hands.
Turtle in their hands, that's the first one. But, oh, I thought they were going to try and take that shit. Hide on Bush is taking a lot of damage early, right? He's not able to do quite a lot in this case, and Guinevere is such a great hero just to be able to close the distance between the front of the back line. Cold World is having a good game. He's able to get these RWMs on point, and Belleric, such a clutch pick coming in. I think ENTITY7 are kind of looking to pick up Belleric for themselves, but ALPHA7 getting that in the third pick in the first phase. This is what I was talking about. You prioritize the heroes that you kind of need, which was this Uranus, and now without the Trinity, it's gonna start becoming a problem. Doom is having a tough time. You're not gonna be able to respond to this Oh, Tsunami Slam.
Best player walks into Tsunami Slam. RWM does come down. Shark unable to help. Best player goes down. Bites off a bit more than he can chew there. Does he get the purple? He's still able to steal the purple. Making it a bit more worth his while. But wait, Cold World goes down. Shark forced to use the Wrath of Dryad. SOD connects to nothing. Nat's trying to come in to help out. But still, it's two members down on the side of ALPHA7. And this gives Entity a small gold lead even after losing the purple, and a small push in the right direction.
A push in the right direction for ENTITY7. ALPHA7 moving a little too deep, but also at the same time, Trex, I think ENTITY7, or rather ALPHA7, are still fine. They're okay. They're not that behind. They're vibing right now. They know. They pushed them back into a corner of Barras. I bet that was the reaction they had themselves, right? Okay, what's going on with this pick? Hide on Bush needs to start becoming a problem. He's 2-0-1. Yes, he can get super tanky, but not just that. I'm starting to look at the problem. It's going to be Nats after a while. They need a way to deal with it. They got true damage in the form of this Gourd. But the moment he goes in, he's going to be susceptible to the spatial migration that are coming out from Best Player. He's got no Purify even.
And Barat's still just a little bit too slow in the jungle, even with Best Player taking a death. He seems to be a step ahead. Magic Gush does come back. Shark takes a lot of damage, does go down. Doom able to get the kill with the bravest fighter in the backside. Cold World taking out Doom with the double. Nat's now on the run with Doom locking on. BMI's away to safety. Best Player looking for the re-engage. Second turtle on the map, and already members going down. Best Player dives in. Tsunami Slam does connect on to Best Player. He's looking low, taking a lot of damage, unable to survive as Hide on Bush gets the kill, and Nats gets stunned up by the bouncing ball. ENTITY7 will take more than just a turtle. They'll take members off the map, leading 6-1.
Yeah, Nats, they do get a lot of kills, ENTITY7, but again, Nats is not going down, and I think, yeah, they need to spend resources to shut him down as early as possible. Otherwise, him alone will be such a massive problem, and he's realizing that, right? Nats is starting to realize, he's feeling it right now. He knows there's nobody to take him down at the moment. Even Doom with the Blazing Duet going in wasn't enough. He's starting to get tankier. I want to take a look at the itemization. Does he have the Chassis Pauldron early on? Does he have the Silence Robe to slow down what Shin can do? After that, it's gonna be he's gonna be a walking tank. Nobody's gonna be able to take him down. Hide on Bush, on the other hand, same thing. Is he going for a hybrid? Is he going full tank right now? Though they don't necessarily need the damage. They need a front line, but also at the same time, what is he prioritizing? It's got to be a Radiant Armor with the Chastis Pauldron. The Chastis Pauldron is going to be such a crucial item for both these goal laners if going up against it. But in terms of tempo, ALPHA7 still have the tempo. ENTITY7 just have the kills. They've got a little bit of a goal lead, but it's not enough for them to be able to say that this game is already theirs. We're what, approaching the 6th, 7th minute mark right now? The third turtle is going to be up for grabs soon. And I think that will dictate the pace of how the next Lord will go. And I think ALPHA7 will be in a better position compared to ENTITY7 just because of how the draft is playing out.
Honestly, though, Kashi has been doing an amazing job still. He's been the one to be able to zone away best player. He's been the one to be able to zone away Cold World. And if best player can't step up, it's going to be hard coming down to these big pits. Yes, Nats and Zia do have huge late game potential, right? But with Doom already being 2-0, Akashi being deathless, the damage is there for ENTITY7 to maybe have a mid-game pop-off and put a big stunt in ALPHA7 growth. And at that point, they have late game potential as well. They have the Gourd, they have the Claude, their E-Shred possibility. It's third turtle now. Can ALPHA7 pull something off? Nats into the backside. Just bothering Shin right now. Shin might just go down. He's forced to use the flicker. Nat's still okay. Vagina unable to connect onto anyone. Nat's going to make his way back. He does get brought down to about 25% health. He has the Purify. Kashi going to try to move on to Cold World. Gets the Sun. Best player still able to get the turtle. A lot of damage. Lands on a hide on Bush. Is forced to use the Toner's Welcome just to get away. Begin able to get the slam. Brings back Cold World. Cold World goes down. A lot of damage on the backside. Nats finds Shin. Nats looking for another target. Best player gets a double knockup. Hide on Bush, Bravo, and Nats and Zia are cleaning house right now. It's 3 members down on the side of ENTITY7. Just like you said, Kronos, 2 offlaners can carry the game.
That's all, man. In this game, it's enough. That's on this Uranus becoming a problem, and he was becoming a problem. He knew it. He was feeling himself, and Shin was being bothered. They sent Vagin to help him deal with it, but still Shin couldn't do anything. Look at it. Doom is not able to do anything either. He needs that early Malefic gun to be able to dish out the damage after a while. That means Nats probably already has the Chastis Pauldron in his hands. He's got the Purify, so they're not going to be able to chain CC him down. And ENTITY7, yes, they got the early game, but in the mid game for that third turtle, they weren't able to get a grip. And now things are starting to slip from their hands through their fingers. And that's reminding ENTITY7 who
Where
he is.
Comes from.
Where he comes from.
I love it. I love that he keeps that one in the clutch. Keeps the RSG logo in the clutch. One of the first teams I ever fell in love with. A little story time. RSG, Nats on the Esmeralda, back when you could sprint Esmeralda. Glory days for my guy, and he's trying to bring him back, showing that he's not out of the picture just yet. ALPHA7 North trying to tie things up here.
Annoying,
Zia's
man.
already. Look at this guy. He's moving fast. He's a fast boy
annoying.
in the land of Dawn.
And he knows Doom needs the items to kind of make it become a problem, right? And by then it might just be too little, too late. Oh, best player.
Winner crown, RWM, best player in a little bit of trouble, will go down. Hide on Bush, able to get the kill. Here comes Zia. Here comes Shark. Shin able to get the kill on a Shark, though. Zia with the dash back, with the side step, takes out Hide on Bush, gets the double. Spear Destruction catches Shin. Shin forced to use the flicker. Zia doesn't want to give it up. Akashi, though, might be a problem. Ooh, Zia with the side step once again. Bravest fighter. Zia bouncing around. This is the hero. People don't want to go against it. He jumps into the bush aggressively to get the triple. Unofficial, but still secures it.
That's all, though. Told you. The sides are showing up. It's too much for them to deal with. They're splitting the map apart. The mobility is too much coming from ALPHA7. And once Hide on Bush goes in, he's a sitting, walking. He's a sitting duck. He can't do anything at that point. They need to play around him, but they just don't have the tools to make this Barat shine right now. It's not Ube. It's not 2022. It's not. Was it 2022 or is it 2021? It's not 2022 anymore, right? We're 4 years past it. Barat hasn't seen the light of day in a very long time, and ALPHA7 knew what they were up against. We're biding their time. Now with a 5K goal lead, got the Lord in their hands too. The first Lord of the game. Probably looking to break down the Holy Shield, maybe take a couple of inhibitors. And now you put ENTITY7 back. And might even the score, and taking a look at the builds as well. The Chassis Pauldron early from Nats. The same thing. No, they got the Silence Rope building into Dominance Ice. It's starting to become a problem. ENTITY7 are looking down the barrel of a shotgun. ALPHA7 holding the trigger.
All right, Lord marching down the bot lane. Zia looking for the engage. Magic Gush does come out, try to clear the wave, doesn't want to lose this tier 2. As Nats holds down Doom on the top side. They're going to take the tier 2 on the mid. Wave coming down as well. Holy defenses are going to start to break. Nats going to charge to close in as well.
Oh, no.
Tsunami Slam tries to connect. Almost gets a knock up onto Akashi. CC immune, but not anymore. RWM connects. Akashi taking a lot of damage. Begin tries to come in. Nats able to use the consecration to get away. SOD. In goes Zia. Maybe he's biting off way too much, but he dashes back. Give me the cam on Zia. He gets shut down by Shin. Unable to get the kill. Maybe trying to perform a little too hard there. Shark down as well. ALPHA7 forced to back off. Begin doesn't want to let it up. Doesn't have a Tsunami Slam. Can't bring Nats back in, but he at least gets some damage.
I think Zia going in was a risk, of course, but then it was a calculated risk, because if you take a look at the items on the side of ENTITY7, they didn't have a chance to slow him down. Yes, it was against a lot of members, but they were all lined up in the Sphere of Misery. But yes, if he got at least one kill, he would have been happy. Was not able to get anything out of it. A good defense, but do you see the amount of resources they kind of expended just to take down Shark, right? They got themselves a rocket, along with that the Daytona's Welcome, and then into the Tsunami Slam, taken to the base crystal. Might as well take him to the fountain at that point. And ENTITY7 were still able to defend this. So a good defense coming out from ENTITY7, but ALPHA7 are not letting up. They still have the tools to work things out in their favor. They've got the map. They can really bait out ENTITY7 on the top side, and they know ENTITY7 are kicking themselves. How do they take down this Uranus? They need Doom to dish out the damage, but they also need Doom to answer the waves, because there's no member that's fast enough or mobile enough to answer the split coming in from ALPHA7.
All right, so with ENTITY7 getting themselves back in this a little bit, about a 3,000 gold deficit only. The gold spread is split up. It was about 300, 400. Nobody extremely leading completely on the side of ALPHA7 North. Zia did just get Malefic Gun in, going to have a bit more range, which is going to be helpful for him to be even more aggressive. But ENTITY7, I got to give it up to Akashi. Even in that last moment, he gets hit by a Violent Requiem, caught up in the RWM, and still gets away safely. If there's going to be someone that can save this game, it might just be in the hands of ENTITY7's own Akashi.
Well, Akashi, at this point, he's 1-1-4. He's looking to dive in, but the kiting is just too much from ALPHA7 at this point. Hide on bushes. He's having a good game, no doubt. 5-2-4. The KDA says that, but is he really having a good game though? Like the fact that Hide on Bush is having a good game is starting to slowly become a problem for the rest of his teammates. They need to find a way to deal with Nats firstly before they get to the Lord. If they don't, it's going to become a problem. And even at the Purify, it doesn't even pop it.
They use the Tsunami Slam. He doesn't use the Consecration or the Purify. Nat's still okay. RWM does come out, catches two, taunt lands onto Begin. Begin goes down. They try to move on to Cold World. Cold World taken out by Akashi. Up on the top side, Spear Destruction does connect. They're going to move on to Doom, and Doom goes down. No Gold Laner, but Shark falls as well. Akashi, once again, trying to save the day, but it's Shin all alone. The team is split up, and ENTITY7 falls to dust as ALPHA7 move down the mid lane, clear the waves. It's 3 members against Akashi. They're not going to go for the Lord. They're going to go for towers.
The pressure is starting to pile. The pressure is starting to pile onto ENTITY7. They've got no answers. And now all of a sudden, 13-13. Yes, the kills are even, but the goal lead is 5,000. Too much.
Zia with the sidestep. Begin trying to lock on. Zia's forced to back off. Nats trying to create space. ALPHA7 knows they can't finish things here. They have to move back to the Lord. They get a tower, almost 2. Are they going to try to rush this Lord with everyone on ENTITY7 back on the map?
Well, at this point, at least on the bright side, ENTITY7 have put a little bit of a chink in the armor of ALPHA7, right? They've cracked down onto Cold World. He's not been having a great game so far. The RWM's not really making that much of a difference. But into the Wrath of the Dryads, that's where it started to become a problem. And I think ENTITY7 are not able to deal with it. They need to be the ones to pull the trigger first.
Ooh, SOD does connect. RWM comes down, catches multiple members, hide on bush low. Does finally fall. Shark able to get the kill. Doom takes out Shark though. Akashi looking for a target as well. Best player taken out. There's no retry on either side right now. It's Cold World and Nats up against Doom, Akashi, and Shin. ENTITY7 finally getting the win on this fight, but Nats is still unkillable. He's 3-0-8, and ENTITY7 knows they can't fight it.
Man, somebody, I don't know what how are they gonna take him down? They took down 3 members, and I think they could have probably gone for the kill onto Nats, but realizing that Cold World's still alive, and look at Akashi on top of him. Cold World goes down.
What are they doing? Nats now alone against 3, trying to delay the Lord as Zia and Shark make their way, but he's brought low. It's too much damage. He's forced to back off. He popped Consecration. He popped the Purify. He's got nothing left but his own self. Hide on bush shows up to the Lord. Zia on mid side pushing the wave. SOD connects onto Doom. Is Zia gonna commit? Zia commits, Machine's there, and the damage is too much. Zia's gone. He falls into the trap. And now the knockup connects from Begin. Best player unable to make a way in. ENTITY7 have control of the pit. ENTITY7 have control of the game for just a moment. Can they turn this around? Best player can't find an angle in. Begin and Doom are just too much. The Lord goes to ENTITY7.
What a Lord dance. What a Lord dance. They were doing the cha-cha, Layla. I know you're watching. They were doing the cha-cha. At this point, ENTITY7 going back and forth, and somehow they pushed ALPHA7 out of the pit. They forced the fight. They knew Zia was in an awkward position. They knew Best Player and Shark were in an awkward position, and they made them pay for that. And now they've got themselves a momentary lapse of momentary lapse from the side of ALPHA7, and ENTITY7 capitalized. Now they've got themselves a slight bit of an advantage, and they need to maximize this Lord as much as they can, because they're not going to get many opportunities like this again.
ALPHA7 North running a little too hot right now, and ENTITY7 just threw water on the fire. Nats takes a lot of damage. RWM does come down. A tsunami slam onto Best Player. Best Player looking for a target as Doom chips away. Down goes Hide on Bush, but the Immortality does pop. He's still standing, able to walk back. Lord finally drops. Nats into the backside, able to take on Hide on Bush. Best Player there as well. Begin is the next target. Doom up against Zia, but the Immortality's no longer around, and now ALPHA7 is on the run as ENTITY7 tries to turn it around. Akashi picking up the pieces. A huge magic gush, and members of ALPHA7 are dropping like flies. Doom into the backside. Nats trying to survive, but he just can't do it. Not on the fly. He's taken out, and ENTITY7 are looking down the barrel of the gun. It's Shark against the world. A Canyon minute to defend. Shark, can he do this? Can he try to save it? ENTITY7 isn't going to let it happen. Shark goes down by the magic gush, and ENTITY7 make it to match point.
Oh, no. Oh, no, not like this. ALPHA7 had control of the game. They had a better draft. Shin needed to get the Sky Piercer for things to start working in the favor of ENTITY7. But what a Lord dance. They were pushed back in a corner. They didn't have their mid lane inhibitor. The way they sustained in the pit was just so brilliant. ALPHA7 had no answers to it whatsoever. Back and forth. And look at this. Nats was 4-1-9 of the KDA. They knew they couldn't take down Nats, but Nats was not the problem. He was just the big bait. You want to make sure you take down the damage dealers that are behind him. And that's what they did. Zia got a little too aggressive, right? He got a little too much into the face of ENTITY7. Same thing with Cold World. Honestly, apart from that last RWM for the Lord defense, we didn't really see any clutch ones coming in. It was more the Wrath of the Dryads that was keeping them in the RWM. Best Player was playing a decent game, but I guess they just were not able to get around Shin. He's 9-4-11. The impact that he had on the game, 87% KPA. or our team fight participation tracks, it started to get to a point where they just couldn't contain him, could they?
Yeah, Shin was huge. His positioning was perfect at times. He waited for those magic gushes at all the perfect times. Taking a look at these highlights, ALPHA7 was in control, right? I mean, first turtle, they lose second turtle. There's just a moment where NT7 takes gold lead, but still ALPHA7 had the game in their hands. But we see it sometimes, right? You get a little too confident. You get a little overheated, a little too much. And you mentioned a Cold World. I mean, he was unable to put down any RWMs. Akashi and Shin were always there. Every time he dropped it, he got caught off guard, even when it mattered most. And at times, that was okay, right? They were okay with letting Cold World bite the bullet as long as Zia could pick up the pieces elsewhere. But towards the end of this match, we're going to see later, I think there was one crucial point, one crucial moment. ALPHA7 get the big clear. They go for the base instead of the Lord, and that buys ENTITY7 a little bit more time. It buys them that next Lord.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's very true. It was more than enough. And you know what, Layla? Before I pass it on to you, I'm about to say, Akashi, you're right.
Akashi.
Well, with the amount of work that he put in, yeah, justice needs to be given for the amount of work that he puts in, man. Akashi was the workhorse for ENTITY7 in this game.
The workhorse. No, and ALPHA7, they did so well from the very beginning. You didn't even see it here, right? Look, Nat and Zia, they were just doing great. This great duo that was able to kind of keep Shin at bay. You know, if as soon as they weren't able to zoom Shin, that became a problem. And then I feel like, you know, Nats was able to do such a great job with it, but and then Shin, you know, as soon as he is not being harassed by Nats, he was able to dish out the damage and really turn that game around for ENTITY7.
Yeah, this is the mistake I was talking about. They pushed Nats into a corner, and now all of a sudden, nobody's there to deal with Shin. Shin is just free hitting, right? This Lord in the previous fight too, where if you take a look at the previous fight, the replay that they showed, Shin was able to walk around from the tri-bush all the way to the long bush, the mid lane, through the entire fight, around, and then flickers forward to use the gush onto Cold World, who is standing and using the RWM, and left completely unchecked. I think ALPHA7, after getting the little bit of a lead, got too overconfident, overheated, like you mentioned, Trex, and then started tunnel visioning to what they wanted to do and forgot the main objective, which is got to shut down Shin for you to win the game against ENTITY7. Yeah, Akashi a monster, bro.
They just couldn't do anything against him. Even there, I think that was another perfect example of them just going too far out. They were able to get 2 kills. They didn't have to chase there. They could have easily, they got their base defense. They still had a good advantage on the map with Nats and Zia. But once they go a little too deep, and this is, we saw it in that Lord fight, we saw it here in this defense twice. Just a little bit too much confidence, right? A little bit too much like, ooh, let's go for this. Let's finish this. We got this. We got this. We got this. And it completely, they overcommit. They split themselves up and they get taken out. Match point.
You're right.
This is why we were saying, Layla. This is why we were saying, whoa. This is why we were saying the whoa. You gotta calm down. You can't get too ahead. You know, the red light's still on. It's not green yet for ALPHA7. And with match point, I don't know, Layla. It's all you. You gotta talk what you gotta say. I don't know. We're done.
Going into match point, I mean, we definitely would have preferred them to win match 4 so that going into it, they don't have that much pressure, right? Match point for ENTITY7. ALPHA7 has a lot to lose. If they lose this, that's it. No, well, yes, MSC, but they're definitely not that spot at the international stage. They're going into wildcard against these really big teams.
You know what I'm gonna ask, Trex. You know what I'm gonna ask. But hey, MVP Shin highlights. Take a look at the position that he had. Right, like look at this final. The gush coming out. He's still able to get the kill on the best player. The stacks started racking up. Nats became a problem, and he knew he knew Nats was gonna go down because he had the support, he had the Sky Piercer stacks, and it became a problem for them to deal with. Hey, that's Melita, right? The Spanish caster.
Shout out Melita.
Exactly. Shout out.
Phew. What were you gonna ask, Kronos?
So if ENTITY7 win this,
how well do we think ALPHA7 will do in wildcard?
No, not the wildcard. Honestly, I think wildcard is pretty stacked. Like either of these teams going to the wildcard, I think they're gonna have a tough time. I'm doubts for them to make it out of the wildcard. Not gonna lie, you got Versatile Time the wildcard. You got FUT Esports. They're doing absolutely great too, right? And then you got is it Guangzhou? If I'm not wrong, Guangzhou Gaming. That's there in the wildcard as well from the side of East Asia. Yeah, and then you got VSG coming in from Europe, so I think pretty stacked lineups in the wild card. I'm not gonna lie, I definitely don't want the European side and ECA side of things for wild card looks pretty strong, if you ask me. So I would not want to go against Versatile Time. They gave Team Spirit a run for their money, and so did FUT Esports. They gave Aurora a run for their money. It wasn't a one-sided affair either, anyway. But I think at this point, what I was gonna ask Trex is, if ENTITY7 win this, are we finally gonna say the South topple the North? You know,
I just want to let everyone know,
Bonox,
use the code MCTBNX and get 5% out. Box-ons, Bonox, bonus box, whatever you want to call it. Either way, use that code right there, 5% off. I can't, after this little ad lib, I can't really remember what Kronos asked me. Anyways,
there we go.
Match point.
I don't want to say it either, man.
Match point. No, this will be what? The second time ever beating us? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
That's good.
We got a better track record.
No, but hey, this sets up the heat for season 2, doesn't it?
What is it?
Hey.
We're gonna be jumping into, what are we jumping into, Layla?
We're jumping into freestyle rapping, so let's have a look at that. We got some nice performances coming up.
Hola, se escucha. Sí. Sí.
Yeah.
Ahora
¿Cómo
sí.
está toda la gente? Pónganse de pie, hermano. Pónganse de pie. Vamos a hacer el último freestyle con ustedes.
Ajá. Ey. Voy a comenzar en 3, 2, 1, ¡tiempo!
Papicha se ríe de la plaza. Paro para arriba de la gente que ahora es una amenaza. Hoy día nadie se echa grasa. Que una bulla porque hoy día el trofeo se queda en casa.
Manos arriba que esto es éxito rotundo. Esto se lo digo del corazón profundo. Tengo algo que decirte en este segundo. Perú es mais campeão do mundo.
El más campeão del mundo por eso. E estamos aqui desde o começo. Sabe que eu vou rimando bem assim. Português é daquele jeitão. Forte abraço, Akashi Vaguinho.
Muchas gracias por venir en este instante. Manos arriba los de adelante. Y el que me haga la bulla más elegante se va recompensado con diamantes.
Mano arriba acá la gente elegante. Esto será recompensado con diamantes. Y recuerden seguir adelante porque el esfuerzo es bien importante.
É muito importante, então a gente vai fazendo o freestyle que segue. Daquele jeitaço, não sei se entiendes lo que hablo, pero estoy en Perú con ENTITY7.
Tengo un mensaje, el organizador me dio pasaje y me acaba de decir que la gente que grita más le da un código de personaje.
Sí, y eso se siente, obviamente, en el presente. Ven estos raperos exponentes, somos de Entity, solo que somos suplentes.
Eso, no entiendo nada de lo que estás hablando, mano, até porque sabe que soy guerrero. Eso es acá, eso es Perú, brasileño.
Perú brasilero, mano por arriba de la gente que sigue en línea. Los peruanos somos buenas riñas, como la gente que defiende su línea.
Mano arriba todas las personas, no estoy loco. Manos arriba, eso es lo que les provoco. Recuerden representarnos a nosotros. Y te lo digo de un campeón a otro.
nosotros.
Papicha, me ajuda com uma palavra, você sabe que com certeza a rima é minha. Será que eles conhecem uma bebida chamada?
¡Que viva la caipirinha! ¿Cómo está toda la gente? Les voy a contar algo de hace horas. Hace rato en la mente tenía una locomotora y qué buena estaba la animadora.
Esto es ritmo rápido, esto es ritmo mágico, esto es ritmo hip hop obvio que lo meten automático. Gracias a la gente por momentos mágicos y ellos por mantener los dedos bien rápidos.
E por isso que hacemos isso, cê sabe que é o Zulu com certeza no serviço. Tenho mais uma palavra que eu posso falar para todos. Manos, arriba é ruído!
¡Arriba, arriba, arriba, arriba! Y seguimos.
Ajá, ajá. Y... Ahí... Ahora, pa.
Perfectamente enunciado el fenómeno de la autodestrucción.
Ahí. Ey. En 3, 2, 1.
Manos arriba, consagren sus corazones, hagan lo mejor como se supone, en especial para el equipo de los campeones, que hoy día tienen en sus manos nuestras ilusiones.
De todos los camaradas, de todos los que nos han visto en la grada, después de ganar estas olimpiadas, conseguí la armadura que me faltaba.
Hermano, sabe que desse jeitão, mesmo fazendo freestyle, com certeza estamos aqui. E se fazemos rap, estamos com Chile, MLBB.
Esto es normal, yo soy el principal. Van arriba que me siga la camarita mundial. En especial a la gente que está acá, que no hemos visto a alguien tan fuerte del mundial.
El más fuerte del mundial, el que siempre representa desde la final. ¿Qué? Me comentan que la gente se calienta y al que no haga ruido le van a banear la cuenta.
Epa, picha, para que eso, hermano. Vamos a seguirlo. Epa, picha. Epa, 3. En 3, 2, 1.
Me dicen 3, 2, 1, yo sí le consumo al mismo tiempo de que les demuestro en este segundo. Por lo menos como se crece. Recuerda que Perú gana varias veces.
Ha ganado varias veces, sí, los niños. Batallo contigo y niño. Y te doy cariño. En batalla de esos play, pues se disfrazó de niño.
Una más.
Una más con mi actitud, porque me está atacando. Eso no es común, porque me atacas con esa actitud. Para atacarme a mí, tienes que ser campeón de Red Bull.
De Red Bull, qué castigo. Este es campeón de Mobile Legends, bandido. El de Red Bull es Mobile Legends con objetivo y te escondes en la torre del enemigo.
En la torre del enemigo. En serio, que me dice lo que ustedes no sé a qué se debe. Él piensa que juega siempre y ahorita arriba acaba de desinstalar Mobile Legends.
Hoy día le gano así. Catacris es malo, es infeliz. ¿Saben el nivel de Catacris? La gente estaba rompiendo bases y él peleando con Chris.
Peleando con Chris, lo siento, no te he escuchado. ¿Qué ha pasado aquí? Entiende, tienes que rapear con este tipo. No puedes ser campeón si no trabajas en equipo.
Trabajo y soy constante, manos arriba que estoy al volante. Ahora sí soy el campeón en un instante. Me encontré un diamante, wow, negro y brillante.
Un aplauso para todos ustedes, gente.
Aplauso.
Todos son los mejores.
Una más.
Que sigue la fiesta.
Una más.
Muchos hermanos.
Una más. En 3, 2, 1. ¡Ahí!
Great freestyling, lot said. Couldn't understand it, but the energy in the crowd was amazing. So I'm sure these rappers were really good. Going into match 5, match point for ENTITY7. Match point. Lots of pressure for ALPHA7. What do you think, Kronos? What's happening? What's gonna happen for match 5?
I think if you're ALPHA7, you need to double down what you're listening to mostly, because like I think the calls needs to be more clear. I think in the previous game they kind of I feel like there was miscommunication, right? Zia, he's been the most consistent one. I think this is the first ever mistake he's kind of made entire MCT treks. Correct me if I'm wrong. We haven't seen a lot of mistakes coming from Zia. He's the one usually that holds it together. He's the one that kind of keeps it sane. He's the one that kind of, you know, is the one that they turn to. He's the rock in their corner. And when you know ENTITY7 are playing such a great game and the rest of your teammates are not able to pull up, it kind of, is it like Zia had to do a little too much for them to, and that's the reason he made a mistake?
Shark and Zia got to get it together here. Look at their faces right now. They got
Zia staring into the camera.
We got
ENTITY7 over. We got ENTITY7 over here with clipboards and stuff.
Yeah.
ALPHA7 just staring into the abyss right now.
Is it a vacation in Peru?
Are they looking at the bans that's happening or what's happening here?
I think they're about
I
to
wonder what
lobby
they're
up.
looking at.
Oh, the players?
Yeah, like Hide on Bush
No, I
was
think-
looking at the clipboard. Wonder what it was on
Oh
there.
yeah,
that's
it's
like
strategy,
stat
possible
sheets.
drafts.
Yeah.
Team Secret.
Yeah.
Probably looking at everything that's been banned out, especially with the global ban. You got to have some notes ready to go. The draft will be coming in.
Yep.
ALPHA7 take the red side. Can they stop match
Damn,
point?
Sir Rose with a phone. Sir Rose got a phone. Meanwhile, clipboard on the side of, you know, for Chris Angel and the rest of ENTITY7. I was just taking a look. So I think Nats right now, not pretty. A lot of faces that don't have smiles on the camp of ALPHA7 North, right? But at NC7, they look a little more focused, and I think reality starting to dawn upon ALPHA7 North. They got to pull it up. They got to wake up right now, regardless of what's happening around them. When they get into Mobile Legends, the bang bang into the land of dawn, you got to make it work. And look at Akashi. He has been the workhorse for ENTITY7. They're not able to shut him down. They did in the game where Nats had the Alice. That's got a better laning matchup. After that, whenever it's the 50-50, Akashi's been getting the better of Nats.
I mean, even last game, it's not exactly like he laned well against him. It's more just in those team fights, Akashi can show up, especially on something aggressive like that Lapu last time. He was just so clean on it. ENTITY7, though, picking up the Grok for first pick. And this is how you know things are starting to get sparse, right? Where a first pick can almost be like a, let's pick this and see what they're going to do type of pick, especially when you're on blue side here. YSS pick up for ALPHA7. This could definitely be a possible flex. I think we saw Zia play the YSS during season at least once.
Yeah, we did. We did, and I think it didn't really work out great. It did get the win, but it was when they got themselves a Sky Piercer, if I'm not wrong, in the hands of the YSS. But then again, they need a massive front line for it to work out. That's why you see the high-lows being picked up. Not a lot of roam options left as well, so need to prioritize what you can get. But if you got about the Harley, it started to get overshadowed with everything that's going on right now in the land of dawn. They get themselves the Harley, and now all of a sudden, you know for a fact that ENTITY7 got this burst damage that's coming through, and the Yu Zhong in their favor. As the EXP laners are starting to wear thin, what is ALPHA7 going to prioritize? Are they going to prioritize the gold, the EXP? What could it be here? They don't got Beleric to flex to the EXP lane as well because they used it up in the previous game. No Uranus. They do have the glue that they can pick up for themselves, but is that going to be? I think glue is one of the only options left.
Lilia.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to go for the Lilia. Lilia Assault. It's Harley against the Yu Zhong. It's definitely an answer. It's definitely a solid pick. You lock in Cold World.
Valentina's gone. You take out other gold lane options, EXP lane options right here. Yeah, there you go. You take out EXP lane options because you want to give Akashi the better matchup into Nats. Zetian's gone, Valentina's gone, Lapu, and what's left? I think here Sora's taken off. No Alice. Glue is. I'm thinking only Glue's left, right?
Yeah, Glue EXP or CC.
Oh, CC.
It's aggressive.
They got to. They need the win.
Layla.
What's left in mid lane though?
Last pick, leaving Zia. I don't know what he's gonna pick, but yeah, also Shin's mid lane pick is also stressing me out a little because that could make it break it.
No, right?
Kadita. Fars is open for Entity7.
No. Yeah, Farsa is open, but not against the Hilo. So I mean, yes.
Louis.
Granger, okay. Louis, yeah. Louis.
Something like that, something spicy. That's what they're left with at this point.
Novaria?
Kimmy. We always forget about the Kimmy, I feel like. Every time.
Yeah. Did you say Mia? Stop it.
Kimmy. What? Who's that Mia?
I heard
She
Mia
said,
from
Mom, let
Layla.
me-
For Zia? Zia's gonna pick Mia? No.
Okay, no.
Oh, Zia. He's looking a
What could they
little
go
sad.
for here? Melissa, maybe, if they wanted to. Bruno, Beatrix. Arla. Okay, CC Gold Lane.
Wait a second. Whoa.
We've seen
Gold
him
lane,
with
Gold
the
lane
CC.
Gold
Gold
lane
lane.
CC.
Yeah, we've seen him on a gold lane CC before, and he did all right.
Funnel strat for best player. With some late game damage on the CC, the Lilia. It's definitely, we're reaching. It's not an unvalid strategy, but with a funnel strat, they got it. The Yuzong on Akashi is scary right now because you know they're going to want to group up, and the Yuzong just comes in and looks for those small groups of 3, 2, boom, boom, boom.
And he was having a good game as well in the previous game, right? He was definitely having a fun time. So I don't know, Akashi feels a little too much for them to handle, but also at the same time, Zia is looking to get the early snowball on the side of the goal lane. You want to stop Doom from scaling quick. You want to stop Doom from getting the Sky Piercer stacks. Nats is going to be a problem. They are looking to invade and to hide on Bush.
Well, it's match point for Entity7 as we jump into the land of Dawn for possibly the final time of MLBB America's Grand Finals. Entity7 looking to close things out. ALPHA7 just looking to hang on for a few more games. Can they do it?
Hey, we're gonna see gameplay coming out from both sides. You know, this kind of game, at least hopefully, as the draft is starting to wear thin from both these sides. Hide on Bush right now on this Harley definitely has pick-off priority and nobody there to really stop him. Cold World on this Lilia. We've seen the Black Shoes bait out a lot of these deadly magics early on. But you do not want, look at the rotation though. The rotation just to sneak in and take that away. No, not even allowing that to happen. Spotted out by Shark from ALPHA7 and Doom being pushed back by Z on the top side. They really need this early game to work out. And I think if best player goes down at least a couple of times, that's good. That should be good news for Entity7. And that's what ALPHA7 needs to avoid. Dominate the sides and make sure best player, the funnel strat that you spoke about, Trex, that the jungler is having a great time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a slow pop-off as well. Probably won't see anything big from ALPHA7 till about the 6 or 7 minute mark possibly, unless Entity just makes a huge mistake. On the other hand, level 4, Hide on Bush comes in. The way they've already been moving around the map, definitely could see a possible deadly magic coming on to Nats early on, coming on to Zia early on, coming on to any target he deems fit early on. Kakashi looking for that level 4 before this turtle comes up. Not quite able to get it just yet. Oh, does, because he gets the crab. Nat's still a level behind.
No.
Back of the turtle, though. A little bit of action. Nice knock up on a best player. Best player. Akashi. Unable to find a way in. Akashi zones him away. They're unable to be able to fight for this turtle. And Hide on Bush is able to secure it. A big knockup, though, comes from Akashi once more. Not trying to find his way in. Akashi goes down. First blood in the hands of Shark. So a kill for a turtle. Not the greatest trade, but ALPHA7 is up in gold.
Yeah, I think ALPHA7 get a lot of assists on the board, so that should be worth it in their eyes, even though they gave away the turtle. But the crucial factor is that you could see how Akashi knew who his target was. He's straight on top of best player, hunting him down, not allowing him to breathe whatsoever, waiting for him to use Dauntless Fleet as well there on the right time. But here, again on the wall.
Black Shoes does pop, though. Cold World into a safe spot, taking a lot of damage. Finally goes down. Doom able to get the kill. First blood for Entity7 goes into the hands of Doom, which is the perfect spot for it to be.
Yeah, I think at this point, Vagin didn't even have the tech charge, right? that the fact that without the tech charge, your Purify got baited out, and also at the same time, the Black Shoes. Yeah, the positioning from Cold World hasn't really been the best this entire series. He's had his moments, but also, as long as the highs are high, his lows were pretty low as well in terms of positioning and with the performance that he's put out in this game, in this series. But also at the same time, if there's somebody you want to back in terms of what they can provide in the mid lane, it's definitely Cold World at this point for ALPHA7 North. He's going to be the linchpin. He's going to be the focal point to melt down this frontline tanks, especially Vagin. So he's not going to be able to walk around quite a lot. And also at least bait out a couple of these skills, especially the black Deadly Magic.
Oh! At least they get the kill, though. It's 2 for 1. A nice save by ALPHA7. It was close, but they made the commit happen. But now on the top, Zia in a lot of trouble between 3 members under the tower trying to survive. Shark comes in to help out. Zia does eventually drop for the price of a Vagin. A decent trade for ENTITY7 trying to even out the board.
Yeah, they even out the board right now, but it's still 1K behind, though, almost in gold. I think on the bot side, I thought it was disastrous, not going to lie, but best player able to get that double really clutch things up, and this is where you want to be if you're YSS. You don't want to go down, but there, the Sky Piercer. This is what I was worried about. No.
Well done, Akashi 0-3-1, and you mentioned earlier how he's going to be the one to be able to zone away best player, but if they can put him behind, it does help out a lot in these neutral objectives. Vagin taking a bit of damage. Shark, Zia, and Cold World zone them away, and second turtle does go into the hands of ALPHA7. Shark drops a glorious pathway up on the top side, though. Vagin looking for a target. Nats with the final slash. Looking for Doom, able to get under the tower, popping off. Walks in a hideout bush, though, takes a lot of damage from Akashi. Nats will drop. Akashi able to get the kill. Black Dragon comes out. They're on the chase. They're on the hunt. Vagin able to get the knock-up. Shark low. Zia low as well with the deadly magic. He will not survive. And hideout bush looking for more targets. Cold World doesn't have the black shoes. Can he get away? One more health, and he drops. Akashi putting himself back on the board. 2, 3, and 3. ENTITY7 putting themselves back on the board. 7-7.
The re-engage coming in from ENTITY7 after ALPHA7 really took the fight to them with the score being 7-7. It's just wait. ALPHA7 overstaying their welcome right now. Every single team fight, they got the advantage. They didn't really have to stay there for a long time. And whatever they've built up slowly being thrown away. Yes, they still have goal lead on their side, but ENTITY7 are moving with confidence right now. And that's been there on their side for the entire time. You do not want to give them confidence whatsoever because they're moving like they've already won the game. Let's be honest. I think ENTITY7 are moving like they've already won the game, but also at the same time, ALPHA7 needs to find answers. They're able to get the Law and Order on Akashi. They're able to find these pickoffs, right? But they've got more single target priorities when it comes to this deadly magic. As Hide on Bush is able to find the right target. Nats goes in deep. Zia goes in too deep. But best player not being in the fight wasn't really a wise fight to pick right now because he's got himself the Sky Piercer, right? So you want to make sure the Sky Piercer starts stacking up.
All right. ENTITY7. You mentioned it. They're behind on gold. But it doesn't mean it's not playable. Hide on Bush is 3-1-3. Zia supposed to be having an early game advantage. Doesn't seem to have it right now. Getting targeted down, and these are the ganks we were worried about for ALPHA7. Another pickoff. ENTITY7 does so great at attacking these off lanes right now. A big knock-up. A lot of damage on a best player. Best player able to get the turtle, but will he get away with his life? Akashi drops. Best player able to get the kill. More damage on the back side as Nats chase down Vagin. Nats though going to get targeted down by Doom. Shark here to help out. ALPHA7 able to get a hit and run and keep the gold lead.
And not just that, they even get the mid-tier 1, so that's really good for them. Along with that, a stack for best player. And this is where you need to start churning things, right? You got to work overtime. Put the elbow grease in right now to make sure you get your advantage. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to walk away. It's not easy. It's not MCT North group right now. It ain't true. It ain't easy being cheesy. But I mean, let's be honest. I think right now ALPHA7 realized they really got to put in the elbow grease to try and take out the stain. That's what the 3-1 right now in their not in their favor. And if they don't, ENTITY7 are going to run away with the game. They're already at match point. They've got a one-way ticket, man. I don't think they want to throw away. Not after a previous game. Oh, final slash.
Final slash locks on Vagin and Akashi. Begin low, best player able to get the kill, another pick off, and ALPHA7 back off. Smart play, look for the hits, look for the play on the map, get a kill, leave it alone, because that's where ALPHA7 keeps on failing. We talked about it, ENTITY7 did it. The turnarounds from ENTITY7 continue to be such a problem for Alpha.
Well, at least they do get a tier 1 on the top side, right? So macro in the favor of ENTITY7. They've not lost, sorry, ALPHA7. They've not lost a single tower yet. They only lose the bot side right now, which is still okay since the Lord is spawned on the bot side. They don't really have to worry so much about the long lanes while they still have their tier 3s to tier 2s up. It's not that late right now, and I think Zia on the CC is going to start popping off soon enough. These curtain call yo-yo blitz are going to start hurting. And I think if Vagin doesn't have the Dreadnought armor or the anti-caress, it's going to start becoming a problem. And ALPHA7 North need to slowly maximize these stacks in the Sky Piercer for best player, because he's got 2 right now. 20 is pretty good, and Doom's at 0.
Cool. Nats maybe going a little too deep, will be okay. Akashi's not going to fully commit. They know Lord is up as Doom sits on the top side, trying to clear the wave, push it onto the tower. ALPHA7 looking for an angle. Black Dragon comes out. Vagin brought very low as Nats tries to switch targets and petrify. And best player is shattered down. Vagin goes down as well as Akashi tries to survive a hide on bush drops. There's no rushing on the field, and 3 members of ENTITY7 are gone. ALPHA7 looking for the advance. They're going to clear this mid wave. It's Shin and Doom, 2 marksmen against 4 of ALPHA7 North. Will ALPHA7 switch sides and try to go for this Lord? They will. Now the question is, will Entity look for the steal?
Yeah, they don't have a marksman right now to blitz down his Lord, right? Oh, shit, goes in a little too deep.
Nats goes down, though. And the next target might just be Zia. Doom and Shin holding off ALPHA7 all alone. They're able to kite back, and ALPHA7 are unable to secure the Lord once again.
Well, Doom making sure ALPHA7 listened to the Rhapsody that he's got for them at that point, able to get a kill, a stack on the Sky Piercer. Again, ALPHA7 making blunders, right? They got the advantage. They got Shin. Shin did a brilliant job baiting out that fight. And now look at this, they go in again. Oh.
Tech charge. Lands on a 2. Vagin goes down, though. Cold World able to get the killer. Shark gets stunned, but the Black Dragon comes out to stop, and Zia brought very, very low. Hide on Bush takes him out, and now E7 is pushing back onto Alpha. His best player tries to look for the re-engage. He goes back onto the tower. Nats looking around the flank. ENTITY7 knows they can't force it. There's no ultimate Shin and Doom. They have to back off as well.
Well, even with everything that they've been throwing at Shin, he's 0-0-8 Trex. 13 kills on the side of ALPHA7. They still haven't got one. They still haven't really touched Shin at this point, right? They've got that final slash, which was there in the earlier fight. They're really forcing him into precarious situations, but they're just not able to get the final blow. And he's able to get the tracking shot, force out so much, but here's the glorious path from Shark.
Beautiful wall, though, from Vagin. A nice final slash to catch Akashi. Mount Shocker to lock down Shin, and best player gets away with a sliver of health. Shin goes down finally. Nat's able to get the kill. Zia finds Vagin. Best player looking for the re-engage. Lord goes to best player, and 4 members drop an ENTITY7. ALPHA7 finally taking an advantage, a big advantage in this map. Can they translate it into a win, though?
The bait and switch worked out. This is what you were talking about. The pick and roll coming out from the side of ALPHA7. They're making it work. Best player baited out a lot of damage, took a lot, moved away. Even Zia was able to get out that deadly magic, and then all of a sudden you're forcing Hide on Bush to take this 1v4 in this Lord pit, and knowing that he is going to try and contest into a super low, hanging that bait in front of them. Got the carrot, switched it to the stick, and now all of a sudden ENTITY7 backed into a corner. ALPHA7 came to play. That fight alone gave them such a massive goalie. Now it's 5,000 in their favor. The Lord is marching on the bot side. They need to get inhibitors, at least translate it into big objectives, which will allow ALPHA7 to play the long lane, which is going to be the bot side. So you know bot side inhibitor is going to be the target. Oh!
Nats,
did he mess that up?
A flicker there. Yeah, he did mess it up.
He had it.
Flicks back.
He didn't have to flicker.
He didn't, and I think he accidentally flicked back as well. Lord gets the crash onto the boss side. Minions on the mid. ALPHA7 North. Wait a second, Vagin comes out with a tech charge with a lot of damage in response. Best player to the backside, Nats as well. Black Dragon trying to connect onto multiples, but he does still have the petrify. Shin down. ALPHA7 going to move on to the tower. There's just not enough damage yet on ENTITY7 to find any members of Alpha quite yet. This time ALPHA7 are going to play safe. They're not going to overcommit.
They don't overcommit. They do get the inhibitor on the bot side, so you know long lane's going to be in their favor. And now 75 seconds to the Lord. They're looking to take down the mid lane as well to add more pressure. Shark already popped the conceal.
Big final slash from Nats. Lands onto Akashi. Akashi goes down. Still no Shin. He's finally going to come out. But wait, hide on Bush gets deleted. Cold World gets the kill. Mid tower gone. ALPHA7 North still taking it slow. They know 3 members are up. They don't have the minions quite yet. Gotta wait on this wave. It's Shin, Vagine, and Doom up against the world. The tech charges in the hands of Vagine. Watch for it. Wait for it. Can he find some members? Can he find a knockup that can change everything around? No, he misses. And now ALPHA7 looks for the re-engage. He gets a knockup. Vagine finally drops. No immortality to bring him back as ALPHA7 moves forward. Still waiting on another wave, but there's only a cannon minion on the bottom to try to finish things out. Shin back on the map. Akashi there as well. Nats gets final slash. Akashi taking out a killing spree for rest player. Another wave coming down the mid. Black Shrews from Cold World. ALPHA7 still unable to finish things as Hide on Bush is back on the map. ALPHA7 is forced to back off.
They were really trying to force the end there, ALPHA7. A good decision made by backing off. Otherwise, that would have been disastrous because Doom was looking to stack on the Skypiercer. They were low enough. 1 kill, it would have been disastrous. But ALPHA7, Nats, with those final slashes, not allowing Akashi to play the game. This is what we wanted to see in the previous game, right? The entire series, rather. Nats versus Akashi, 4-2 and 13 on this R lot, but Akashi going down every single time he respawns back up. If no Black Dragon, he is susceptible to the crowd control that ALPHA7 are bringing to the table. 2, 8, and 5. The Petrify not going to do a lot as well, but unlikely Trencher to have a hand of Bush. They're going to go for the Lord.
This player gets the Lord. Black Dragon does come out. ALPHA7 just need to play it safe. Zia able to zone away Shin and hide on Bush. Akashi unable to make an angle in. ALPHA7 keep it safe. Deadly Magic can't get the kill onto Zia. And now there's a free Lord to march down the lane. Probably the first free Lord that ALPHA7 has gotten in 4 games.
First free Lord, a little room to breathe right now. Best player on the Skypiercer probably has, what, about 45-ish stacks, 47-ish stacks right now. So it is doing and paying a lot of dividends with the poke that Zia has been putting down and Cold World. And I think this could be ALPHA7 looking to end the game.
Mount Shocker doesn't connect. Vagine does have a tech charge. He's not going to use it quite yet. As Cold World comes to the backside, Shin goes down. Shark able to get the kill. Vagine taking a lot of damage as well. The base down to 50%. Best player finds Vagine. All they got to do is lock on. 1 cannon minion. More waves coming in. A couple more hits, and ALPHA7 take game number 5.
Game number 5, ALPHA7 finds some breathing room, but the pressure is not out. It is 3-2 the score, and ENTITY7 are wondering where it went wrong. And let me tell you, folks, it was this man on the screen you're looking at right now. His R-Lot was aggressive in the face of ENTITY7, not allowing Shin to breathe whatsoever the entire time. 0, 3, and 8, making sure Shin does not have a good game. They found answers in 1 game earlier, now finding it again. And I think if they're able to pull it off a couple more times, they can call it the series. Because Akashi, again in this game, the front line just wasn't able to hold. He was bypassing the front line, going to the back line, getting that big final slash. It became a problem that ENTITY7 could not solve, even though they had themselves the Harley, which is 82% teamfight participation, had 6-4-3. But if they're just grouping up together, what's the Harley gonna do?
Oh, when Vaking did try to set and go in a bunch of times, and it, you know, he goes in, he gets the set sometimes, but then like he just gets deleted. And then I have to say though, giving it out for Shin and Doom, they really held on to that like so well. I really thought they were gonna lose, and they were able to, you know, two backliners able to hold that back and give themselves a chance. But unfortunately, you know, ALPHA7 brought it this time. That's amazing. I have to say, I was watching Best Player. He wasn't going in too aggressive. Like, he knew when to back off, even though the rest of the team, you know, that early game there when they won the turtle, they still wanted to keep going. But best player knew. He's like, I'm gonna pull away. He knows when to stop. And I think just being able to control themselves a little bit disciplined, they were able to win this game.
Sheesh, ALPHA7 North pull it off, right? There's still a long way to go. NT7 still in a very comfortable spot. All they got to do is win one. But you said it, Nats. Nats Entertainment was alive today, coming through. I got to give it up. I think the major thing here was bullying Akashi. Akashi was supposed to be the space maker. He was supposed to be the one to keep the back line at bay. And because he just took so many deaths early on, 1-3-1 here at 5 minutes, and then eventually turns into, I think, a 1-8-1 by end of the game, he wasn't able to do it. Best player was able to have free roam and get those kills. Cole World, Zia, all of them able to just have free roam overall. And Nats was the one who was able to create the space. And oh my lord, has these past 5 games been a battle of EXP laners and who can really create that opening for the team.
Yeah, I agree. Creating the opening was an important thing. Like you said, he even in this case, Akashi going to the back line. The moment he's getting access to best player, things are working out for ENTITY7. But if Nats gets in first, Nats gets in behind first, then it becomes a problem for ENTITY7 to deal with. In this case, they've done a fantastic job to keep Doom at bay, to kind of not let him stack up with the Sky Piercer either. So that, in a way, the fact that Nats was getting deep into the back line and still not going down early became a problem. And now we're starting to see, even though the draft and the picks are starting to wear thin, there are still some of these comfort picks, right, that were once really good coming back into the meta slowly just because it's global bans. And ENTITY7, they really thought this was the finish. That's why they went for the first pick, Grok. You deny whatever ALPHA7 can try and make plays with on the other side, but you keep forgetting they still got the Hylos, you still got the Cho that's available, you still got plenty of other picks like the Chip, the Kaja, right? Let's not forget they can still go for a possible Gatot Kacha. You've got yourself maybe a cheese pick, Jawhead if you really wanted to go for it. Throwback. But I'm just saying, like, people say, hey, global ban's not good. You know, where are we going to see Eudoras and Nanas pop up? I don't think so. There's still plenty of picks that's still available if you really look deep into your pocket and see what can be done. But in this case, ALPHA7 North, they needed some more breathing room, and they found it. Meanwhile, ENTITY7 must be kicking themselves because of all the aggression they had in the early game, and they just let it slip because they could not contain Nats.
And with ALPHA7, you know, definitely great win. That takes off some pressure for them to be able to even this out and possibly go to game 7. That was game 5 for us. We have 2 more to go, maybe. We'll see. These guys are definitely, you know, showed us that if they lock in, they can win, right? And they really worked hard and they locked in. And if they continue at that pace, I think they can do it.
I think every time the North American fans' hopes are almost crushed, ALPHA7 gets another win in the books. It would be 2 more, but let's talk about the VIP. Best player will get it. I think a lot of us felt like Nats really deserved this one. I'm not going to lie. Nats was a monster. So in our eyes, still the official MVP. But best player, you know, when he's able to get on a hero where he can output some damage, he can perform. When his team can create space for him, he can perform. And that goes the same for Hide on Bush. Let's be honest. He's able to perform when Akashi can create the space for him. You know, these junglers, we talked about it when this started. We felt like it was a 50-50 between the 2 of them. And it's all going to be about how the offlaners create the space for these junglers. That's who's going to get the win on these turtle pits. And that's exactly how this story has been going. Hide on Bush has a great game when his roam, his EXP, and when everyone else can create that space for him. And the same goes for best player. He fumbles when there's no one there to protect him, but when he has a box to play in, he can truly shine.
Well, it's what now, game number 6?
6.
Right?
This is the farthest we've ever done drafts.
Yes, and I'm about to say, is it an America's tournament if it doesn't go all the way to game 7 tracks, right?
I mean, it ain't a North America tournament and if it ain't go all the way to 7, I'll tell you that. That is That's the way it goes. About time to take this tie off. It's getting hot in here.
¿Cómo están, chicos? Aquí estamos llegando a la sexta partida.
It's getting heated. It's definitely everybody's on the edge of their seat.
A la séptima. Y es que estos equipos no quieren dejar, no quieren salir a la competencia. Ellos quieren ir a la EWC, ellos quieren ir a París, ellos quieren disputar ese torneo. La wildcard no es opción en sus mentes, ellos están concentrados como verdaderos gamers. Y queremos agradecer también a nuestros sponsors del día de hoy, por ejemplo, Bonox, donde puedes comprar tus diamantes al mejor precio de la manera más segura y además te premia. Eso me recuerda que en algún momento vamos a tener un sorteo, producción me tiene que decir cuándo, de diamantes. Gente, ¿a ustedes les gustan los diamantes gratis? A mí también me gustan los diamantes gratis. Si ustedes levantan la mano, mi reportera les va a hacer una entrevista y puede que producción se anime a soltar diamantes gratis. A ver, ¿quién me dice? Allá, mira, mapa. Allá tenemos una linda chica a la derecha, a la izquierda. Mapa, al otro lado, al otro lado, al otro lado, al otro lado. Allá, nuestra amiga de negro, retrocede, retrocede. Allá, allá. Al fondo se nos fue.
Vamos. ¿Qué te parece, Rose, si entrevistamos a mi
No lo veo, pero es alto, mi tipo, 10 de 10.
Bienvenido, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien.
¿Cómo te llamas?
Me llamo John.
John, mucho gusto, mapa. Bueno, la mano, claro que sí. Pregunta, ¿a qué equipo le estás apostando en esta gran final?
Por supuesto que ENTITY7.
ENTITY7. ¿Y crees que en esta partida que sigue van a ganar o se va a extender un poco más?
Esta va a ser la última.
Esta va a ser la definitiva para celebrar.
Claro.
Claro que sí. Y bueno, ¿cuál es tu jugador favorito?
Sí. El mago.
Shin.
Sí.
Shin. ¿Te gusta Shin?
¿A cuánto te gusta Shin?
¡Shin! ¡Muchos fans!
A ver. Todos queremos siempre al mago.
Oh, ¿el mago crees que es como la posición favorita de todo el mundo?
No, pero es la más necesaria.
Ok, la más necesaria. Bueno, ¿y cómo has visto a Shin en este torneo?
Excelente.
¿El mejor?
Sí.
Bueno, ahí tuvimos a John. A ver, ¿alguien más que me quiera ayudar? Unos diamantes por ahí, ¿no les gustaría alguien más? ¿Por aquí, por aquí? A ver, tú. Si me colaboras por aquí, bienvenida. ¿Cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Jimena, mucho gusto.
Jimena, mucho gusto. ¿Mapa? Bueno, yo creo que es un poco obvio por acá a qué equipo le gustan, pero yo pregunto, ¿tu equipo favorito, ENTITY7 o ALPHA7?
6-7.
¿Cuál?
6-7.
ENTITY7. ¿Le vas al equipo de Perú?
Sí, le voy al equipo de Perú.
Ok, ¿y cómo has visto el torneo? ¿Qué tal el ambiente? ¿Qué tal los chicos? ¿Qué tal los raperos? ¿Te gustaron los raperos?
Son muy increíbles, la verdad. Me encantaron mucho.
¿Te gustaron mucho? ¿Y los cosplayers? ¿Qué tal?
Los cosplayers hermosísimos, me gustó tanto. Hasta el de Faramis me encantó.
Faramis fue el ganador, ¿no? Un aplauso para el ganador de Faramis. También que estuvo por ahí ganando un excelente cosplay, claro que sí. Pero a ti, ¿cuál fue el cosplay que más te gustó? ¿También de Faramis o hubo otro por ahí que también te gustará?
Sí, me gustó más el de Nana.
Nana. Ok, la furrita, ¿no? La furrita favorita de la Tierra al amanecer.
¿Ok? Es mi main.
Oh, tu main, Nana. Bueno, tenemos una main Nana en la Tierra al amanecer. Muchas gracias por la entrevista, Jimena. Bueno, en la parte izquierda no hemos entrevistado a nadie, Rose, ¿no?
Claro que no.
Y yo creo que quedan diamantes que podamos por ahí llegar a sortear. ¿Alguien que quiera por aquí? ¿Tú quieres? Por acá tenemos a alguien que quiere ser entrevistada, Rose.
Claro que sí, producción ha dicho que una entrevista más y podemos hacer sorteo, mapa.
Y mira que tiene un mensaje, mira, Perú, o sea, Perú en la casa, ¿no? ENTITY7 en la casita. Y aquí estoy acompañada, bienvenida, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cuál es tu nombre?
Mi nombre es Keila.
Keila, mucho gusto, mapa. Keila, bueno, ni modo de preguntarte a qué equipo le vas, porque yo creo que con el cartel queda totalmente claro, ¿no, Keila? Bueno, también te voy a preguntar, ¿jugador favorito? También es Shin. ¿Shin?
Sí, Shin.
¿Te gusta mucho Shin? Bueno, pero ¿cuál es el pick estrella que te digas? Shin con este mago, buenísimo. Gor. Y ahorita lo demostró, ¿no?
Lo jugó pero perfecto, me encanta.
Te gustó. Bueno, muchas gracias por la entrevista. Muchas gracias a todos los que estuvieron en entrevista con nosotros. Y recuerden no despegarse porque ya casi vamos a seguir con lo que corresponde la siguiente partida y saber si ya esto sería match point, terminar con el equipo ya siendo ganador o si el equipo de ALPHA7 va a querer unas partidas más. Vamos con Rose.
Muchas gracias, Mapa, pero necesito que Mapa vuelva porque es momento del sorteo. Corre, vamos, Mapa. Todos los chicos, Mapa, Mapa, porque si no llega no hay sorteo, así que conmigo, público. Mapa, Mapa, Mapa. Ay, pues como si tuvieran ganas. A ver, un grito. Un grito heterosexual. Ah, no. Un grito del mes de junio. Eso sí hay. Eso sí hay. Los jóvenes de hoy. Mapa, ya estás aquí con...
Hola, Rose. Sí, ya estamos aquí para más diamantes, ¿te parece?
Vamos a sortear diamantes. Espero que todos hayan puesto su nombre en el ánfora. A ver, producción, respóndeme una cosa. ¿Tiene que estar presente el ganador, sí o no? Creeríamos que sí. Público, que esté presente el ganador, sí o no.
Sí, no. Que valga la pena que hayan venido, ¿no? Mínimo.
Espérate, me están poniendo algo.
¿Qué dice? Una foto
con Best Player, dice. Uy.
Le están pidiendo foto a Best Player. Ahí que le haga ojitos. Yo sé que ahorita le da el gusto por ahí.
Muy bien, Mapa, yo voy a levantar la ánfora y tú vas a sacar al ganador.
Vale,
como los chicos ya están puestos, yo creo que va a tener que ser rápido, así que al 16avo.
Vamos rapidito. ¿Cómo es?
Al 16avo. Sacas uno. No, mentira. A la de 3, a la de 3.
Oye, cálmate.
A la de 3.
Va, a la de 3. O sea, el primero y el segundo no ganan y el tercero, ese sí es, ¿cierto? Entonces, ¿saca tú el primero o lo saco yo? Yo lo saco. Listo, perfecto. Para que no digan que es trampa. Empezamos a revolver bien por aquí. Y bueno, primer perdedor, ¿no? Porque no ganaría absolutamente nada. Vamos a ver qué dice esta hojita. Primer perdedor del sorteo de diamantes. Una lástima. Johnny Ruiz, ¿no?
Johnny Ruiz.
Johnny Ruiz, una disculpa. No ha sido el ganador, primer perdedor. Pero tranquilos porque aún hay una oportunidad más para ser perdedor, pero ya después vamos con el ganador. Segundo perdedor, vamos a ver. Este no ganó. Ok, una lástima, ¿no? A ver. Estefanía Flores, segunda perdedora, una lástima. Pero no todo es tristezas, ¿no? Este sí es el ganador, así que el ganador que espero que esté en el evento... A ver, ya después producción confirmará que esté o que no esté. Es Josué Javier Montes, el ganador. Un aplauso, por favor, al ganador, muchachos. Javier, por aquí, Javier Montes está presente en el público. No está, Rose. Bueno, uno más.
Dice. Chicos, producción dice que tenemos que continuar, así que esté o no esté, el siguiente va a ser el ganador.
Vale, listo.
Porque ha dejado su número de ID, entonces le podemos mandar los diamantes.
Este sí o sí, esté o no esté, que ya tenemos que continuar. Vinimos por el juego, no por los diamantes. Y el ganador o la ganadora es...
Ana Amaut.
Ana Amaut, esté o no esté en la transmisión, ya no se preocupe que acá está el ID y unos diamantes que seguramente le llegarán a su correo.
Producción, ¿es correcto entonces? ¿Este es el ganador? Sí, dice que es el ganador. Chicos, pero no se preocupen. Producción dice que va a haber más sorteos si es que ustedes están atentos y ve energía en el público. Así que de ustedes depende si seguimos sorteando diamantes o no. Y con eso, chicos, devuelvo a mis casters, producción, porque yo sé que ellos están listos para contarnos la siguiente partida. ¡Vamos, casters!
And welcome back. From what it looks like, they had a little bit of a lucky draw with the diamonds, so definitely good for the audiences there. Coming into match 6 now, okay? ALPHA7 locked in, doing great. What do we think of match 6? Trex.
Trex, you know what? I think he's having tech issues, folks.
Yeah.
Probably forgot to.
I was waiting for you to translate. Kronos, right? You got me?
Okay. See.
What did I say?
Go ahead.
No, I think so far we haven't seen a Game 6 at all in MCT, correct? We didn't see one in the South Grand Finals. We didn't see one in the North. so far. This is the farthest we've gone at any point. So the future is unprecedented. ALPHA7 have taken a game. I'm not saying it's impossible for them to not take another game, but still in this grand finals, ENTITY7 feels like the favorite. They showed up more times. They've won back harder games. We still haven't seen ALPHA7 win back that 9K gold deficit type of game, right? We haven't seen them win a game where everything is on the line and they're pushed against the brink. Can they do it? Or will they just completely dominate the next two games? For me, like I said, ENTITY7 still feels like the favorite, but this is what we really need to study. I'm taking a picture real fast.
Are you?
Yes.
Remember when we were like, oh, how are we going to see all the bans when it gets to like game 6, game 5? This is how. They're not even going to show it during the drafting phase. They're showing it here because there's too many heroes being banned out to be able to show it.
So yeah, we actually took a picture just because of the fact that, you know,
there's so many.
With that, yeah, it's just too many. Usually they kind of show the grayscale version of it, right? But hey, today we're out here in Peru, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure if you're in Lima, Peru, go and join them in the arena. So make sure you get yourself some free diamonds, a lot of free stuff basically, and join that rap battle too.
All right, ENTITY7 goes for the red side again. So far, red side has won every single game, correct?
No, blue side, right?
No, red side's won every single game so far.
Red side has been on fire.
The dominating force. Yeah, red side has not lost a single game yet.
Wow. So is this all she wrote?
We will see. It's definitely on the line. ALPHA7 North are gonna have to push their limits. They almost won their last blue side, but that was one that ENTITY7 had the comeback and were able to win. So it's definitely doable. Chip pick up front from ALPHA7.
I was gonna say Chip is one of the picks that are kind of left open, right? That I was talking about before was the draft is wearing thin. Layla, you look taken aback.
I am. I mean, like, yes, match 6, lots of bans. I just did not think Chip was gonna be the first thing that's picked.
Imagine they go chipless Lu Yi as well. Zetian is another choice. There's not a lot of options left. Zia does have the Claude, doesn't he? No, he doesn't. He's already used up the Claude. So not a lot of marksmen left. The Harrod is still not being let through the draft. I think if you're ALPHA7 here, you get yourself the Gourd plus something. What could it be? Gourd plus
what do you have left for jungle? Do they go for like something crazy like the jungle. Joy here? No, the Harley's open.
Hayabusa.
They could go Harley.
Yeah, I think Gourd plus Harley. Gourd plus Harley.
Oh,
Joy.
The Joy. I called it. I'm kind of sad that I called that.
Gourd.
I don't know how I feel about it.
I think Gourd. Yeah, Gourd is probably the only thing left here. But it has been clutch, right? It has been CW's clutch pick whenever they kind of need a game. So in this case, front to back from both these teams. But what do they got to stop this chip though? The Atlas is still available. Oh my god! No. Yeah, this is looking tough, man. If you're ALPHA7 right now, I'm not gonna lie.
Airy ban, nothing for. Even less for Zia now. Sheesh.
I hope these boys bring Purify. That's all I can say. They need to have Purify here. Just a ult from Zetian and then a follow-up with Atlas.
Just bring the Purify, whatever you pick. I don't care. Bring the Purify. So I think what they can do is probably ban out Terizla. Terizla can be a pick that they can go for, right? Terizla ban out on the side of ENTITY7 would be really good because you wear the Sora's gone. Uranus?
ALPHA7, yeah, you could ban out the Uranus here. There's no Lapu, no Yuzong. EXP pool is pretty low for the side of ENTITY7. On the side of our boy Nats, though, you still could pick the Yuzong, you still could pick the Lapu, you still have plenty of aggressive options. You take out the Esmeralda, which would have been a decent answer to the Joy.
Yeah. there's still a Terizla and the Uranus here that ENTITY7 could pick up right now. A Terizla would deny a lot, but there's also R lot that they could go for too. So I think ENTITY7 probably save EXP for the end, pick up a goal lane right now. What is left? They can go Obsidian if they wanted to. Not a great choice. Clint is still a great pick, but not enough joy. Bruno, Brody, Beatrix. I think Brody here.
The problem with the Clint right now is there's not much of a front line. Yeah, Beatrix has a bit more movement. Irithel.
Oh, Irithel too.
Questionable. Not a. I mean,
late game.
We haven't really seen it show up yet. Even we saw it once in North, and it did not perform well at all.
Yeah.
We hoped for late game, and I think even in late game, it just didn't feel that that prominent.
Melissa here. Bruno, okay. Yeah, ALPHA7 front to back. They definitely want the early game in their favor. They're looking to siege towers. Look super. Oh my God! He pulls out the Benedetta in the hands of Akashi. Oh.
Are you okay?
Oh, all right. That's gonna
Well,
be
this
troublesome for
is
Cold
why
World.
this is. Well, this is what we're saying with the global ban, right? A lot of the picks that are gonna come out that you wouldn't expect to see. So that's where you see ENTITY7 is running low on the hero pool. They still have, you know, the Suyo and the Wuzetian, I think, still are really good heroes, but you can see with the Irithel and the Benny running a little bit low.
They got a lot of mobile. They've got a very mobile composition, man. Well, what can I say? They really need. Cold World and Z are not allowed to breed. They need to go on the Flicker because you got to get away from Akashi as well as Doom, right? But then
What
you
about
need
the
to
Purify?
Purify because you got Wagin as well as the Fury of the Phoenix and Trex. This could be it.
This could be it. If you're just joining in, it's 2-3 right now. ALPHA7 trying to tie the board and bring it to Game 7. ENTITY7 just trying to close this book on MCT Grand Finals. It's me, Trex, and Kronos bringing you the action. Can ALPHA7 do this? It is questionable, right? The Joy, it used to work against the Suyo, but recently we haven't seen it do phenomenal. Cold World does have the great pick of the Gord in his hands, but he's got a Beatrix that's going to be on his back the whole time.
Yeah, the problem is
already a lot of
Atlas
damage
here, but Wagin. First blood.
Begin.
First blood.
First blood. It's interesting already.
I agree. And I think Wagin trying to be a little too annoying, but also one good thing is that he didn't bait out his Flicker, right, for the side of ENTITY7. But if you're ALPHA7, you got the kill in the hands of Cold World. You want to scale. Get yourself a Sky Piercer. Become a problem, because let's not forget, he doesn't have a Purify. He's running the Flicker. Right? And I know Layla's probably looking at it right now and saying, like, why didn't you pick up the Purify? Because, you know, Atlas is going to be a problem. And now with Atlas as well as Shin on this Fury of the Phoenix, right? The combo is pretty simple. Fury of the Phoenix into the Fae links, while Akashi's looking to get into the back line. Cold World will be his target. But if he decides to bypass Cold World and just go for Zia, make Zia's life miserable as much as it had been after making that mistake, after making that overextension in game number 4 on that Moskov. He didn't have a really great game number 5 either. Let's not forget, right? He wants to redeem himself. So hopefully he doesn't get a little too aggressive.
Char takes a bit of damage here. I don't think this is the turtle that ALPHA7 really want to contest for. Shark's still level 3,
no,
best player with a very late
not.
level 4. Unless they do something crazy with Nats, but I think it's honestly the safe play to just give this one up. Nats with the Bravest Fighter takes a lot of damage from Rakasi. Best player trying to make his way in. Best player finds Begin onto the backside with electrifying beats, getting some nice damage down. Nats as well, putting some pressure onto Akashi. Hide on Bush, responds back. Best player takes a lot, trying to get away. Will go down, but look at the health bars. Can they get the kill? Akashi drops. Hide on Bush drops as well. Nats brought low, trying to escape. Shin looking for the final shot, but unable to connect on. A nice bouncy ball. Nats with the re-engage with 1 health. Willing to risk it. Best player shows up in the nick of time. They're going to go for this turtle now through the shortcut. ALPHA7 secure it.
Yeah, ALPHA7 able to play that fight really well. I think Vagin kind of throwing it away. He's selling hard. And ALPHA7 are ready to buy all the stocks that they got, all the stocks that they want. ENTITY7 must be asking the question, Vagin, stop it. You're not a salesman at this point. ALPHA7 needs to be pushed back. At least that's what the idea is, because Akashi, he got so close to pulling out that clutch. Even the Electro final blow to close the distance, right? Didn't really want to dish out the damage with it. Just making sure you use it to become a problem, be in the face of the opposition. And that's what he did. Able to get that kill was clutch. It was crucial, making sure best player went down. But then the rest of the members were still up, and this is becoming a problem.
Ooh. A lot of damage on a hide on Bush. Zia gets it. That is huge. Vagin now looking for the re-engage. Shark shows up, but just to create space. ALPHA7 feeling good right now, 5-1.
ENTITY7, are they losing their heads right now? Because these are mistakes you usually don't see, right? You usually don't see these kind of mistakes coming out from hide on Bush. Neither Shin nor Vagin. Vagin going in a little too deep. Hide on Bush misplaying the Evil Queller Blade Surge a little bit. Trying to get on top of Zia, but there's two-man Fatal Links.
Fatal Links onto two. Cold World there with the Magic Gush. A lot of damage on Vagin once again. And the shortcut comes out. Akashi tries to lock on the Cold World. He is able to get the kill. Bravest fighter. But now Nats maybe a little bit too deep. Gets a stun onto Doom. Doom can't re-engage. But it's 1-for-1 Vagin for Cold World. But in the backside, Zia locks on to hide on Bush, getting the kill. Akashi wants to close distance, but Shark is there to make sure they get away safely.
Yeah, hide on Bush is not having a good game. Best player is just on top of him the entire time. He's not allowed to move whatsoever. Zia right now is 3-0-0. And I think ALPHA7 are kind of ticked off at this point to say whoever doubted them, they're going to keep eating their words. 7-2. It's only 5 minutes in Trex right now. And I think Vagin giving them that early kills and hide on Bush doing the same, just not working out in their favor. They got to get the Sky Piercer stacks going for hide on Bush. He needs to buy some time. He needs to play it slowly and make sure you get it. You got the crowd control. You know you got the counters to the chips shortcut as well. You just got to make sure you don't get a little too aggressive.
Vagin now looking for the stun on the best player, unable to get it in time. Best player secures another turtle in the books. And they all disperse. ALPHA7 not overstaying their welcome, not making the mistakes they've made in past games. Zia kiting away. ENTITY7 normally capitalizing on those big mistakes, right? Kronos normally being able to hope that they try to hit the turnaround, but ALPHA7 not biting the bait this time.
Yeah, they're not. They don't want the carrot. They got a taste of the stick. Oh, no. Oh, Shin.
Shark into the backside, drops a shortcut. Best player comes out, moves on to hide on Bush. Shark takes a lot of damage. A big Fatal Links, but it doesn't connect onto Shark because of the Purify. Cold World moves back to safety. Shark very low. Hide on Bush, able to get the kill on a best player. Looking rough. Magic Gush does take out Vagin. Cold World into safety. Zia looking for free shots. It's 2v2 right now. Nats also locking down behind on Bush in a dangerous spot. Trying to lock on to Zia, able to get the kill. It's Nats versus Hide on Bush now. A mega kill for Hide on. Nats backs off, 3 for 3. ENTITY7 though, that makes them close that gap a bit, and honestly a win for them.
Yeah, and this is what Hide on Bush kind of wanted, right? He wanted to make sure he gets a couple of kills, make the advantage for yourself. Oh no, look at Shark. He made the rotation at the right time. With a wide walk and now hide on Bush taken out to go back to a corner. Vagin comes in to save the day. Is he trying to go for it?
He doesn't have the shortcut. He's not going to be able to take his team to safety. Shark bites the bullet. There's a mistake. A first big mistake for ALPHA7.
A big mistake on that fight on hide on Bush, able to outplay the situation that he was in, and Zia went down. That was a massive. That was a couple of shutdowns too. So hide on Bush is not behind in gold anymore, and they've caught up. Look at that, only 1K behind. Now, only thing you got to cover up is the fact that Vagin gave away 4 kills. The position of ENTITY7 is going to be crucial right now for them to pick up this win. But ALPHA7, on the other hand, they need to keep playing aggressive. They need to keep being into the face of the opposition and push back ENTITY7 as much as possible. Shark needs to keep applying the pressure. You don't want to let up, because the moment you let up, you know ENTITY7 will be breathing down your necks quicker than you can say Game 7.
Zia down in the boss side right now, clearing waves for the first time in 6 games. ENTITY7 take the first tower. Playing the map a bit more. A lot of damage on a Doom. Best player able to pick it up with electrifying beats. No Fatal Links to connect. Vagin goes down. Nats able to secure that one. Now it's 2 down on the side of ENTITY7 as Zia clears up on the boss side. Hide on Bush forced to back off. Shark does have a shortcut, still hasn't applied the pressure just yet. Still leaving the turtle to stand. Lord will replace it now. Third turtle goes to no one, but orange buff goes to best player.
Yeah, orange buff, best player able to steal that one away. Grand Theft Orange, what, in the 8th minute right now? Zia looking to get caught off. Purify still not popped in.
Oh, Shark pulls through.
Oh my God.
Drops a shortcut. Nobody comes in. Zia does go down. Hide on Bush will pay for this, though. Cold World able to get the shutdown. A nice amount of gold, and all that means that best player gets a Lord. ALPHA7 winning across the map right now.
Yeah, they're doing the split right. The macro is too much for ENTITY7 to deal with right now. The chip is starting to work wonders. They're always on top of Hide on Bush. Hide on Bush not allowed to breathe whatsoever. In that fight, he could have gone for the outplay, but Zia able to get the slide tackle and the Purify at the right time, making sure that he's able to get out of harm's way. And you put Hide on Bush in a pickle, and ALPHA7 capitalized. The Lord is marching on the bot side. And I feel like ALPHA7 are looking to take a couple of tier 2s at the moment.
All right, they're going to push their way down as Nats plays the distance, waiting for the possible engage. Look at the pincer from him and Shark right now, coming around both sides. Either one could jump in. They need to try to take this tier 3 on the mid side, as ENTITY7 wants to try to defend it as much as possible. Lord takes the tier 2 on the bottom. ALPHA7 looking for any moment to strike. Cold World uses the magic gush, gets jumped down on. Hide on Bush able to get the kill. A big stun lands on a Zia. Zia able to purify, flick back, and in comes the rest of the team. Hide on Bush taken low. Zia taken out as Hide on Bush gets the kill. Cold World in trouble. Best player in trouble. And ALPHA7 are falling amongst them all. Shark able to just get away, and Nat stands tall as well. Akashi behind on Bush still stand with Doom.
Look at that play from Nats. He knew it was very messy. Doom was right next to him, but he didn't go after Doom. He knew Shin is the one that you need to pressure, right? You want to crack Shin. If you crack Shin, you crack ENTITY7, completely leaving Doom and going after Shin of that fight, even though Doom was super low. But you want to prioritize the right target. Akashi as well on this Benedetta showing up right now. Hide on Bush had a terrible start to the game, but look at it right now. It's 8-4-1. You push them back so much, but Vagin again going down before the Fatal Links can hit, or even the Fatal Links just catching one single member. I think if you're dropping the shortcut, it doesn't matter who comes in. If Vagin is able to get that Fatal Links on point, it will be clutch. But also at the same time, they're not able to bait out the Purify from Zia. So it's forcing Akashi to make a little more aggressive plays and having to expend the Petrify along with the Electo Final Blow. The wombo combo that we want to see with Fury of the Phoenix into the Fatal Links hasn't worked out so far for ENTITY7. There hasn't been a clean one yet, right? So the moment that starts showing up, I think ENTITY7 will start wrapping up the game. But at the moment, Hide on Bush has caught up. He was way behind. And look at him right now, 8-4-1.
Yeah, you mentioned Shin earlier, and I'm thinking Hide on Bush might need to start becoming the target, because if they let him roam free, he has been able to pick up these kills, right? And Nats keeps going for the back line, but Doom isn't really a huge threat right now. Shin, not the biggest threat right now. Hide on Bush, though, is the one who is clearing up space, even getting the better of best player, able to get the kills onto Zia. If they can't stop him, it's going to make these big fights much more 50-50-esque like what we've been seeing. Magic Dust does come out. A lot of damage on a Vagin. Fatal Links only connects on a Shark. It pops a Purify. There goes an ult for a Puri.
Akashi.
Lord gets brought low. Doom on the backside. Best player tries to lock on to Vagin. Zia able to get a quick shot and take him out. That's one down inside of NZ7 as Akashi tries to make his way in. But Nats with a beautiful flicker takes out Doom and lands on top of more. He's taking them all with him. Zia finds a target, and Hide on Bush is on the run. It's a Lord in the hands of ALPHA7 and 3 members down on Entity.
Oh, Akashi was trying to get on top of Zia. They're splitting the fight. ENTITY7 are scratching their heads, trying to understand who do we target, where do we go for. This is the tempo that I was talking about, Trex, before game 1 started. This is the tempo we wanted ALPHA7 to play with the entire series, or start with this kind of tempo the entire series. And ENTITY7 are not able to keep up, and now they're feeling the wrath of ALPHA7 Nord coming through. And with this high tempo game, they're just not able to keep up with it.
Look at Nats. Nats in the backside right now. Uses the bravest fighter just to try to back off. Inhibitor down on the boss side. They're looking for a top. Best player dashes away. ALPHA7 still playing as safe as ENTITY7 sits inside the base, trying to chip down at this Lord. Another wave coming. ALPHA7 not giving up just yet. Nats doesn't have the bravest fighter. Cold World does have the magic gush. Shark not going to need to use a shortcut currently. They're going to clear out the waves. Begin comes out to create space, looking for any target, but unable to connect on any, but he does create space for his team to clear out the waves.
Oh, he's a tough nut to crack, Shin, here at this point. He's still holding it together for ENTITY7, right? Still holding it together. Vagin, though, on this Atlas hasn't been as game-changing as we'd like. We haven't seen a lot of these fatal links. Yes, there's Purify on the other side, but Akashi has been a massive threat. Hiron Bush is able to go into the back line. Doom still not getting any kills, but let's not forget Irithel usually takes about 4 items to pop off. Yeah, it's pretty late because but look at Zia on the other hand. Oh my god. He's got everything but a Wind Talker right now. Yeah.
He's got the Wind Talker fast,
and
he's
gonna
just
sell
missing
the
what?
boots.
What's the last item that comes
sell
in?
The boots later on. Hey man, you know what? The World Cup is up and Zia's playing Bruno.
He's playing Bruno.
Gotta get the dub, right?
Okay. Uh-oh. Nice bouncing ball. Lands on a Begin. Nats comes in with the bravest fighter. Hide on Bush. Tries to switch position. Shortcut comes out. They don't fully commit. Down on the boss side. Zia is there waiting for this Lord at 40 seconds. ENTITY7 just trying to get their jungle at this point. Just trying to get a little bit of num-nums, a little bit of food, a little bit of gold, anything they can to try to even the playing field.
Well, at this point, they do need to find a way to even playing field, right? The map is in the favor of ALPHA7. They've already got a 5K goal lead, but we've seen them throw away games like this, just like they did in game number 4. I think at ENTITY7 at this point, the Lord is on the bot side. They don't really have to worry so much on the long lane because they do have the inhibitor up, so you're not going to get a set of super minion waves coming in, but also at the same time you do have Chip who's looking to get that split pushed down. At the moment you answer that, he's going to be able to go down to the bot side, get that big shortcut drop down, and now all of a sudden you're in a 5v4 situation. So Vagin here got to be crucial with this fatal links. The perfect match right now will be able to tank a lot of damage, right? But he has to get on top of Zia, needs to find and bait out the Purifies early on before he can pop the fatal links. At least Shin has to, with the Fear of the Phoenix.
It all could come down to this Lord here, Kronos. ENTITY7 want to try to make a way in. I don't think they want to give this one up. They're not that far behind in terms of this being late in the game. Yes, Doom is. He hasn't gotten quite enough items. Vagin is keeping tabs as Nats moves up to the top side to clear the waves. And look how much of ENTITY7 is moving up as well. They're going to maybe try to catch him here. No, they just want to get that orange, get it safely. ALPHA7 don't have vision, so they're not fully committing to this Lord either quite yet.
Yeah, they're not. They're making sure they get that push coming on the top side. Whole world, good position right now. I think Shark has been doing a fantastic job with the chip, applying pressure on Hide on Bush the entire time. And now they're slowly biding their time, getting the Lord down. They're using it as a massive bait, hanging this carrot in front of ENTITY7. Is Hide on Bush gonna bite?
Vagin coming in, looking for the stun on a Shark. Nats back to the top side. This is how ALPHA7 needs to play. They have the lane advantage. They can slow push this Lord, keep the waves coming, wait for the big moment that they have the big advantage. Nats not gonna go back. He's gonna stay in this bush right here, quick clear this wave, and make sure that Akashi has to come and face him head up, has to hang out as ALPHA7 continues to chip at this on the boss side. Slow wave pushing towards ENTITY7 as well.
A slow push, and Nats with the flicker. Nats with the flicker has been a massive threat, bro. I know. You got, like, Nats just completely bypasses the front line with a flicker of the bravest fighter, right? He's being so clean. Saving these clutch picks towards the end just boosts the confidence of the entire team right now.
Best player! Best player! Joy! This is why it still can work against the Suyo. They get the retry out. The Lord goes into their hands. They want game 7. And when we all doubted best player, he finally shows up.
You can't doubt him. When the chips are down, he shows up. He's been there in the conversation for a long time, but never able to get the throne. And now ENTITY7 backed into a corner, looking on the barrel of game 7.
Okashi. Zia gets the hit. Fatal Links does land on a Nats. Nats able to brave his fighter away. Zia getting free hits on a Vagine. Hide and Bush back on the map. Shark is low. Cole World down about 70% as well. Best player forced to go back up to the top side. Lord coming soon. Everyone needs some health bars before they make the big engage. Shark does have an immortality along with other members of the team. Minions crashing down on the top side of ENTITY7 know they need to defend. If they can defend this Lord, it could come down to a draw game.
Vagine.
But wait, big magic gush, big damage onto Vagine. He will go back to the base to get some health back into his tank. This is a 30k health Lord right now as Nats jumps onto Doom. Doom trying to run away, but taking out. Shark gets the kill. Vagine, though, able to take out best player along with the rest of the team. A big Fatal Links on the 3. This is huge. Nats with the bravest fighter, though. And Bush able to take out Cole World. Where is Zia? He's nowhere to be found. He's getting pivoted away from Akashi. And ENTITY7 are turning the tables. ENTITY7 are capturing this game back into their hands. It's a full 5-man wipe. Can they end it?
Oh my God. I don't know if they can end it. They got 20 seconds too late, maybe, and his best player up as well. He has the retribution along with the wave clear, but ALPHA7 had it. ALPHA7 had it. Oh my God. It just slipped through their fingers right now, and ENTITY7 are going to do everything that they can to capitalize. The best player is going to be back up, and so is Cole World. It's going to be enough, about 10 seconds to make things up.
They could lock on base here. They have a cannon minion. If best player can't clear this wave, he gets Fatal Links back. Oh, no. That could be it. That might just be the end. The base goes down. And whether it's the north or the south, there's never been an alpha in that ENTITY7 sees as equals. It's the first MCT Grand Finals, and Entity will be your first champions.
Inaugural champions of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Championship Tour of the Americas. The North and the South collide, but south of the border, they've been cooking to what North lost the flavor of. Yes, they're back in the international scene, but ENTITY7 having the exposure earlier, just a step ahead in this first season, and able to topple the giants, the ALPHA7 of the North, taking down big names to create a name for themselves, as they are your MCT AMER Season 1 champions.
Years of effort, months of preparation, countless hours of practice, and it all came down to this for ENTITY7. Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at your MCT AMER champions. Amazing. They ALPHA7, I have to say. They did try. They did really do great.
Y ahora vamos a levantar la copa de 5 para atrás. Cuenten conmigo. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Aplausos para ellos. Chicos, sé que en este momento deben tener muchas cosas a flor de piel para entrevistarlos en este importante momento. Quiero invitar a mi reportera Mapa.
Claro que sí, Rose, por acá entrando porque tenemos equipo ganador ENTITY7 en la casa. ENTITY7 logrando ganar y me imagino que los ánimos están aquí con todo. A ver, grito de celebración, celebración.
Mucho. Ya celebré.
Ya celebró mucho acá, Roshi. Y tú, Chris, ¿cómo se siente coach acá de este equipo? Esa responsabilidad de ver frutos, ¿no? Resultados, esa copa de ustedes.
Yo siento que realmente el mérito no es para mí, es realmente para estos chicos. Yo solamente soy una herramienta más para que ellos sigan logrando victorias y les traigan tantos triunfos a ustedes, chicos. Esto es por ustedes.
¡Claro que sí! Y tenemos por aquí a Shin, que yo sé que lo aman mucho. A Hiden, a Dun, también a Bagin. Hiden, yo sé que tú eres clave aquí. Yo sé que te respetan demasiado tus compañeros. Yo sé que te ven no solo como jungla, sino más allá. ¿Cómo sientes esta victoria?
Me siento muy feliz, estoy emocionado y estoy alegre por mi equipo que con mucho esfuerzo llegamos acá, por Bawin, por Akashi, que ellos me dieron la confianza de venir conmigo y confiar en mí a pesar de todas las dificultades y estoy muy feliz de este logro.
Claro que sí, Hiden, te felicito. Y Dun también, que fue un protagonista. Un aplauso para Dun, por favor. Dun, aquí, tierras peruanas, Dun. ¿Qué se siente tener un público tan hermoso? Y no solo un público, sino un resultado tan bonito.
La verdad contento, no esperaba que viniera tanta gente y en especial apoyarnos. Sé que el equipo es peruano, pero no es tan conocido, así que agradezco a todos los que nos apoyaron y bueno, como siempre también digo a los que no. Y bueno, gracias por estar aquí presentes.
Ahí tenemos a Dun, felicitaciones, un aplauso para el equipo de ENTITY7 que logra ganar y tener un cupo, un pase directo a Kerros.
A la EWC. Muchas gracias, Mapita. Te invito a que te retires porque tenía que entrar nuestro siguiente invitado. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Verla irse es tan bonito como verla venir, ¿verdad? Qué guapa mi invitada. Y ahora tenemos a Rey, que es el líder del ecosistema de eSports de Montún. Un aplauso para él porque él ha venido con el cheque. Rey, come with me to the main stage. Él tiene la llave, el pase, el momento. Con esto, los chicos no solo se condecoran campeones, sino también se llevan su merecido premio de ir a la EWC. Aplausos, chicos, por favor. Muchas gracias, chicos. Les invito a que pasen por este lado del escenario. Pasen por acá todos. Vuelvan a este costado, párense por acá, por favor, acompáñenme. Vamos a invitar, porque... Muchas gracias. No, pero ¿por qué se van? Que pasen por el otro lado del escenario, acá al costado. ¿Por qué se van? Devuélvanmelo. Bagui. Muy bien. Ay. Muy bien. Y ahora también voy a invitar a el equipo que queda en segundo lugar. Por favor, vuelvan a entrar. Chicos, un aplauso porque ha estado súper reñido. Ha sido una competencia muy importante. Aquí están los chicos de ALPHA7 Norte. You guys do a great game. We are so proud of you. Thank you. Please stand that way like them. Thank you a lot for your energy, for your game, for your passion, for everything. Daraga, please. Go. Thank you. Now, ahora, chicos, este equipo va a ir a representar la WildCard. Va a ir a sacarse la mugre y a demostrar por qué en la WildCard va a ganar su lugar. Y por supuesto, también queremos felicitarlos y darles un gran aplauso. Good luck in the WildCard. I know you're gonna make a great game and you're gonna earn your spot. Aplausos para ellos. Muchas gracias. And now, ahora, perdón mi Spanglish, Mapa va a entregar. ¿Quién va a firmar? Cuéntame.
Cristian.
Ven por aquí, Cris, un paso adelante. Sostén duro, Mapa, eso. Dame.
Espérate.
Sostén fuerte. No. Mapa, tú lo tienes que firmar. Este es el momento en que esa llave se convierta en de ustedes. Esa llave va a ser con la que ustedes abran la EWC. Estos dos equipos van a disputar en diferentes caminos, pero esperamos verlos a los dos en la EWC. Aplausos para nuestros grandes equipos del día de hoy, ALPHA7 Norte y ENTITY7. Por favor, Mapa, le entregas a los chicos la llave. Dice que se las tienen que quedar ellos. Dásela acá a nuestro coach. Muy bien. Ahora, chicos, los invitamos a que sigan el camino, porque ustedes ya se ganaron. Bajen del escenario y saluden a su público, porque ellos los han estado esperando hasta esta hora para recibirlo. Para saludar a la gente. Muchas gracias, chicos, a todos los que se han quedado hasta este momento con nosotros. Gracias a Mobile Legends, muchas gracias a Montun por todo este torneo, a los equipos que han participado, a todo mi público precioso, a mis casters, a toda mi producción maravillosa, a los chicos que han venido de Bolivia, de Colombia, de todos lados de Latinoamérica, aquí unidos, y obviamente también de Norteamérica, y a ustedes que nos están viendo en casa. Gracias por hacer este evento tan increíble. Nos vemos en la siguiente, porque este camino nunca termina, porque siempre vamos rumbo a la gloria.
Our champions, thank you all, the teams, the fans, and everyone who joined us throughout the season. From all of us here at MCT AMER, thank you for watching. What do you want to say, Kronos, Trax, before we sign off?
MCT was a blast. It was a lot of fun. It's the first MCT we've had so far. Make sure you get your tickets for EWC now. But aside from that, seriously, Trex, I'm sorry, Layla, Kronos, it's been a pleasure casting with you guys this season. Layla, big shout outs to you. It was your first time on a desk like this. You did amazing. You've grown so much. To all the viewers, it's been amazing having you guys and being able to be a part of this. We get to do this. We don't do it because we get to do it, as Leo likes to say sometimes. So big shout out to ENTITY7, ALPHA7. Go kill them in the wild cards. Do your best, and we'll see you guys next season. Kronos, you're muted. Kronos, you're muted. Kronos.
Muted. Kronos,
I do this every time. Imagine this, but yes, it was a fantastic tournament, guys. It's only season 1, and it's only an upward trajectory from here for MCT. You might be surprised for what's coming for season 2. I got some leaks, so make sure you follow us on our socials. We'll give you that over there, and it's pretty spicy, especially for the North America side of things. Even though ALPHA7 did not get to be the champions of MCT season 1, I know they're going to be coming back for vengeance in season 2, and I think every single North American team that's watching, or every player that's watching right now, you got to keep this inside. You got to know the feeling that Best Player and the rest of ALPHA7 are feeling watching ENTITY7 pick up that key. But yes, next season we might see you. So at the moment, it has been fantastic. This is Kronos, Layla, and Trex saying goodbye for our MCT North and MCT AMER season 1. We'll see you next season.
One tap as shown. Then just tap generate and leave all the work to the cloud. When it's done, you can view or share your highlights as shown, but be quick or they'll expire.
In Mobile Legends, every diamond counts, and with bonus, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready.